When the masks were pulled off, the faces that Quinn could see had hit him in his memory bank. They were faces that he felt like he would never forget, no matter how much time had passed. Both of these people had been a big part of his life. Peter, the first person he had turned, one of his most loyal friends who was even by his side for 1,000 years while he was in eternal slumber. Then there was Chris, one who taught him how to utilize chi properly and in some ways saved his life. In the end, they had worked together to help him and his friends in their fight. Even though Quinn had his neck held at this moment, quite firmly, that still didn't stop him from displaying his underlying anger. He gritted his teeth and his fangs were rubbing against the bottom of his gums, causing small cuts in his mouth. Jim, not only did you lie to everyone that I know, making everyone forget about me, claiming all of this for your own, but what you have done, no, what you are doing right now, you're using my friends, those that are dear to me, and helped me in the past to accomplish your deeds. Jim was looking dead ahead at Quinn. There was an underlying smile on his face. His muscles were twitching, but it was as if he was holding back. He knew exactly what he was doing by revealing these two in front of him. Yet, he was unable to smile in the open because right now he was playing a character, and in this story Quinn was the big villain that needed to be stopped. You demon! Jim shouted out. I thought this day would come. Richard Eno had warned me about this. Speaking loudly, Jim did so that the others could hear, including the other originals. The demon who cursed us originals in the first place and turned us into what we are today. I guess you're afraid that we would surpass you in strength, so you have come to stop us. There was a lot Quinn wanted to say. He wanted to desperately dispute this fact and argue back. But it was useless. Unlikely anyone would believe him, and even if they did, how would it turn the situation around? On top of that, due to the way Ray was holding on to Quinn's throat, he could hardly say a word. Jim started to walk forward, and as he did, Chris and Peter walked by his side as if they were his guards. Now, there are a lot of things that I will need to do with you, and that I need to say, Jim said. Turning his head around suddenly, Ray looked back at them all. What are you doing? Ray asked, his eyes staring directly at all three of them, and like a heat wave energy had hit all three of them. For a second, Jim was incredibly nervous as he gulped. What's wrong? Did I do something? Jim asked. This person is now my business, Ray said, so you should stay out of it. If you want to do something with him, then you need to do it after. I have some questions of my own for him. Jim's head was now racing. Questions. Why did the being known as Ray suddenly have questions to ask Quinn? Was there a connection between the two? How? Did the two know each other? Was Ray going to switch sides? He needed to stop the two from talking, but that would mean going up against him. At the same time, Quinn found this as an opportunity. It was clear from the fight before that Ray no longer saw him as a friend. The questions were revealing something else, but there was a gap that would allow him to act. The shadow from below rose and grabbed Ray by the legs, while at the same time, on the shadow on the ground looked like multiple lines, thousands of arms of shadow that were pulling at the arms of the shadow on the floor. Although the shadow wasn't directly around Ray's arms, and he was only touching his shadow, he could feel it having an effect on him. Felt like some invisible force was moving his hands. Slowly, the shadow started to pull each of the fingertips away, eventually pulling the entirety of Ray's hands to the side out of the way. This is my chance. I need to make a big hit. Nitro Accelerate skill has been activated. The skill is still in cooldown. Blood will be used to supplement the armor's power. Quinn's shadow could do a number of things, and he realized that his shadow powers could be used on other people's shadow, objects, buildings as well, in a way where it would affect the real object. It was similar to when Quinn used his soul weapon. When attacking one's shadow, the wounds would appear on the user, but now Quinn could use his shadow to produce multiple arms on the ground that would pull away Ray's hand. With the physical shadow laced in with chi holding onto Ray's leg, he was now wide open for an attack. With all the speed of Nitro Accelerate, Quinn didn't have time to pick up speed, and he threw out his fist while gathering as much of his blood aura as possible. He spun it like a drill and shoved his whole fist right in Ray's face. It made contact, and several pulses of blood aura rippled out as it hit Ray's face. Blood was pouring out from his skin as the drill tore it to shreds. Skidding across the floor, Ray soon had stopped. His face had been injured, bleeding slightly, but it was a light wound on his body. "It looks like you have even more skills with the shadow than I thought. But that was perhaps your only, and last chance to beat me," Ray stated. The words rang true in Quinn's head as well, because now his health was lowering by the second while using the nitro accelerate. He had to end the skill at some point, and even with the blood bank restoring his health, then what? Not only would he have to fight Ray but Chris and Peter as well. The two of them together wouldn't be easy for Quinn, not unless he was willing to do harm to them. While looking at the situation, his eyes had matched Edvard's, and he could see he had regained consciousness, and was mouthing a few words. "You have to run," Edvard mouthed. "I've given you what you need. Go from there." Quinn had made out what he could, but it was difficult for him to understand. What they needed was to find out how they altered the other's memories, but if this information was with Edvard, how would he get it now? Even with Nitro Accelerate, his chances of getting Edvard out of there were slim. "Wait, he has given me what I need? So he says I already have it." At that moment, Ray was running towards Quinn. He had a large fist out, and it looked like wings were starting to spread out from his back. As they cut through the air, they gave him a little boost. Perhaps, even with Nitro Accelerate, the two would now be at similar speeds. Ray had yet to use the peak of his strength, and although Quinn hadn't used his soul weapon, right now it was a losing fight. "Jim!" Quinn shouted. "You will regret everything you did. And I want you to remember every day so you can't sleep, that I will be coming after you." The shadow had completely consumed Quinn's body, and when it did, he disappeared and Quinn was no longer there. Ray had stopped in his tracks, sensing that the strong power was no more. "He ran away," Ray said. Using the shadow link, Quinn had suddenly appeared by Minnie's side, right in the center of her classroom. Jim Eno, along with Ray and the rest of the original leaders, were just staring into the space where Quinn once was. As Jim stared longer at the area where the fight had taken place, the anger was building up more and more inside of him. "Damn it. His energy just disappeared just like that," Jim shouted. He knew, having some information on the Punishers, the skill he had likely used, but this would mean that he had traveled to another with the shadow power. Since the fight seemed to be somewhat over, and the energy was lessening in the area, the original leaders started to come out from behind the torn-down buildings, towards Jim. While Grenlet also couldn't help but look at the beaten Edvard. The plan failed, and not even Quinn was strong enough to go against that guard. Grenlet thought, "It seems like our instincts were right. Whoever or whatever, that thing that was next to Jim is something that none of us should get involved with, but what will happen now, and do they know about me?" "It seems like you want to say something to me?" Ray asked, walking over. Jim wasn't in a rush to speak, because this person was the most difficult to deal with, especially with others all around the place. "You agreed to help me, and I just thought that you might have changed your mind. If that's the case, then please inform me," Jim stated. "I see now," Ray replied. "You think I let him go on purpose. I'll tell you now that's not the case. His power is related to my past, who is related to someone else that I would like to talk to, that's all. Either way, since he is no longer here, and you have your other two friends by your side, I will go and take a rest." Jumping from his position, Ray disappeared into the sky as he went off to do his own thing, but he wouldn't be leaving the planet. Now, Jim's attention was turned to the original leaders. "Sir," Magnus said, as he was heavy-footed in his steps. "That damn Quinn, who was he? Is he really a demon from another world?" When looking at the originals, Jim wasn't pleased at all. These were the best of the best, the strongest vampires, yet they were unable to hold Quinn back. At the same time, with the way they were now, they were almost a double-edged sword. One of them had already betrayed him. What were the chances that it would happen again in the future, or that there weren't already others that were in their support? "I believe that's the case. I have been doing a lot of research into them. I'll be honest. It's part of the reason why we have been traveling out here as well," Jim answered. Below him, on the ground, he could see that Edvard had regained consciousness and he needed to come up with a solution. I should have changed the original leader's memories as well so they are more loyal to me. But changing their memories alone so it's co-current with the rest of the vampires is difficult. On top of that, if I want to change memories again, it would mean paying a visit to Jack. Maybe that's not such a bad thing. Perhaps there is a way we can have him deal with the problem instead. There was more than a single problem for Jim to figure out, and in his head there were multiple enemies around him that he needed to get rid of. When thinking about the situation, it suddenly clicked in his head, when he heard the other original leaders talking. Wait, Magnus knew his name. The fact that he was on this planet, he had to have joined as a soldier. If that's the case, has he been living at the settlement this whole time? You guys, you knew his name. I'm guessing that means he was a member of the settlement. And for the originals to know him, what's the reason? Jim asked. The others felt a bit silly now that they didn't look further into him, but Magnus answered in the end. The man, Quinn Balin, was a guard that worked for the Ninth Family. I can only assume that Edvard already knew his identity, because his strange actions from before are starting to make sense. Magnus answered. However, he didn't really stand out. The reason we all know him is because of a family member of his that stood out. She was an extremely talented vampire in the settlement. Inwardly Jim was smiling, as there was a chance now. There is a good chance that the place he has returned to is the vampire settlement. Even if he hasn't, he will certainly be there eventually because that's where his family is. Inform everyone in the vampire settlement to apprehend anyone related to Quinn, as well as those that were close to him. I want the same for anyone who was on this planet that had contact with Quinn. Bring them in for questioning. With the orders made, the original leaders bowed down, and Jim was already walking back to the building he was in before. Now that I'm the one chasing after you, Quinn, I want you to know that there is nowhere for you to hide. Nowhere for you to go. The vampire settlement, the Greylash planets, even Earth, all of it and more is in my control. The order was sent out everywhere, including to those that were on the Namrik planet. The vampires were rounding up the groups sent form the Ninth Family, but it didn't take them long to pinpoint which group he was in. Ronkin, Juk, and all of the others that were on the same ship as Quinn were treated like criminals, as vampires surrounded them and started to escort them to the capital city. Looking down on the ground, even though stuck in this situation, both Ronkin and Juk weren't thinking about their own safety or what would happen to them, but just what was happening to Quinn. Quinn, I know you better than anyone else. You're not a bad person, Ronkin thought as a memory stuck out in his head. After a specialized ability user had been called to heal his son of his special element, Ronkin had tried multiple times to meet up with Edvard, attempting to thank him for what he had done, and one day they had met. To his surprise, Edvard stated that he wasn't the reason his son had been treated. Edvard couldn't take credit for something he hadn't done, and had slipped out a relatively large hint as to who it was. I believe you, Quinn. I will always believe you. With the investigation ongoing and the order being sent out to the vampire settlement, there was still something else that Jim needed to do. When he reached the building, he soon connected to a special device that had been set up in the office. It was a small square that once pressing a single button would become a large transmitter that could communicate with those through space. I didn't expect to get a call from you so soon, Jack stated. I thought you said that you had everything handled there. Is there some kind of help you need? The tone of voice, the arrogance, everything was annoying Jim. Having worked with this person for a long time, day by day, little things this person did infuriated Jim. Yet what annoyed him even more was that he could do nothing to this person. Everything is fine regarding the Namriks, but I have a bit of information that I think you will be interested in. Jim replied. One of the ones that ruined your life is at the vampire settlement. By my calculations you shouldn't be far from there, and you have my permission to get rid of him. I'm sure you're smart enough to figure out that I am talking about him, Quinn Talon. Is that an adult in our class? A small quiet voice said. Wait, where did he come from? Did he come from the ground? Yeah. I think I saw him rise from the ground. Wait. That's not just any strange adult. That's Minnie's dad. It was safe to say that out of all the locations Minnie could have been in at this point in time, that the school in the middle of the classroom was not the best one. However, Quinn was in a better situation than he thought. The homeroom teacher Miss Bedford was focusing on something on the board, and only the kids had seen Quinn rise through Minnie's shadow. Due to how young they were, they knew little to nothing about the Punishers, and if anything, they were wondering why Quinn was here. The memories of the vampire had stuck in their mind after they had seen what he had done to Toby's mother. On top of that, it was hard to forget a face like Quinn's. Which was why when Miss Bedford did eventually turn around, her face blushed. "Oh my! What? Is there a problem, Mr. Ballin?" Miss Bedford asked. The thing was, Quinn wasn't in the best state. He was hurt from the fight, and although he didn't have many external wounds, he could feel his insides were slightly damaged, and his blood bank for some reason wasn't healing the wounds. Ray's powers were always a mystery, and even now, Quinn still didn't quite grasp his enormous strength. Nevertheless, he looked at Minnie, as he didn't have time to explain himself. "I'm sorry, everyone, for what you might be put through," Quinn said, as he grabbed Minnie and placed her under his arm. "And I thank you all for looking after Minnie." After that, as quick as he came in, Quinn had already left with Minnie. Rather than using his shadow powers, he had escaped out of the classroom door, then switched to his shadow powers when no one could see him. He didn't want to cause a panic just yet, because he knew that was coming. "Abby," Toby called out. "Why do I get a bad feeling about the words Minnie's father used? It almost sounded like, 'We're never going to see her again.'" Abby didn't reply because she had the same feeling as well. The lesson had continued on for a short while. Although Miss Bedford was left confused and unsure about what had happened, she needed to wait till the class had ended. But in the end, there wasn't a need for that either, as a direct message had been sent to her head. "Miss Bedford, please bring the student known as Minnie Ballin to the head office." Her heart started to thump louder after hearing this message. Minnie was already gone, and what could they want her for? It was only moments later that several permanent guards had rushed into the room. They had burst the door open, causing the young children to scream as they were startled, and they could immediately see that one of the seats was empty. "Where is the student?" the guard asked. "The father was here a few minutes ago and took her away," Miss Bedford answered. She could tell that the guards were not in the mood to chit-chat, as they already had their blood aura active in case there was a need for it to be used. "Lessons are cancelled for the day. All students are to stay in their classrooms, and everyone is to report if they either see Quinn Ballin or see the student named Minnie. Keep your eyes peeled," the guard ordered. A couple stayed in the classroom, while others went off searching. Through the classroom windows they could see that there were vampires all over the school, and it was clear they were all looking for one person. What do they want Minnie for?" Toby clenched his fist. It took a little longer for Quinn to get home as he was being careful not to be seen. He imagined at any moment that the situation would take a turn for the worst. Traveling through his shadow travel wasn't invisible, but in dark shadows it was harder to spot than normal. Eventually, when he got back, he could see Layla and Galen in their room. "Layla," Quinn said. Layla jumped back a little out of shock, but seeing how Quinn was sweating slightly and the fact that he was here before the war was over, she was already assuming that it was for the worst. "I failed. We have to leave this place. Jim knows about us. Any second now he could make it so the whole settlement goes after us," Quinn stated. "They know about us." Her horns were turning red, but only at the bottom. It was a sign of dread and worry. "What happened? If Jim knows about us, knowing you would have planned to take him out." Layla was starting to gather items from the house, photos, and more. Seeing this, Quinn quickly went around the place and was storing all their belongings in the shadow that were of importance. "I don't have time to explain. We need a ship first to get out of here. After that we can figure out what to do then." Layla nodded in agreement. Right now wasn't the time to be panicking. They needed to keep their family safe. It was the #1 priority. With the pre-warning, all of them had escaped from the house. Quinn was still holding on to Minnie, while Layla was holding on to Galen. They hadn't moved far from the house just yet, as they heard the sound of several footsteps, and were currently in an alleyway. From there they saw it all, as countless vampires had surrounded the house and the area they were in. They most likely had set up checkpoints as well. "How are we going to get out of this situation?" Layla asked. "Right now, we just have to get off the planet as quickly as possible." Even if we were caught, we could fight our way through, but then everyone would be after us. With the shadow travel, we should be able to get there without much of a problem. Does this mean I have to leave school? Minnie asked. There was a hint of sadness in her voice. It almost sounded as if she was holding back her tears. I'm sorry, Minnie, Quinn said. I guess you were starting to enjoy school, right? I will fix all of this. I always do, right? So for now, just listen to Daddy and Mommy, okay? Minnie nodded. She had always been good in tough situations, and this certainly was a tough situation for them. Just in case they did get in a fight, Quinn wanted to put Galen in his shadow space, which was what he did, or at least what he attempted to do. While using his shadow powers on Galen, he had disappeared into the shadow space, but right where he had been put in, Galen would pop out again, standing. What are you doing? I can't fight as well if I'm looking after Galen, Layla whispered. It's not that, Quinn replied as he placed Galen in his shadow space again. Yet he had popped out once more. How is he able to do that? Galen doesn't have the power of the shadow, does he? Nor is he attacking the shadow space. When Quinn went to do the same again, as he brought his hands forward, Galen shook his head. You don't want to go in there? Quinn asked. Minnie doesn't want to either, she said. I want to help. You always say we are a family and you want to protect us, but we are strong too, Dad. Me, Mum, and even Galen. His family was stubborn. The easiest thing to do was to put them all in his shadow space, and he traveled to the spaceship docking. At the end of the day, arguing with them wasn't going to help, and time was of the essence. Fine. But we are using my shadow travel to get out of here, and listen to what I say, Quinn stated. We are the Talon family, Minnie said. I hate the name Balin. From now on, I never want to use that fake name again. Quinn nodded in agreement, as he and his Talon family were on the move. The whole school had been searched top to bottom, and there were still no traces of either Minnie or her father, and the search had even extended to other family members as well. Jared, one of the top students before Minnie came along, was paying attention to what the others were saying. While sitting in his class seat, he closed his eyes, focusing on his ears. Although a vampire's hearing was better than most, it was hard for them to separate the conversation and sounds around them. The more they could hear also meant that there were more distractions, but Jared had been training with one of the best in the settlement, the original known as Magnus. So they're looking for Minnie and her family? What happened? Did they find out about Minnie and her mother's strength? No, that makes no sense, especially for something this big. Looking at the palm of his hand, there was a small marking that started to light up, the image of an eye and two wings. Soon he had connected with a certain someone. Master. The settlement. It's in chaos searching for Minnie and her family. Do you know what's going on? Jared asked. The marking had been made shortly after Jared had become Magnus' student, and he stated it was necessary for the two to have each other's trust. It's an order from Jim, Magnus replied. There is something I want to warn you about. I'm not entirely sure things are making sense, and I'm worried about something. If I come back and I don't seem like myself, I want you to remember the task. The Talon family has to stay alive. The communication was broken off as the marking that lit up on his hand started to disappear. There was an uneasy look on Jared's face because the way things were, how could someone like him interfere, and what would Magnus, an original, worry about? Quinn and the entire family were using a mix of shadow travel and their speed to get around the settlement. They could move from alleyway to alleyway quickly, and the shadow was mostly unnoticeable in the darkest of areas. But they were all starting to worry about something. They noticed that Quinn was breathing relatively heavy. He wasn't fighting and was only using his shadow, so it didn't make any sense for him to be out of breath. For a second, while they were standing in the alleyway, Layla placed her hand on Quinn, and she used her chi to try and sense the energy inside his body. Quinn, your energy, Layla said, almost horrified. I know, Quinn replied. We have to get off this planet first, and then I can start to worry about myself. Layla agreed, but she was worried at what she had seen. Inside Quinn's body, there was a battle going on inside even now. It looked like a foreign energy was fighting his insides, and it was aggressive as it was trying its best to take over the chi, as well as the vampire aura, inside his body. Even now, while moving, Quinn was focusing, trying to fight against the energy. He could only guess that something had happened during his fight with Ray. Not saying anything else about it, they continued further until they could see the large space docking station. It was a large oval-shaped design that had an open top that allowed spaceships to fly in and out of. "We have to get one of the ships on the top floor," Layla stated. They might have even disabled access to all of the other floors. Since there were guards all around the place, getting to the top without being seen was impossible. There was only one thing that could be done. Minnie was placed on the floor, and Quinn had his eyes set on the 12 guards in one area in front of him. Nitro Accelerate activated. Your skill is still on cooldown. Your health will be used in place to activate the skill. In a quick dash, Quinn had gotten over to the other side before the others could see him, and going from one vampire to the next, using the exact right amount of force, he was able to knock them all out. The others quickly got in his shadow, as he scaled up the building, and in the end, they had eventually reached the top floor. There had to be hundreds of spaceships in the one area, and they had plenty to choose from, but there was a clear problem in front of them. "I told you it was a good idea to wait up here," a voice said. "When trying to catch the enemy, you need to think like the enemy." "Yes, although it was my plan to come up to the top floor." "Ah, you just got lucky," the male voice said back. When Quinn and Layla looked at the people in front of them who were waiting for them, both of her hands were shaking, their lips quivered, and Minnie knew why as well. "That's Uncle Fex, and Uncle Xander, right, and also Auntie Muka. Why are they all trying to hurt us? How can they not remember us?" Minnie started to cry. "Look what you did," Fex shouted. "Xander, it was because of your face that you made the girl cry." "Me?" Xander pointed at himself. "But why did she call us uncle? I have never met her before, have you?" The two looked at each other, rightly confused. "That doesn't matter. Our leaders and Jim have given us an order. We are to stop this family from leaving this place," Muka said, as she held up her mace. "The whole thing could be a trick." Quinn walked forward in front of the others, and as he did, Muka charged forward and gathered all of her aura into the mace, trying to slam it on top of Quinn's head. He lifted his hand and blocked the attack with ease. Meanwhile, Fex attempted to use his string and wrapped it around Quinn's hand, but when he pulled, he didn't budge at all. Xander attempted to move forward, but Layla, with her hand out, was stopping him from getting involved in the fight at all. "I don't want to fight any of you. You are all my friends," Quinn said with a pained look. "I know you can't remember me. I know it's impossible for you to think that way, but Jim Eno has changed all of your memories." Quinn thought about what to say to the others if he had ever come into this situation. He was unable to do so against Ray, but with these he could plant a seed of doubt. "In your memories, everything you did, Jim Eno was by your side. If that is truly the case, then ask him questions that only he should know. Ask him about the time me and you became sworn blood brothers. Ask him about when we first met in the military academy." The anger was directed at Fex when it took place. "Don't ask him about recent events, but events that were ingrained long ago. When the vampire settlement was in trouble, and I was framed for murder. Who worked together?" Quinn looked at Muka. Layla now could see what he was doing. "And ask him about us, Xander," Layla shouted. "Search in your memories of when the humans invaded the settlement. When we looked after your and Amy's kids together. Something has to not make sense." All of them still didn't seem convinced, but Quinn was hoping while he was away, the seeds of doubt would start to spread. Quinn let out his hand, as he could feel Layla had activated her soul weapon. She started to absorb his chi that he was giving to her. With that, she made a big push of the third stage, as well as using her telekinesis ability, and a large wave of force was suddenly felt on all three as they were chucked in the air and falling down to the ground. There was no time for sad thoughts, as the Talon family got on board one of the small ships, and started to fly away into space. As to where they were going or who they could go to, they had no idea. A few moments later, when they were in the clear and aimlessly just flying about, Quinn placed his head down on the table. "What do I do?" Quinn said, and his family had decided to leave him alone, at least for now. Changing his clothes, Quinn took off the heavy armor and changed back to his guard uniform he was using before. It was what he used as a soldier in the fight as well. It was lighter than his armor, and there was something else he was trying to figure out as well. "I have given you what you need." That's what Edvard said. Thinking back to when Edvard went to attack him, Quinn noticed something weird. At the last moment, rather than a fist, it changed to hand, as he was reaching out trying to give him something. Checking over the guard uniform, Quinn had eventually found it, or more rightly so, it had found him as a small spider hopped off from his body and stood there right in front of him. Looking at the spider, Quinn could only think of one person: Logan. Quest completed. Survive. Before looking at the little spider that seemed to be moving up and down like it was at some type of rave, Quinn decided to take a look at his system. Because for the first time in a long time, he had received a quest complete message. Since he had been living a peaceful life, and even before then, Quinn never saw messages from the system. On top of that, he could utilize nearly all of his skills without having to access the system like he used to do in the past. Which was why he rarely went into his system. Even simple things like the inspect skill he would use without a second thought, and it had pretty much become a part of his life to see information about certain items. Although the information it would give him, from time to time, would be next to useless, still at times if the system didn't show him something that would also be valuable information. I struggled. I really did struggle when fighting against Ray. I thought I was at my peak in terms of strength. I have strong weapons, some of the best armor and more, yet Ray was still able to beat me with almost raw power. The system, it already maxed out my stats, and other than the energy I use, such as blood aura, chi, and the shadow, I haven't been able to improve in terms of any other aspects. If it's a reward at this stage, and for surviving, then it has to be something. Something that can help me out so the same thing doesn't happen again. This was a rare feeling for Quinn. It had been a while since he felt like he was relying on the system for help, a way for him to grow in strength. Finding out how to use the shadow, improving his blood and fighting skills, it all felt like it was him before. Alright, let's see what the reward is. Quest complete. The transformation bloodsucker has evolved. Your blood aura has evolved, allowing for your bloodsucker form to advance. The bloodsucker transformation will no longer be referred to as bloodsucker, and instead is now referred to as the vampire demon form. You have unlocked the ability to transform into the vampire demon form. A new form. This was not what I expected. Quinn's eyes widened as he looked at the words from the system and started to think back. He remembered when he himself had unlocked the bloodsucker form. Originally, it was a form that was banned from the vampire settlement. There were often two ways one would become a bloodsucker. Either from the starvation of blood, the vampire would change only caring about one thing, or from consuming too much blood without weaning off of it. Eventually becoming addicted, it would make the vampire body feel like it was craving for blood the whole time. Originally, it was banned due to the mindlessness it would cause in a vampire, but later it was proved that the form could be controlled. This was true of Quinn and others as well. Quinn himself would turn into the form by expending all of the other energies out from his body and allowing the vampire aura to only be left inside. It was a form that doubled his stats and made him twice as strong and fast. However, there were multiple problems with the form. One of the biggest was the health of a bloodsucker was extremely low, and on top of that the use of blood skills was out of the question as well as using his ability. For some reason, he just was unable to control his body as well. Because of all of these downsides, Quinn didn't use the bloodsucker form much. His armor skills, his absolute blood control, and his shadow ability always just seemed like a better option in terms of fighting and versatility, but this new form, he was sure that there would be large differences. The fact that it's called a vampire demon form doesn't sound too pleasing. Weren't those from the same place as Immortality also called demons? As Quinn went to look into more information about the demon form, he suddenly saw something was past his face, and a few seconds later, Minnie had landed in his lap. "Galen, Mum said we were not allowed to go near Dad," Minnie shouted. Turning his head, Quinn could see that Galen was on the floor, standing and calm as he looked at the two of them. Were the two of them playing catch or something? Quinn thought. Judging from Minnie's tone of voice, It didn't sound like she was taking it easy in trying to catch her brother either. Although she hadn't transformed into her celestial form, she was still fast for a vampire. Is Galen really that fast? I have started to notice some strange things about Galen, which I can't help but worry about, Quinn thought. Lifting up Minnie, Quinn could see that the small robotic spider was still safe, and after what happened, he thought that it was best if he looked at what was on it before the kids destroyed it. Placing Minnie down, Layla soon came behind, and they were both ready. Is this what I think it is? Layla asked. Yeah, Edvard. He snuck it onto my body. I can only guess that the two of them met somehow. Wait, if he gave this to you and communicated through Edvard, then does that mean he remembered and that he's not really on Jim's side? Layla said, surprised. We can't get our hopes up. We saw the fact that everyone thinks of us as enemies, and something like that had even worked on Ray. So it's more likely than not that it worked on more people than it didn't. It was true, but the fact that Edvard said this had the answers they would need, they were putting hope into whatever it was. When Quinn went to touch the spider, it started to move about. It went over to the computer terminal and soon transformed into a nanostick. After that, the onboard screen started to appear, and just as they thought, the person that was on the screen was none other than Logan. The area he was in was familiar to them as well. It looked like whatever message this was, it was recorded in Green Tower. The person who is currently speaking now is Logan Green, and the contents of this message are meant for a single person only, and that person is Quinn Talon. If you are not Quinn Talon, then you should stop this video now. It was a strange way to start off a video message, that was for sure, but at the end of the day Logan had always been a little strange. However, this did mean one thing: for some reason Logan was reaching out to them and directly to them as well. Now that we have established that you are Quinn Talon, I shall proceed with my message. The first thing I would like to say is that I apologize. There are two things that I apologize for. The first is that I do not remember you. I'm sure that this will come as a shock to you, but my predictions are that you will have already figured this out as you talk to others, because I am not the only one that has forgotten you, but everyone has. Which brings me on to the second reason why I will apologize, and that is because I was unable to stop this from happening. From what I have learned, I would have done everything in my power to help you, Quinn Talon. After much deliberation, I had decided to make this video. In this video, I will explain everything I have found out. Why, even though I have forgotten about you, I still know about you and your deeds, as well as information on what you can do to reverse this whole thing. What I'm talking about, of course, is everyone's memories. Clenching his fist, Quinn realized what Edvard meant now. This was it. Edvard had risked himself to get this information over to Quinn, and he had succeeded in finding out. It was the answer to turning everything back to the way it was. Seeing Logan on the screen saying what he was saying, it felt calming. Although Quinn's name in the past was referred to as the hero, the one who had resolved the issues with the vampires, celestials, and the Dalki, that effort wasn't something that was done on his own. People often forgot about that, and it was one of the things that Quinn wanted to correct, was the credit. It wasn't just his effort, it was the effort of the whole of the cursed faction. When everyone's memories had changed, it meant that whatever the problems were, this time he needed to try and resolve them himself. However, it proved difficult, and even now, Logan was helping him in some way. There is a lot for me to explain, so I need you to listen carefully, Logan said on the video as he moved and went to a floating orb device. It was large in size and had several visible currents running through it. This device here is the Green family's legacy, a device that was created so one could pass on visual memories to the next person. You can think of it as a diary, only far more accurate. My family, when they had perished, they had used this device to pass on their memories to me. Since then, I have also been updating the diary with my own memories to pass on my legacy. At the same time, to keep a record of information I had, as well as that of Richard Eno. It goes without saying that device can only work with a member of the Green family, which means it cannot be tampered with. Quinn was figuring out why Logan had decided to send him this message. You see, for me there were no differences in my day-to-day life. I did as I usually would have done, and when I went to update the diary, that's when I figured out there was a problem. The visuals and the memories that were currently in the diary didn't match up with my own. What I could remember in my head, in my own brain, didn't match with what was recorded. In fact, the machine also realized that, stating if I would like to override the current data with what was already in my head. Because of this, I went through and watched all of the visuals. The orb was starting to display holograms in the video, showing videos of what they had been through and showing a lot of Quinn in his memories. How was this possible? How could someone who was so involved in my life be someone that I no longer had any recognition of anymore? In the end, I had to make a choice. Do I trust what I could remember now in my mind, or what is recorded? Going by my ethos, machines are far more trustable than humans, and that includes myself. Which is why I decided to help you, Quinn. I have to admit it is strange, me putting in so much effort to help someone that I don't know. But as I watched the past videos over and over, I realized how much you must have meant to me for me to do all of that. Seeing and hearing everything so far was bringing a tear to Layla's eye. Similar to Quinn, she too was feeling the strain of not having everyone. Yes, she had her family, but no one to talk to about the past as it was too risky to make friends and more. That Logan, he's one crazy guy, Layla said, wiping her face. You're right, only Logan would record past events, and on top of that, only he would trust what was on a machine rather than what was in his head. Quinn stated. As I researched more into the mess, I found out that my own lab was used to create programs that would erase any data, articles or videos that mentioned you. I have managed to obtain all that data and store it in a database, but at the moment, there is no point in releasing it, and it would alert Jim to my own position in all of this. When looking at the data, it was quite obvious as to who was behind everything, but getting to the certain individual was troublesome even for me, so I needed some help. Searching through the memories, I tried to find someone who might believe me if I told them the truth, and I had finally found someone. Someone who has the same face as yourself and is kept by Jim's side, Viknant Eno. This was good news for Quinn due to the past between the two. He was somewhat worried that Jim would kill Vincent the moment the two of them met. Not only did Vincent have a calm head on his shoulders and could understand the data, if he was ever to meet you it would be more than enough evidence. Fortunately, the two of us met easier than expected as Jim had sent Vincent to me. He had asked the two of us to create a device that could stretch the effect of abilities outward, to research how certain conditions worked and more. During this time I spoke to Vincent a lot and managed to convince him of the truth. At the same time we had finished completing the device, not fully knowing what it was being used for. Now for the important parts for yourself. Working with Vincent, we were able to uncover a lot. Jim asks Vincent to do a lot of tasks on his behalf, which has allowed him to find out a lot. Quinn and Layla leaned forward, making sure not to miss a word, as Logan went into detail about the next subject. There is a person who used to work side by side with Jim as well as Jack Truedream. During their travels, it was because of this person they were able to get backhand deals across the universe to start the Marpo cruise business. This person's name goes by Malik, an ability user who is able to change memories. The ability is a powerful one, and there seems to be no limit to what he can change, adjust or replace completely from one's mind. When cross-referencing it with other information, it is without a doubt an ability that would be considered God-Slayer level. Quinn's heart thumped. There was such a dangerous person, this entire time that he had no clue about. If it truly was a God-Slayer level ability, then it would also explain how Ray had been influenced as well. After all, even Russ, another one with a God-Slayer ability, was able to copy the powers of the Celestials and Quinn's shadow power, although he was limited by the amount of MC cells he could use. Without having one's ability themselves, it was hard to know how the MC cells would be used. Was it the amount of memories that changed, or depending on who it was used on? If it was the latter, after fighting Ray, Quinn still couldn't imagine the ability working on him. A strong ability like that needs a strong condition. Even Jack Truedream needed to touch his victims through their lips. As for Malik, the condition was a touch. Without touching another, he was unable to change their memories. Both Quinn and Layla raised an eyebrow at that point, because it didn't make any sense. According to Layla, everyone's memories had changed after they experienced a headache. It would be impossible to change people's memories one by one like this. By now, you are perhaps slightly confused, Logan stated. Which makes sense, but if you listen back to what I said before, Me and Viknant had successfully created a device that would allow one to use their ability in a wide range. However, even if Malik was placed in this device, it would have little effect. Although the amount of MC cells he has is large, it still wasn't enough to have a wide effect for his ability. I ran the calculations and it didn't make sense. That was until I realized that there was another person who has been removed from our memories. If it was with him, then it would work. Another person? Quinn thought. When thinking about the question that had been asked, Quinn wondered, what benefit would Jim gain from removing all memories of a certain individual? He understood himself, and from Layla being the leader of the Red Vampires, Quinn understood her as well. At first, Quinn thought of Layla, but that couldn't have been the case because she was right next to him and by his side. But then Quinn started to think further. Russ was currently on Earth and he had been relaying all the information he could find back to them. Yet, he stated that there was one group who he was unable to get any information at all on. It was the Blade family. Their powers could also be taken advantage of, and if they managed to get to one person in particular, then things were somewhat starting to make sense. I think I gave you enough time for you to have figured out the answer yourself. Logan finally spoke. He had been quiet for a while. It almost looked like the video had stopped, but he had simply just predicted how long it would take for Quinn to come to an answer. The person that was removed from everyone's mind was the one known as Syl. The strange thing is, the Blade family themselves are still something that is in everyone's mind, yet Syl is not. From the information I have, my wife is related to Syl, yet she has no memory of him whatsoever. However, from asking her a set of questions, I was beginning to learn the power of the Blade family. With that, I managed to put 2 and 2 together. What if Syl managed to touch Malik? What would occur? Would Malik change his memories at that point? Equally, wouldn't that mean that Syl had obtained his power? You see, the Blade's power is limited to those that are human, and although Malik has a Godslayer power, he is certainly human. With Syl's power, using Malky's power as well as all the strongest abilities he has gathered, if he were to use the device that we created, then a mass change of memories is certainly possible. Quinn was just imagining the amount of MC cells Syl would have, but worst of all was the fact that if Syl was behind this, it meant that his memoirs had changed as well. Wasn't Syl meant to go out exploring again? How did they manage to come across him? On top of that, even if they did come across him, how were they able to get close enough to touch him? I started to do some research along with Vincent to find out what had occurred. Luckily, Jim and Jack seemed to have too much faith in these memory-changing abilities. The Blade ship was easy to find, and there was even footage that I was able to recover. If I simply told you what had occurred, it would be difficult to believe or comprehend, which is why I have set up a simulation for you of the events that happened that day. Once the video ends, my little spider will plug into your ship's mainframe and give you coordinates to a certain location. It's to a beast planet. The coordinates will send you to a place where there is next to no life, but buried in the ground is a teleporter. Once you input these numbers, 5, 6, 2, 4, 7, 7, 9, the teleporter will activate. As for its location, it will be Earth. The teleporter will take you to one of the Green family bases, in a canyon. No one knows about this other than I. There you will find out what happened to Syl, and from there you can communicate with me, and tell me your next move. With that, the video had ended and the spider was doing exactly as it said it would. Are we heading back to Earth then? Layla asked. Of course we are. Quinn snapped back. We need to find out what happened to Syl. If Logan thinks it's important for us to find out, then it has to be something big. But then, why didn't he tell us in the video? It's dangerous to go back to Earth with the way things are, even with Logan's setup. Then what do we do? Quinn asked. The room was filled with silence, as Layla didn't have an answer for that. The spaceship was currently on autopilot, and rather than argue with Quinn, Layla had decided to look after the kids while trying to calm them down. She would try her best to explain what was happening and what they were going to do, even though she still wasn't too sure herself. As for Quinn, he couldn't stop thinking about how they had managed to get Syl. If what Logan is saying is true, and Syl was the cause of the mass memory change, it would mean they would have had to have gotten close to him. Did Syl lose a fight? But how? He is as strong as me, and in some cases I would say stronger. There's Ray. If it was him, then maybe he could have been the one to beat Syl. Or perhaps it was Syl that beat Ray. But no, then that still wouldn't make sense. No matter how Quinn went about it, the fact that both Syl and Ray had their memories changed meant one of them had to have lost a fight or have been tricked. I guess we'll find out soon. Back in the vampire settlement, it had been a while since Quinn and the others had escaped. Since Mukka and those that were along with her had seen it firsthand, they had reported this to the others. The search had been called off and they had failed at their task. Currently, all of them were at an inn to gather around a table. All of those that had failed at stopping Quinn from escaping. We can't be down forever about it, Vex said as he lifted up his class. And besides, they didn't seem that dangerous to me. And you would know what dangerous is? Xander replied. Didn't you hear the news that's coming from the Namrik planet? He attacked the original leaders. Yes. But how did one manage to get from there to here so fast? That doesn't make any sense. Mukka added. A lot of things haven't been making sense lately. Vex took a big chug of his drink. Over the course of time, I would say that I have gotten quite good at reading others' facial expressions. When he said those words up there, when he called me blood brother, I could tell it was painful for him. If the reports are true about what he did on the Namrik planet, then at any time he could have killed us. It would have been the safer option to leave no witnesses, and yet he didn't. Xander slammed the table with his hand at that point. Don't tell me you actually believe what he said. That's what he wanted to do, to put doubts in our heads, and you are falling right for their trap. Well, there is one way to find out, Mukka said. We have all been through a lot with Jim, but lately he has been distant with us. If we were to ask to meet with him and talk about a few things, wouldn't we be able to confirm if what this person said is true or not? The other two didn't say anything because it was a crazy suggestion in the first place, but they both did have a small itch nagging them to find out. As the three were talking, running in from outside was one of the vampires, as they were shouting about a commotion outside. A loud sound could be heard of jets rumbling and the whole settlement was slightly shaking. As the three went outside and looked toward the sky, they could see one of the Marpo cruise ships had returned. But it wasn't one with Jim Eno on board. It was one with Jack Truedream instead. The Talon family had decided to continue to follow the instructions that were set out by Logan Green. After analyzing the situation, Layla actually believed it was the best thing to do, because after all, they still had no direction or place to go. However, there was one thing that she had suggested to Quinn before heading to Earth. While they were still heading to the Beast Planet, she had brought it up. I think we should contact Russ and tell him to meet us there, Layla suggested. Russ? He has been gathering details about what has been going on Earth for a while, right? Quinn replied. Russ was a godslayer who had a strong ability and one way or another was also able to escape the memory change. The reason was still unclear, which also meant it was unclear if he could escape it if it was to happen again. On top of that, unlike Vex and the others, Russ wasn't particularly an ally. He was someone that Quinn had been controlling with chi control, and although the chi control was still present, there were a number of thoughts going through his head. What if he used a family member of his as a hostage to tell him to take the chi control away? Perhaps he would need to update the chi commands to suggest to protect and not harm anyone from the Talon family. I know you don't trust Russ so much, but Quinn, you have to think about it. We might find out how all of this mind mess has happened, but what if we can't reverse it? Are you planning on going against Jim? Or Jack? Jack has a whole army of Dalki behind his back, and the support of the humans. They're not the same as they were before either. There are possibly multiple high-spike Dalki, and those that have abilities. While at the same time you then have Jim, the vampires, and fighting against all our friends. I know you like to try to do things on your own, to try not involve others in all of this, but you already tried that and it didn't work out. So maybe it's time we start looking for help, and I think Russ can be a big help to us. Putting it in that perspective, Quinn felt like he had only touched the tip of the iceberg with everything that was going on. The thing was, he had failed at the first hurdle. Tell him to meet us at Logan's base, but he needs to make sure he is not followed. He is to meet us outside of the base, and not step a foot inside. It didn't take long for them to reach the planet where Logan had left the teleporter, and it was in the exact position he had described it would be. There were a couple of beasts in the area, but they quickly went away when Quinn showed a little of his energy. While on the planet, it did give Quinn an idea, combining what Layla had said before. Either way, he needed to get something else out of the way first. After digging up the teleporter and typing in the code that Logan had given, it was time for them to do the rest. Each of them held on to each other as they went through the teleporter, and moments later, they were no longer on the same planet. They had reached the other side. There were clear blue skies, the sun was shining bright, and the ground was hard and orange. "Wait, Galen, are you okay?" Layla quickly turned around. The vampire settlement had the sun blocked out, and since they had been living there, they also didn't bother getting a ring for little Galen. Of course, there were those who would build up tolerance to the pain from the sun, but Galen was just too young, and there was no set training for him to do so. As Layla rushed towards him, they soon saw that he was just standing in the sun fine. There were no signs of discomfort on his face, nor was he itching his skin rapidly, like vampires would do. "Are you okay?" Layla asked. Since Galen was still unable to speak, he nodded his head. "So that's the new little family member. He certainly takes after all of you," a male voice said from behind. When Quinn turned his head, he could see Russ was standing there. He had his long blonde hair, down by his side, and looked to be in white-colored clothing, making him almost dressed as a saint, even though he was nothing like one. Immediately, Quinn moved to his side and placed his head on his hand. Russ went to bat it away, but before he could, Quinn gave a few words of warning. "Let me do what I need to do. Otherwise I'll squeeze your head so hard it will explode like a watermelon." Russ stopped there and gulped as he could feel the chi flowing into his body and up toward his head. For some reason, Quinn was even more frustrated than he usually would have been, and it was clear that he wasn't in the mood for jokes. Lifting his hand from Russ's head, the new chi commands were made clear to him. "You are to protect the Talon family with your life, and in no way are you to harm any of them." Russ looked behind Quinn and the other three. "I understand, but if you want me to help protect your family, can you stop making my job so difficult?" The look from Quinn's face showed that he didn't quite understand what Russ meant by this. "Your name," Russ explained. "I know you have been quite busy, you see. I knew you wanted everyone to remember your name, but I didn't think you wanted them to know it in this way." "What's happened?" Layla asked, stepping forward. "Is it to do with Earth?" Russ nodded. "Everyone practically knows who Quinn Talon is now, as they keep broadcasting the news as to what he has done. They're selling the story as though he is some type of celestial demon that managed to come through the cracks before they closed the portal. Your appearance has been shared with everyone. I don't think it's a good idea for you to stay on Earth. At least that is the suggestion I would make." It was to be expected, and with a spin like that, it also explained Quinn's absurd strength. The only thing Jim couldn't explain was his shadow powers. However, the humans would care little about that. Behind Russ, a large mansion that was partly built into a cliffside could be seen. It was square-shaped, and looked to be made of a strong metal that looked as if it could withstand quite a beating. Just looking at it, they all knew that they were at the right base. "It's okay," Quinn said. "We don't plan to stay here for long." Walking up to the front entrance, it was hard to tell where it was, since all of the front was made out of the same material, but as they approached it, a sound was heard, and the door was already starting to open up on its own. They walked into a large open room, with high ceilings, and the area was completely white. There was a sofa, a large TV, and a kitchen area to the right of them that looked like it could entertain 50 or so guests. As they took steps on the floor, the panels underneath them would light up and make a small chime. It certainly was filled with technology and a certain style. "This is so cool," Minnie said. "Can't we just live here?" "I'm sorry, but this place doesn't belong to us, so we can only stay here for a short while," Layla explained. After hearing what Russ said, she was too afraid that they would eventually find out about this place as well. Following Quinn, as he went first in case there was anything, Quinn soon stopped. "There's someone else here," Quinn stated. The others could now hear it too, because the strange noise the panels would make as they stepped on them were continuing to be heard. Turning around the corner, the person could finally be seen, and as soon as they met the others, the person bowed down in front of them. "It is nice to meet you all," the person said. "Daddy, have I seen her before?" Minnie asked, not too sure. It was the same for the others, but Quinn could remember her, and he never expected to see her in a place like this. "Cyril, do you remember me?" Quinn asked. The person standing in front of Russ and the Talon family had fair skin that almost had a tint of blue in it, a slim figure, and was wearing an overflowing dress, which revealed that on parts of her skin there were what looked like fish scales. This was because the person known as Cyril wasn't human. She was from the Mermerial race, a race that humans had yet to come in contact with. However, Cyril wasn't a normal Mermerial, and one could see it in her eyes. "Is she a vampire?" Russ asked as he could see her red eyes, a trait of the vampires, yet the others knew due to their sense of smell that Cyril didn't quite smell like a vampire. "I apologize," Cyril stated as she knelt over. "I do not remember you. However, Logan has explained to me about who you are. He has been looking after me and sent me here a while ago. He said to wait for you and to help you with whatever is needed. I would like to add, although I do not remember you, I know you have done a lot for me. I remember what happened on my planet, and although Jim is the one filled in my memories, Logan had made it quite clear that he was not the one that helped me. In the first place, it seems like he doesn't even know I exist." It made sense, since Jim wasn't aware of what Quinn had done while away. He had no clue about the Memorials, nor did he know that he had created something completely unique. Something wasn't a vampire or human or Mermerial. "I'm sorry I haven't been able to help you much after what I did," Quinn said. The last he remembered of Cyril was that she had been training with Mitchell to get a control of her powers. Other than that, he actually had no clue what she could do, but after taking her away from her home planet and turning her into this, he felt responsible for her as well. For now, he was just thankful that Logan had been looking after her. If Jim did find her, he could only imagine what he might attempt to do. "It's okay. I know the situation is complicated. I'm just thankful that you have finally arrived. Please follow me," Cyril said, as she started to walk away, going further into the large building. "Is this a trap?" Russ asked. "I don't think so, and I can't sense anyone else being here," Quinn replied, walking ahead. Since Quinn was up in front, it did give Russ a bit of confidence as well. After his last scuffle by the side of Layla against the Dalki, he was a bit worried that he might come across some dangerous people, at least when traveling alongside these people. Eventually Cyril had led them into another large open room. But this one was completely empty apart from a large electronic orb that was hanging from the ceiling. Once everyone was inside, the door closed behind them, and Cyril turned around to face the others. "What you are about to see is a simulation." Logan stated he was able to find the Blade ship. It was mostly destroyed, but he was able to recover data from a number of different cameras that were placed around the ship. With all the information he gathered, he was able to make a simulation of the events that had occurred on that day. After that, there is a final video that Logan wishes me to play for you all. Nothing else was said, and there was no time for the others to ask questions as the ball on the ceiling started to spin, and the room around them was starting to change. It felt like they were being transported, and in a way that was exactly what was happening. They were being transported to the Blade ship. It felt like they were really there, as they could see the inside of the ship. The ground was made out of metal, and they weren't sure if they were imagining it or not, but it seemed like they could smell it as well, and that's when they could see. Currently, they were inside some type of meeting room on the ship. There were several seats, but there were only 3 individuals inside. Shiro, Borden, and finally there was Syl as well. Syl was on the Blade ship all along. He never went back out? Quinn thought, seeing this. Syl was the one who had called both Shiro and Borden to come meet him, yet he hadn't said anything for a while, and the two weren't so sure of themselves. "Syl, is everything all right?" Shiro asked. "You have been worried since you've been here. Every little report that the Blades got, whether that be about the chain we have found or something else, you have been involved in." "Don't misunderstand, brother," Borden said. "It's not like we don't like you being here with us. You are part of our family and you are always welcome here. It's just we are worried and you still won't speak to us. Syl finally let out a big sigh. As it had come to this, he felt like he had to tell them. We were attacked recently by the being known as a celestial, right? If I wasn't here, do you think you would have been able to take them on? The simulation paused for a second, as footage appeared in front of the others, of Syl taking care of the celestial. Quinn had known there were multiple attacks, but didn't know about what had happened to Syl. Unfortunately, the footage only showed what happened on the Blade ship, and not what had happened when Syl had left for an unknown reason. That was unusual, but we survived that. So why are you still acting the way you are acting now? Shiro asked. A while ago, I looked into the future with my powers, and I saw that the Blade family was completely destroyed. Syl explained. In the vision, I wasn't originally there. You see, because before that I saw another vision of Celestials coming to destroy Earth. So I left to take of them. When the Celestials had attacked the Blade ship, I thought I managed to fend them off. I was here this time, unlike in my vision I was able to fend them off, but I was curious. Curious to see what the future was like. The other two could tell that it was hard for Syl to speak. I did what I shouldn't have done and looked into the future one more time. All I can say is, the Blade family, everyone is still not safe. The problem is when I'm looking that far ahead, it's hard to get an accurate set of events. It's hard to control the amount of MC cells to use to see a certain period ahead. So I have no clue what caused it, or when it will happen, but I know it will happen, which is why I'm staying here. It was also why Syl didn't like to use his ability to look so far ahead. Because now, what about the first vision he had seen? Would that come true now that he wasn't actively out there trying to stop them? It was hard to say, and since Quinn was busy dealing with other problems, Syl didn't want him to get involved. Quinn knew what he was watching. He was watching how Syl was involved in all of this. How it had come to this point, and it would give him a lot of answers that he was looking for. The video soon had skipped over a few hours, days. There was no frame of reference for how long it had been. But soon the whole ship was sounding an alarm. There is a gigantic vessel heading our way. We have tried to open communications with it, but it's refusing to respond. One of the men in the command said. Syl, Shiro, and Borden had rushed to the large command room where there was open glass that allowed them to see directly into space, and there they could see it. A gigantic ship heading towards them, and written on the side were the words Marpo Cruz. Sir, the ship has opened up communications with us. Put them through, Shiro ordered. Oh, I bet you weren't expecting to hear this voice. But this is a nice feeling, isn't it? I'm almost getting a sense of déjà vu, of traveling to a particular island, unaware of what was to come of me. This time, things won't be the same. The voice was without a doubt Jack Truedream. The voice wasn't recognizable to Syl, so he tried to go through his memory bank, but it just wasn't ringing a bell. But for one of the ones by his side, Shiro's body was shaking with uncertainty. Shiro, who is it? Is it someone that we should be worried about? Syl asked, seeing his reaction. I'm not Shiro, he answered. It's Vorden, and maybe you don't remember too much about what happened back then. But it's Jack Truedream, one of the big four. He had attacked Blade Island back then, searching for Quinn's power, but Hilston and the rest on the island got rid of him. Of course, we knew he was alive. There wasn't much else for Vorden to say, as Syl could figure it out based on the words he had said before. Jack Truedream had a grudge against the Blade family, like many others did as well. That damn father of ours. Syl clenched his fist. Even now, his past is coming back to haunt us. How long do we have to deal with his crap for? We hate him as much as our enemies do. It was painful in a way. The whole reason why the Blades currently existed was to try and make up for the misdeeds of their family. Most of those on the Blade ship were from generations that were abused by Hilston. It doesn't matter who it is, we have to treat every threat the same as we have done so far. Get everyone ready, Syl shouted and ordered. Usually it would be Shiro giving the orders, but ever since Syl had seen visions and stayed on the ship, when it was an attack like this was how he would get. There weren't just those with the Blade ability on board the ship. There were also recruits, those that they had saved and wished to help them with their cause. It was also useful to have them on board so the blades were able to copy their abilities and use them in combat like they needed to now. The blade ship had several round glass rooms that were attached to the outside of the ship. It was designed this way so they could do combat in space in their own unique way. The specially made, what looked like glass, was actually formed out of beast crystal energy. It kept oxygen in so they could breathe well, while also allowing them to use their powers to fire off attacks one way. If an attack was to come in toward them, the crystal energy would instead be used as a shield. A special invention that had been made for them by none other than Logan Green. The problem was, the Marpo cruise was a behemoth compared to them. It was around 100 times bigger than their ship, and they could see several of their weapons, cannons, and more pointed towards them. Some lit up as they were using crystal energy, while others fired out what looked like missiles through space. "Everyone, shields!" Shiro shouted. Using their powers, large force fields were made, stopping the multiple energy blasts before it came toward them. From far away, it looked like a one-sided battle as a heavy shower of lasers were being shot at a small object. Once they had defended themselves from the attacks, the blades started to use their own powers and energy blasts from the ship to fire back. The cannons from the ship did next to nothing as it looked like the Marpo cruise ship had a strong energy shield that could take on the incoming attacks. However, some of the blades' abilities allowed them to attack in different ways. With the ability of acceleration, and the ability to make a large weight lightless. They were using solid heavy beast balls to hold onto and then shoot them through the space right at the ship. The objects were so small but powerful that they broke through the energy shields, destroying part of the Marpo cruise ship. The only problem was, the damage was so small that it wasn't even visible from the distance they were at. Not only that, but the energy blasts weren't the only thing that they needed to worry about, as there looked to be hundreds of missiles in the space coming towards them. The blades, using their powers of heat, wind, and more, tried to hit them, and once in a while an attack would hit and explode the missile in space, but there were just too many. With their concentration on the missiles, an energy blast managed to get through, and had hit the side of the ship, causing the whole ship to veer slightly to the right as impact was made. "A fire has started and is quickly spreading," one reported. "Then get the water ability users to get rid of it, and we will move from there." Several alerts, beeps, and alarms were going off in the command center, showing that the missiles were still coming their way. As one of the workers looked at the screen, he couldn't help but gulp. "They're all going to hit us. We don't have enough power to stop them." He gulped. The sound of footsteps could be heard, and Syl was seen walking past all of the workers that were sitting there on their computer terminals. Syl had stopped as he reached the edge of the large glass. "I will get rid of these, so just focus on everything else for now." Syl lifted his hands, and as he did, the inside of the missiles started to crumble and exploded in space. Some set off a chain reaction, blowing up those next to them. With others, Syl moved one of the missiles into the others, blowing it up. In less than a second, all of the missiles that were in space had exploded and nearly covered the view of everything they could see. The other blade members were left in awe, their mouths wide open. They had seen other blades, there were those that could use the same ability, but they hadn't quite seen just what Syl was capable of doing. Some had heard the rumors, but it wasn't the same as seeing it in person. For someone to have so much strength to destroy those missiles from so far away. The missiles seemed to have stopped after seeing what Syl could do, and they continued to stick to the energy blasts. The blades were holding up, but it was making Shiro nervous. "This is bad, we can't continue on like this. We are hardly putting a dent, and although we are blocking their attacks now, our people will just tire out and run out of MC cells," Shiro said, as he was looking for advice from his fellow leaders who were also in charge of running different departments of the blades, but they were all silent with no suggestions. "We have to fight them head to head. That's the only way," Ratten stated, inside Shiro's head. "Head to head," Shiro replied. "I don't usually agree with Ratten, but he's right." Vorden added, "We can't win a battle in space. In a battle like this, it's either our MC cells run out first or they run out of beast crystals to use, and I doubt they came unprepared. We have to land the ship on a planet and take the battle to them." Shiro thought about it for a while as he looked at Syl. Even Syl was unable to use his full capabilities. "All right, Land the ship on the closest planet. We're taking the fight to the land, Shiro ordered. From the Marpo cruise, Jack could see the ship was making a maneuver and he could guess what it was trying to do. Oh, a bad move. You would have had a lot more chances with a battle in space. This will only make things end quicker, Jack said to himself. Syl was still standing by the glass and he could see the ship was starting to move, but he still wanted to do something. Just because I'm in space, I'm not so weak, Syl exclaimed, as he held out his hand, and one of the large meteoroids that were in space started to move. It was picking up speed, going faster and faster, heading right towards the Marpo cruise. In space there were a number of different things one could use. Meteorites, for instance, would orbit around certain planets, moving slightly. However, with a bit of help, these pieces of rock that were mostly harmless could become dangerous weapons, especially in the hands of someone powerful. Let's see how they deal with this, Syl said, as he chucked both of his hands down using his powers. At the same time, the meteorite in space was hurled right directly towards the Marpo cruise ship. The size of the two were still incomparable, but this would certainly do a large amount of damage at the speed the meteorite was moving. Syl, I thought we had seen it all. But all this time away, you were still gaining strength and getting stronger, Shiro commented. There were smiles on those in the command room. They were happy to know that they had someone like Syl on their side, and could only imagine the look on the face of the others. However, of course Jack Truedream and those on the Marpo cruise ship weren't just going to sit back and do nothing. From their angle, they were unsure what had happened, but a large blast of power went out right toward the meteorite. It didn't look like it had come from any of the cannons or blasters that were on the ship, but had come directly from the front. As it hit the meteorite, it soon broke apart and scattered into small pieces. That's okay, Syl thought. I thought you might have something that could get rid of that. Now that the meteorite had broken into small bits, they were all still flying towards the Marpo cruise ship, and the blasters were being used to fire and disintegrate the small pieces of rock. But there were far too many, and scattered thousands of pieces hit the ship, creating small holes all over the place. The Marpo cruise ship was damaged, and it was a lot more damage than the small marks from before. Damn it! Do they even know how long it will take to repair everything? Jack shouted. Why didn't you stop that? I made sure that none of the pieces hit anywhere important. Is it my job to look after the others as well? Replied. Jack almost looked nervous as he heard the answer. Well, you're not the one that did the damage in the first place. Just follow them and get ready and into the pods. We will stop any of them from flying away, while our ground force will take care of them. The order was made, and those on the Marpo cruise ship started to move. The Blade ship was usually either in Earth's solar system or the Greylash planet solar system, and this time when the attack had appeared they were in the Greylash solar system, part of planets that used to belong to the vampires. They had moved areas due to a mission that the Blade family had been requested to help with. The problem was some of the planets were heavily populated, while others weren't so much. Head to the old vampire settlement. I think that area is safe enough, Shiro ordered. It was the planet the vampires used to live on before it had been moved by Quinn to the Daisy planet. The old settlement, which no longer had any of the castles as such, but due to where it used to be and what it used to represent, it hadn't been inhabited like the other planets. It was further than the planet which was closest to them, but it was worth it because they could imagine they had a pretty big fight on their hands. Still, I can't help but shake off this uneasy feeling, Shiro thought. They aren't using the missiles like they were before, and are just firing at us with energy blasts. The numbers have lowered and there are plenty of their attacks that are missing as well. Either they're running low on beast crystals and our ship being small is hard for them to hit, or it's almost as if they want us to fight on the ground. It was a big concern for Shiro, but what choice did they have? And the Blades were the group with the strongest ability users. A fight face to face was the best option for them. The ship had found the planet they were looking for, and it was moving in fast, but when they were close to the planet, having already breached its atmosphere, a report had come in. Sir, it looks like the ship has stopped giving chase, and they are no longer firing at us. A report came in. Shiro looked at the situation and for now didn't quite land just yet. The ship was staying there, in place, not moving. What do you think they're trying to do? Borden asked. I think they're trapping us and not letting us escape. Shiro replied. If we try to break out and escape, they will rain down everything they have on us. So right now we're stuck. Wait, so even if we land on the planet, what will we do? If we stay there, are they just going to stay there hovering in the air? Borden asked. I don't think so. The Greylash family will find out, and we can easily send a report to the other groups to come to us. No matter how confident he is in his strength, I don't think that's a battle they want. Shiro had to make a decision in the end, and since he hadn't quite landed yet, it looked like the Marpo cruise ship was getting its lasers ready to try to shoot them out of the air regardless. Land, we have to land. The blade ship had finally landed in a large black-covered land. It was void of trees and the area was bumpy, with large craters similar to that of the moon surrounding Earth. All of the blades quickly evacuated from the ship. At any moment it could have blown up from attack, and without them using their powers to protect it, it would be a problem. In total, there were around 150 members that could use the blade ability, and 200 staff with powers of their own. They were ready to move away from the ship, as they thought any second an attack from the Marpo cruise ship would commence and the ship would be blown to pieces. However, they had already taken action, and it wasn't the action they thought would be taken. Flying through the sky, there were a number of black pods. They hailed down into the land, crashing, breaking part of the hard ground and sticking upright. In the large wasteland of the area, they could just see countless numbers of these pods sticking up. They came from the ship, right? What are they? Borden asked. The others were nervous. They readied their abilities, weapons and more, and stood next to each other for help. Syl looked at all of their faces. I should have been able to stop this. It shouldn't have come to this. Syl thought as he walked in front of them all, standing there as if he was ready to protect them. But they wouldn't let him stand on his own. Shiro and Borden quickly jumped over and were by his side. The Blade family. Everyone here, no matter what. I won't let them die. It was then that Syl leaned into Shiro and whispered something in his ear. Syl, you can't do that. You can't. Shiro complained, but it looked like Syl had already made his decision. Just then, a loud clank sound was heard, and not just one, as multiple were going off one after the other. All the strange black pods were starting to open, and a hand was seen on the outside of the pod, pulling itself out. The whole body of the creature had appeared. I was worried about this. How is this even possible? Shiro said. How are the Dalki still alive? And what are they doing with Jack? There were multiple questions that were running through Shiro's head at the time. How were there still Dalki? Their life was meant to be short, around the 50-year mark. There were those that in the end had worked alongside the humans, but they had eventually perished and were unable to reproduce. It was a large threat that everyone knew about, but only few had actually lived through. Yet somehow they were now here again, and they were in front of them. On top of that, they were working side by side with a human that was thought dead. But even if he had managed to survive, he shouldn't have been able to live for so long. It was all confusing, but they didn't have time to worry about that. We need to support the others, Shiro. Borden shouted in his head. They have no experience fighting the Dalki, and they are tough to beat. The Dalki that were coming out were 3 spikes and 4 spikes. There wasn't a single one that was under the 3-spike mark. It would have been tough for any of them to face, even if they had experience. Seeing them all land in one place, Syl was the first to act. Both his hands started to be covered in flames at that point. He was building up his power, ready to attack them all, until thousands of energy blasts could be seen coming through the sky. He quickly needed to change his plan and changed his power as he created a force field above them. It blocked the energy blasts one after the other. This is crazy. Do they not care if they hurt their own people? Shiro shouted. Although Syl was strong, he was going up against an opponent he had never faced before. One that was willing to do anything to win this fight. It was difficult when facing one who had no morals, compared to another that needed to protect those around him. Syl. Don't worry about the Dalki, we will take care of them, Borden shouted as he charged headfirst into the group of Dalki. At the same time, Shiro stood in front of the other ability users, and using their long-ranged attacks, they started to concentrate their power towards the Dalki. A large cut down from the shoulder was delivered to one, but like an unstoppable beast it continued to run forward. Borden saw the injured one, and leapt from his position moving fast in the air, and before the Dalki could react, he grabbed onto its arms and kicked its body away. Both of its arms detached from its body. Not slowing down, Borden was moving again. Heading to the next one, he threw out a fist, aiming to hit the stomach. Borden was always a special Dalki, different from the others, and regardless of his spikes he seemed to have greater power than them. Over the course of time he had learned to utilize this great power, and there was no hesitation in him when attacking those like him because it was his family behind him. They were the ones he wanted to protect. However, something strange had occurred when Borden went to strike the one of the 4 spikes in the stomach. The regular hard black scales that were on the body seemed to have a silver shine in the area of the stomach. Hitting the Dalki, it was lifted into the air, but not quite at the level Borden would have expected, and the Dalki could be seen smiling as it went to throw out its fist that was hardened as well. Luckily, Borden was faster and dodged the hit, grabbing it by its head and pulling its face down right into his knee, crushing it on the spot. What was that? That can't be. The Dalki. Do they have abilities? Borden wasn't the only one that was discovering it as the fight went on. But all of the 4 spiked Dalki seemed to have some type of ability and they were utilizing it well. One of the Dalki even had the power of invisibility and had entered the center of the group. Members of the Blade family were being torn apart, ripped in half and crushed with single punches, yet they had no clue where it was coming from. Thinking fast, using a water ability, Shiro soon started to make it rain. As it did, they were able to see where the Dalki was at. Everyone, concentrate your attack. We can see him now, Shiro stated. A wave of attacks and abilities were used and it hurt the Dalki, and was wearing it down, eventually killing it off. Some of the blades could use 3 or so abilities, making them quite strong when combining the MC cells together. Regardless, it became apparent that there was a problem. Not only could the Dalki use abilities, but they were already plenty strong, and as they got injured they were getting stronger. Whereas for the blades, the more they used their abilities, the weaker they were getting, and it was only a matter of time until they lost the fight. Realizing this, Sil felt like he had to do something. Although his soul weapon allowed him to pick a number of different abilities, he could only use one at a time. The energy blasts were still raining down, and out of frustration, he used his barrier ability and pushed it up even further, to the point where it was blocking the attacks close to where the clouds were on the planet. Then letting up, Sil quickly used his cloning ability, limiting it just to 1 for now. This allowed his clone to continue to make the force field up above. That really annoyed me. It's time to turn the tides, Sil said. Using his soul weapon, the book was brought out, and Sil changed to abilities he thought were useful in dealing with these. After that, he started to clone himself again, duplicating his body, his abilities, and his power, making several of himself. More and more pods were being shot out of the sky, but Sil would deal with them as much as he could, and eventually it looked like there were now 100 more Sils. However, Sil didn't stop there. Opening up a portal, weapons were brought out, but rather being handed to the clones like they usually would have done, they were handed to the other blades. In their hands, they were holding demon-tier weapons that had been gathered from all over the place. Once Sil was done and felt like the others could protect themselves, it was time for him to spring into action. It was almost a one-sided massacre, as each of the Sils were stronger than the 4 spiked Dalki, even if they had abilities. If they had the power of wind, the clone Sil could produce a stronger version of the same thing, and with the super speed and strength as well with all the power from the Nest Crystal Sil had obtained over time, he could take on the Dalki hand-to-hand. One of the Sils avoided a hit from the Dalki, while quickly getting directly behind its head, and with a single hand was able to melt the head on the spot. Sil wasn't the only one doing well on the field, as Borden continued to take out and overpower all the Dalki he was facing. And from above, Jack could see everything that was happening. "Aren't you worried that too many are dying?" "Worried," Jack replied. "If they were too weak, then they are simply failures, and besides I can always make more. This is not a problem. What is a problem is them too. It seems they are a lot stronger than I thought they would be. Do you think you can handle them, H? If you didn't think I could, then we would have never attacked them in the first place." H replied. "Very well, then I think it's time you joined the battle. Get rid of them, But don't kill Sil, I need him, Jack stated. With that, H started to walk off as he was ready to descend. The simulation continued on, and all of them were able to continue to watch the fight. It was amazing as they were able to walk through the field as if they were really there, but it also made the sadness hit just that much more. They could see everything in detail, the worried look on the people's faces, the frightened voices as they called for help and shouted out for the others' names. Seeing this, especially for Quinn, he inwardly struggled. What was he doing while all of this was going on? Right now, he wanted to help, but he needed to remind himself that it was all a simulation, and he needed to see the end, to see what it was that Logan wanted to show him. With the weapons in their hands, the other blades were faring much better than they were before. They had never come across such powerful weapons and more, so more than one of them were able to use them. At the same time, there was no longer oncoming pressure as both Borden and Sil were able to deal with most of the oncoming Dalki. Shiro had stayed behind to stay close to the other blade members. He wasn't so sure if Borden and Sil were doing it instinctively, but they were taking out all of the 4 spikes that had abilities, only allowing a few of the 3 spikes to come attack them. This is going well. At this rate, with all of Sil's clones as well, we will be safe. The problem is, how do we take out the ship, and just how many are on board? Shiro was right to worry because there was more than just the Dalki on board the ship. This was the Marpo cruise which had been going through space for a while now, and along the way they had picked up a number of different mercenaries from different races. Which was just one of the reasons, despite Jack seeing all of this, he wasn't panicked at all, but the main reason he wasn't panicked was because he had H on his side. On the ground, the Daleki were being cleared up fairly quickly. Their bodies torn and thrown about on the ground, pieces of them having been left as nothing but cinders. It wasn't all good news for the Blades though, as there were many on their side that had lost their lives also. But in this situation they needed to look at what they had. Thankfully, it looked like the whole thing would soon be over, as the pods were no longer coming down from above nor were the energy blasts, and Borden had finished of the last of the Dalki. Arg! Borden screamed, covered in green blood as he delivered a final punch right through one of the Dalki's chest. Pulling it out, it had fallen to the floor. Since all the Sil and his clones were done, they stood there above their beaten enemy. But Sil didn't make the clones go away, because he knew that it wasn't the end. The real Sil looked up at the ship. These Dalki had abilities somehow, although most of them were weak. What if a high-spike Dalki were to appear with a high-level ability? I need to stop that ship and destroy everything inside. Who knows, it might already be the case. Sil thought. Just as he was getting ready to change his abilities to fly up to the ship and face them alone, something was seen blasting through the sky. An incredibly large thick blue lighting bolt shocked right from underneath the ship, and it headed right for them. It was powerful, and too fast for Sil to react to stop the attack. But instead he used his powers to create a shield, so the others weren't hurt. When the lightning bolt crashed into the ground, a wave of rocks from the ground kicked up, at least 5 meters high. It blasted it out, continuing on for at least a mile, but the rocks that had hit the shield created by Sil were falling in place. Borden was ahead of Sil, but he should be all right, right? Shiro thought as he covered himself as some of the dirt was getting through parts of the shield. What even was that? Was it an attack from the ship? But then why did it look like a lighting bolt? Eventually, the dust started to settle, and as it did they could see a large figure in their own self-made crater. It wasn't an attack from the ship, but instead it was someone or something landing in the middle of the battlefield. Is that a Dalki? Shiro thought as he saw the outward appearance of it. It was slightly larger than a regular Dalki, and its body shape was a bit different. Usually Dalkis were these masses of muscle, covered in dark scales from head to toe. This one, although larger, was slightly more shaped like a human. Even though the face and body was covered in spikes from head to toe, its face also looked slightly like that of a human as well. It was the structure of it all. That face. Why does it feel familiar? Borden said, as he looked at the scene in front of him through Shiro's eyes. I have the same feeling. Is it someone we know? Ratton asked. Although Shiro was interested in why the two thought this Dalki looked familiar, he was much more concerned about something else instead. On its back, if he wasn't miscounting, he could see 8 spikes leading down it. This shook Shiro to his very core. He could feel his heart racing. The other blades could see it too, but they weren't having the same reaction because they weren't there back then, unlike him. An 8-spiked Dalkey. But how? The only one that ever existed before was Graham, and Quinn defeated him. It nearly took him everything he had, all of his power, to defeat him back then. The sight of what Graham could do, the sheer power he held in his hands, and now all of this was in front of them. It was safe to say that if Syl was unable to defeat a Dalkey on the level of Graham, then they would all be dead because their small attacks and power wouldn't be able to help in the fight at all. Can Syl do this? Can he do this without Quinn? Shrio asked. It was quite clear why they were so confident now, why they were happy to battle out of space. Syl has had 1,000 years to grow since then. Vorden almost shouted. Do you really think he wouldn't be able to handle an 8-spike after all that time? If anything, the fact that it's been that long, and the highest spiked Dalkey they have is an 8-spiked, shows that we don't have to worry. Vorden was shouting because he didn't like the fact that Shiro was doubting Syl, not at a time like this. I think you're forgetting something, Ratton added, being the voice of reason for once. That is not just an 8-spiked Dalkey. We saw how it came here from the sky in a bolt of lighting that was most likely an ability, and if you asked me it looked pretty strong. Vorden didn't say anything else. They knew that the lighting ability was one of the strongest. It was why the blades used it most of the time, including Syl, and for that ability to be on an 8-spiked Dalkey it was a scary thought. Syl could now see the Dalkey as well, and just like his brothers, when he saw the figure and looked at its face, deep into its eyes it was familiar for some reason. Why do you seem so familiar? Syl asked. When he did, the Dalkey looked directly into his eyes, and the scales started to peel away from its face. Up above, in the Marpo Cruzy watching this all, there was an unstoppable laughter coming from Jack. Ha ha ha, ha ha. The 8-spiked Dalkey looked directly into Syl's eyes, and the scales looked to be reverting back into its body, revealing part of its face. There was light skin, and blue eyes could now be seen. It was strange to say the least, because this isn't something that Dalkey were capable of. The only one that could do something like this was Borden, and they never really had figured out the reason why he was different compared to the others. Now that the full face could be seen, they understood why it was familiar. The face that was seen across many of their brothers, sisters, and fathers, it looked like them. Just like Shiro before, now it was Syl whose body was completely shaken. His legs were vibrating, his hands couldn't keep still, and his lips were quivering. How can this be possible? No, it can't be. It's impossible to be him. I killed him not just once, but killed him twice, even with the use of the second chance skill. I destroyed his head. There is no way he could have returned. Syl thought. You seem to recognize me, the Dalkey finally said, the one that was known as H. I have a similar feeling when seeing you, but I'm not quite sure how to feel. Is it anger, happiness, pain? This feeling is annoying. Whether this was Hilston or not, it didn't seem to quite be him, but Syl had to make sure, which was why he shouted out his name. Hilston. Are you still alive? Syl asked. The rest of his clones were ready to move in at any second. My name is not Hilston. I am H. H. The Dalkey replied. It was a confusing matter for Syl, and although he felt like he should attack, he was being cautious. His whole body was reacting to who this person could be, and there was a certain individual who was loving every second of this. Ha ha ha, look at that, you were once so powerful, and now the Blade family can't even move. It truly is a shame that someone so great was able to be killed by someone like you. Jack continued to laugh as he thought back about everything he went through, everything to create the being known as H. After Jack had his whole faction practically wiped out by the Blade family, he was more than obsessed with revenge on them, but not just them, in particular on Hilston Blade himself, who had destroyed everything Jack had built up in an instant. His whole life was destroyed and ruined because of these people, and it had become Jack's goal to get rid of them in Hilston. The thing was, due to certain circumstances, he was trapped, and it was only later that he had learned that Hilston had already been killed, and it was by another Blade no less. His frustration, his grand plan of getting rid of a particular person was ruined. Therefore, he had decided to pass on all his anger and frustration to the one that killed him. It was still a Blade in his mind, and still someone that deserves to be punished. Of course, during his journey he had met Jim and a few others as well. He had learned there were quite a few amazing things that he could do with his power. The group hadn't always stayed far from Earth. In fact, it was the opposite. They wanted to stay in the loop of what was happening and find out everything they could. While Jim was gathering data and heading to certain places that Richard Eno used to be, there was information that Jim felt he could use, and he certainly had found some. What was most surprising was that there was DNA of a particular person in question of Hilston Blade. It was strange to wonder why there was a file of Hilston's Blade DNA in the information, but that wasn't what was important. DNA of special subjects had been used in the past to create a type of superdalky. In one case there was Helen, in others the werewolf DNA that had been mixed with Graham as well. Since they knew the strength of Hilston before creating a dalky with his DNA, they thought it would become something impressive. However, when the dalky first appeared it seemed strange. Since it was only the DNA, there were no memories of the past. It was a fresh dalky, but the blood mixing with the dalky didn't seem to gel too well, and in the end, the dalky that was made had died, quicker than they had expected. The process started again, as both Jim and Jack were determined to create something special. Yet similar occurrences happen. On top of that, there seemed to be no special trait. The whole point of mixing a dalky with powerful DNA was so the dalky that was created would have a special trait. Something that would make it stronger just like the other dalky. Who knew, maybe some of Hilston's abilities would even pass on, although this was unlikely. During their travels as a group though, they did manage to run into a couple, a strong blonde-haired man and woman. They looked quite old, but they were sure of it, they were Blades as well. It was later found that these two were the mother and father of the others, but technically they were really older brothers, since all of them stemmed from Hilston in the first place. Keeping them alive, a mix of all three DNA was being used, combined with the dalky that was being created, and it started to have a stronger form, but yet again the lifespan of the dalky seemed to be less than 2 weeks. Jim thought they were being far too simple in their approach, and in the end the actual bodies of the mother and father were used as well as a dalky to create a hybrid along with the Hilston DNA. Finally, they had created the dalky which they had always been meaning to create. It was a powerful, stronger body than the others and was already born with 6 spikes from the get-go. Hilston was originally a strong human being, who had a strong sense of chi, and there was this strange madness to him that made him powerful. On top of that, there was even more to H, the transferring of abilities. Jack had the blade power with him and placed it inside the dalky, and just like the blades, H could also copy powers. Since the basis of the dalky was originally from Hilston, they named it Project H and stuck with the name, even though there were more of the other blades inside the dalky. However, Jack didn't stop there. During his journey and search for the blades, he had come across one more that was powerful and for some reason traveling on their own. A younger blade named Pi. It was a good test for H to go up against, and there was a clear winner in the end. Although Pi was not wasted, as Jack took his ability from him before his death as well. The thing was, when taking the ability, Jack noticed something, that the ability, although feeling similar in his stomach to the others, it was slightly different. When going next to H, he could feel the energy that was inside him, almost calling out to that which was in H, as if the two wanted to join. What Jack didn't know was that the ability of Pi was different, because in the history of the Blade family, when Pi and his sister Vicky joined hands, they could use their ability together, allowing them to hold 6 abilities. Listening to the power inside him, Jack had given this power to H, and now just like the two, H was not only a powerful and strong dalky that was different compared to the others, it was one that had the power of the blades and the ability to hold 6 abilities. This is over, Jack said, looking at the screen in front of him of the situation down below. Syl continued to look at the dalky. He was unsure whether this was Hilston or not, whether he had somehow survived and had been turned by Jack or some other force, but nonetheless it made him cautious. Because an 8-spike dalky, with a strong lighting ability, was a completely different creature to begin with. I like your power, but I have a feeling that I am stronger. A large lightning bolt formed in H's hand. It condensed into a pure form rather quickly and was hurled towards one of the clones of Syl. It was a powerful throw with a deadly ability. The clone of Syl tried to create a force field, and so did the others that were around him, but they were too slow to act. The shields had been brought up too late, and the lightning had pierced right through one of the Syl's hearts. After it made contact, the strike lit up and practically exploded, destroying the clone and hitting a few of the clones nearby. Although the clones were, in a way, just as powerful as Syl, they didn't seem to react as quickly as he did, nor could they take as much damage. Either way, due to the powerful explosion, it had taken out a few of the other clones that were nearby. Syl turned his head as he thought this wasn't the end, and he was right. H had already moved from his position at a super speed and was in the center of the clones. The Dalki lifted both of its hands that were covered in lighting and slammed them on the floor. A lightning wave was sent out. Some of the Syls leapt up into the air in time, including the real Syl, while the others were shocked and stunned into place. "Do you think I would just let you do what you want?" Syl said, using the same lightning ability had created a type of whip, and as he threw it out, it wrapped around the arm of H. Using all of his power, he started to electrify H's body over and over. But it seemed to do nothing, as H started to spin around and his body was turning into a tornado of flames. The fire was spreading out, taking out some of the clones nearby, but the ones further away switched to a water ability, and fired at the tornado of flames, extinguishing it rather quickly. However, they could no longer see H in the tornado of flames, and another clone of Syl's felt the back of his head being crushed by the pure power of H. "This is more difficult than I thought. He can use more than one ability, so no doubt this is the power of the blades, but an 8-spike Dalki already has speed to keep up with the clones using the super speed, but with this Dalki using the powers, he is far faster than I thought. My powers are stronger if we were to go head-to-head with just abilities, but not strong enough to finish him off. But I have to try," Syl thought. Landing on the ground, Syl made his intentions clear as he started to use the Earth ability to summon a box right around H. Soon all the other clones that were still there were also using the Earth ability to do the same thing. Earth was being condensed on top of Earth, making it as hard as possible. It was being condensed and they were attempting to crush H as they pushed it further and further in. Sweat was running down the clones' faces as they could feel that H was trying to get out. With each large punch, the whole planet felt like it was shaking, but they continued to push the walls, trying to suffocate him, to get rid of him and condensing the Dalki down. The vibrations soon stopped though, and that meant that H was no longer trying to punch the wall. However, a moment later a loud bang was heard and the cube of dirt, that had been heavily condensed, had cracked and eventually a large hole had broken through. The planet felt off balance, making everyone fall over. From the giant Earth cube, pieces could be seen falling as the Dalki figure had come out, with blood dripping over all different parts of its body. Based on the wounds, they looked to have been self-inflicted. "I don't think anyone has pushed me this far. Although I still don't feel as if I'm in danger." The wounds on his body were starting to heal, they were self-regenerating at a fast speed, and H looked to be just as strong as before. Shiro, who was watching the fight from the side, was wondering what they could do. "Is it possible to win this fight?" Shiro thought. "The power of the Dalki, and I can sense it, although I'm not the best when it comes to chi, there is a strong chi that is powering through that Dalki's body." He must have used his super speed to throw out a punch, switching to a super strength, and along with injuring himself and the chi, he was able to break out even with the multiple Syls overpowering him with abilities. This is just a freak of nature, and one that is able to heal at that. Syl was down to around half his clones, there were still a lot of them, but the pressure was weighing on his mind. After all this time, the pressure of H possibly being Hilston was still there. Seeing how it felt like nothing was working at the moment, even though Syl still had the advantage, it was making him lose hope, even though he still hadn't tried everything he had. There were multiple abilities, including his foresight ability, but maybe that was part of the problem. If I attack him with my demon tier weapons, he'll block them and attack, sacrificing his arm and hit me right in the stomach. If I use all the other Syls to concentrate their abilities directly on him and he uses a chi blast to create a small shield, then he will use the speed ability to get directly in my face, causing another one-to-one battle. There has to be a way, Syl thought as he opened up his book. He was changing abilities while using his foresight ability, going through all the motions of what he could do to win this battle. With each ability he was going over a different strategy and seeing what would work. From what he had seen so far with the foresight ability, the problem was so far that Syl would lose the fight if he himself got close in a physical battle. For now I'm going to have to buy time. Opening up a portal, Sil allowed for the remainder of his clones to now use the weapons the other blades were using so far. Using the super speed ability and the demon tier weapon at the same time, they would try to buy time. If they hurt H too much, then it would only make him stronger. A battle was occurring of explosions, and H going all over the place, using his raw power as he punched, kicked, and did all sorts, while the real Sil's eyes were slightly hollow, looking through his book of abilities. Not that one. That one won't work as well. There has to be a way to beat him. Sil was focused, looking at the after images of what he could do, and in a way was ignoring what was happening in the real battle around him. To the point where he didn't realize that H had decided to go for him rather than continue dealing with the clones. There were a few large wounds on his body, making him just move faster, and Sil was just standing there still trying to find a way. But there was one that stood in the way as he came from the side and grabbed right onto H's arm, stopping him in his tracks. "It took me a while to get used to your timing, but I managed to do it," Borden said with a smile, holding the arm. His whole body was shaking as he was using every muscle fiber he had. "You are like me, so why are you stopping me?" H asked. "Are you an idiot? Because that guy behind me is my brother, and when he's ready, he's going to kick your arse." H, for the first time since the fight started smiling, strength started to go out from the Dalki, and was now draining into his own body as they both touched. Borden didn't know why, but he was suddenly feeling weaker. Borden went and used his other hand to try and separate the two of them, but he was stuck and getting weaker by the second. With the other hand, H now had it covered in intense flames. "It's too bad that you won't be able to see your dear brother kick my arse," H said, as he placed the hand right on Borden's face, melting it in an instant and his arms losing power and falling by his side. The others watching the simulation were standing behind Quinn. They could see both of his hands shaking, and not a single one of them dared to say a word, nor did they approach him. While on Earth, and most of the time Quinn was with the others, he would be in a constant state. He was always suppressing his energy so it was unable to leak out, so others not on the planet, those nearby, and of course the Celestials as well, wouldn't know about him and would not know where he was. But this time, with what he could see for a second, he couldn't help it, and it broke through for a second. "Borden, this is how you meet your end?" Quinn thought. It was disgraceful. To die in battle, against an enemy that he perhaps knew nothing about. Jack Truedream was an enemy that was created due to him obtaining the shadow, due to his mess with Aaron trying to hide her, and the Blade family. Borden had been with the group a number of times. He had helped Quinn out on Blade Island, perhaps even saved his life, and helped the others fight Aaron when she had her own memories changed. More than that, there were countless times where Borden would refer to Quinn as his brother, because after the small scuffle they had, he really felt like they were brothers. The connection they had and all the journeys they had been through together made it feel like so. After waking up, Quinn had never gone to the Blade's ship. He had been far too busy, involved with other things, and he hadn't had the chance to meet Borden either, yet here he was now witnessing his end. All of it was very painful for Quinn, too painful for him to bear, so he had paused the simulation and just like that everything had frozen. After a few minutes he was starting to regain his composure slightly and walked up to where Borden was. His face was already slightly melted, at least the top half anyway. But even then, in his last moments, there was a smile on his face. "How, in a situation like this, can you be so happy? How can you be so positive?" Quinn thought. There was no need to play the simulation. Quinn knew there was no coming back from it. Even for a Dalki, getting one's head melted like so, his arms limp, it was the end. "As long as I am alive, I will continue to remember your face, and I promise that I will tell everyone what you have done." When saying these words, Quinn was reminded of the reporter AJ, who had asked to follow Quinn. He wanted to record the current moments, the past moments and more, and place it all in a book. Once his story was done, he was going to spread everything. Quinn had put a mental note to make sure to sit down with AJ, and if the book was ever to come out, that details of everything that Borden did was remembered. After, Quinn said a few words almost like a prayer along with the rest of his family and the others. He turned his head to look at H. He ingrained the details of the Dalki in his head. From the results, how the world came to be like it was, and how it was going so far. Sil did not win this fight, and H was very much still alive. So Quinn wanted to pay back the person that caused this all. Not just Jack and Jim, but it looks like another one has been added to the hit list. The simulation restarted from that moment, after Quinn was ready to watch what happened again, and he could see it. Sil, so immersed in the task of defeating H, was unable to see what was really happening in front of him. All of his simulations or foresight was showing what was to happen if he was to attack a certain way, but the problem was Sil wasn't attacking after finding out that it would fail, and he had failed to see the very outcome that had occurred. The entirety of Borden's head was reduced to nothing, and his body felt the floor. A wave of different attacks had come out from the other clones, all aimed at H, but with his super speed along with his natural speed, he moved out of the way of the attacks and went straight to the real Sil. With the book in his hand, though, Sil had selected the teleportation ability, and blinked away in front of H's eyes, leaving him to hit nothing but the air, but the powerful attack still distorted the whole space. It was a heavy punch that distorted the clouds in the sky when the attack hit, easily destroying anything in its path. Watching this, it reminded Quinn a lot of Ray's punch as well. Shiro and the other blades watching near the blade ship were all in pain as they saw Borden on the floor no longer moving. Some felt like it was a dream. Borden had been with the blades for a long time as one of the leaders. He had helped on a number of occasions, and here they were, all standing around doing nothing. Shit, why do we have to be stuck in here? Unable to do nothing, Ratton screamed inside Shiro's head. Borden was silent, still taking it in, whereas although Shiro was affected, he was more worried about what the outcome of the rest of the fight would be. Sil will lose this fight, Shiro said to the other two. What do you mean? Ratton replied back angrily. Although Sil hasn't damaged the other one, I still think the fight is fairly even. They can't hurt each other. Sil will find a way. Ratton and Borden both had an idea of what Sil was doing with the book. Based on the enemy they could see in front of them, Sil was coming up with the best way to beat him. After all, there was a difference between H and Sil even if both of them could use the same amount of abilities. Sil could change his abilities and counter the ones H currently had. Just like then with the super speed, Sil could continuously teleport out of the way. Water beat fire, earth against lighting, and so on. So why was Shiro saying Sil would lose? Do you not remember what Sil said to us before this mess started? He whispered in our ear that if he ever thought the situation was too tough, that he would make sure that we were all okay. I think you're right. If Sil was to fight with all his power and continue to fight, there would be a way. But from the beginning he has been protecting us from the blasts from the ship above, and has been fighting against the Dalki before. Even if he has a lot of MC cells, he doesn't have an unlimited amount. Based on his words, what do you think he meant by that? Shiro asked. It suddenly clicked in the others' heads. There was a way to make it so the others would survive no matter what, and before they knew it, Sil had teleported right next to Shiro along with the others. I'm sorry. I wasn't strong enough to beat him. I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to save Borden. All of you, you have to live, you have to continue the Blade family, right the wrong of our name, and even though I failed, I know there is one person who won't. Stick to Quinn and find him. Sil didn't give a chance for the others to say anything, as he placed his hand on the ground, and before they knew it, a mass teleportation of the entire Blade family had occurred. All of them were gone. They were no longer on the planet, and Sil was now there on his own. Sil had used his powers to transport them far away, a place where maybe even he didn't know, a place where Jack was unable to attack them. If he was to teleport him and H, then it would mean the rest of the Dalki and Jack would still be able to fight them. Teleporting H away, they still would need to deal with Jack as well, and it wasn't getting rid of the root of the problem. At the same time, Sil felt like the reason they were here was because they were after him. As long as Sil wasn't with the others, then no one had to die, at least no one else had to die. Which was why he had made the decision, but mass teleporting so many people so far away had taken a large amount of his MC cells. The fight that could have gone either way, by making sure the others were safe with 100% certainty, had now tipped in H's favor. The footage that can be obtained ends there. A familiar voice said, Logan. Based on what you saw, you might be worried about what happened to Sil. But fear not, he is alive, and I know exactly where he is. After watching the whole simulation, Quinn was going through a mixture of feelings. The ending hadn't been caught. The conclusion to the fight. The final fight between Sil and H. For whatever reason, perhaps their battle had destroyed the cameras on the ships, or their battle took place far away from where they were, with both of them using everything they had. Still, the outcome was clear as Syl had made a choice. Syl, you have changed so much from when I first met you. You really decided to be selfless in the end. Quinn thought. It had become apparent through the simulation, from the very beginning when he whispered into Shiro's ears, that the blades were the most important to him. No matter what, he wanted to make sure to protect them. When seeing H, though, there was a mixture of confused feelings, and for a short while, Syl felt it was his duty once again to stop this person, until Borden had fallen. Because of that, it allowed him to snap back into his right mind. Syl was never sure during the fight if he could beat H. The two of them were pretty even, but Syl still had yet to try everything. If he could have just taken himself and H off the planet they were on, away from everyone else. However, the ship would then still be able to attack the other blades, and more Dalki could be sent. Borden was no longer there, a big help in clearing the Dalki, so it was safe to say they would have certainly struggled to survive. Another option was taking all of the blades along with H and teleporting them on board the ship. Yet the ship was an unknown. The being known as H had come from it, and it was taking the blades into the heart of the enemy's territory. If he couldn't beat H, then it would mean all of the blades would have perished. So the only way to make sure that the blades survived was to do what he had done, but it came with a sacrifice, the sacrifice of losing the battle. I think, in the same situation, I would have done the same thing, Quinn thought to himself, as he went on to listen to what Logan had to say. The simulation around them had faded, and they were again in the large white room. Now, they were all watching a video of Logan in his lab, just like he was in the original message. He said Syl was still alive, which means there is a way to still help him at least, Quinn thought, but it did trouble him as to why they would keep such a big threat alive. The device that Vincent and I had made for Jim and Jack, it has caused more problems than we thought. The reason for keeping Syl alive is so that he can be used in that very same device. The blade ability allows one to copy the powers of anyone that is a human. And it seems his power is not limited by God-Slayer abilities. After Syl had been defeated, he was placed in the device. A point that I didn't mention earlier because it wasn't important at the time, needs to be said. That going in the device itself is draining to the user. All of the MC cells are taken out of the body to use the device in a certain way. I assume Syl was placed in this device immediately, not giving him a second chance to fight back. The one known as Malik allowed Syl to copy his ability, and after that, along with the device, whenever they needed to mass change everyone's memories, they used Syl to do this. How they do this, I'm not sure. I doubt they would have changed Syl's memories because they fear him. If he was ever to find out the truth, then he could simply revert everything back to the way it was himself. Which is why it's better for them to keep him captive and locked in the device, constantly draining his MC cells away, only to be used when needed. How exactly they get him to use the ability as they command, I'm not sure. An image of a tired Syl appeared in Quinn's head. It was making his blood boil. One that was only doing good for the human race, trying to protect them and help them. He hadn't lived a good life, and now he was being hurt every second and doing things against his will. However, I do know where he currently is. I have gathered this information, and what you are about to hear may surprise you. At the moment between Jack and Jim, they run 10 Marpo cruises. All of these are filled with their allies from other planets, as well as Dalki with abilities and vampires. There are 2 main Marpo cruise lines that are exclusively used by Jim and Jack. From what I can gather, there seems to be a bit of tension between the two of them, so they no longer travel together. But they have set up a sort of system of sorts. When one has Syl, the other has Malik by their side. Whenever they wish to use the power in a wide range, the two must be brought together for whatever reason. Right now, as of recording this video, Jack has Syl captured aboard his Marpo cruise ship. I doubt that will change anytime soon, as there is no reason for them to use the ability again, at least not anytime soon. Since Quinn didn't know what Malik looked like, he was unsure if he was by Jim's side or not. He knew that Ray was with him when they were on the Namrik planet, but there was a good chance he could have been on the cruise ship as well. For now, it was best to assume that Malik was still with Jim, and Sil was with Jack, but how would he know where Jack was and what cruise ship he was on? Would Quinn have to attempt to destroy every single one of them one by one? Sil is very important to them, Quinn. So you don't have to worry about him, we have time with this. Logan continued to explain. You see, although in the simulation we see H using the blade ability, I suspect that just like Sil, the abilities that H can copy are limited to other Dalki. Which means, he can only use the abilities that have been stolen from Jack and put into other Dalki. Malik is his own person, and to convince someone to take their ability and put it in a Dalki is a hard thing to do. Otherwise they would just use H for all of this. The reason why I'm telling you this is because based on the research I have of you, you are most likely to go ahead and attempt to attack Jack to rescue Sil, but that is a bad idea. The cruise ships are extremely dangerous. They are filled with those from different races. Somehow Jim and Jack have managed to make some sort of pact with them. They have more attacks planned throughout the universe and plan to take in more prisoners, slaves, and so on. They seem to have gone mad with competition between each other. On top of that, each of the cruise ships are filled with Dalki. Dalki that have more spikes than the last war, and their numbers are almost tenfold of what they were. Let's not forget that they all have abilities as well. Think about it, there are a number of them that are on the same level of Slicer but now with abilities. Even with all your power, it will be near an impossible task, unless you have an army. It wasn't the first time Quinn had heard this. The weakness in Jim and Jack's strategy is that it relies on Sil. If you get Sil, then you can change everyone's memories back to where they were. That stops him from using hostages and stops a whole load of people jumping on your back. Then you can focus on the two of them and the Dalki around them. Either way, how would you face the Dalki without help as well? In the video, we saw that the blades were transported somewhere. No doubt each one of them holds a grudge and would do anything to help you. I suggest you go find them. The only problem is I have no clue where they are. With all of this, I have helped you as much as I can. And all I can say is, good luck, Quinn. And I hope the next time we meet, I remember everything about you, friend. With the message over, Quinn was left a little lost about what he was to do. He looked at everyone for answers, and then turned towards Cyril in the room. All of the messages that Master Logan wished to give you have now been received. Cyril said with a polite bow. Logan has also prepared a spaceship for your travels towards the back. It is fitted with an anti-tracker which will allow you to leave the atmosphere without appearing on Earth's radar. It is stocked up with what you need for a long journey, and it's safe to say that Logan wishes you luck. They were in a large facility that had food for vampires, humans, and more, and they could certainly survive in the building for a while undetected, but if they did that, then what would that achieve? Hiding, staying safe. It was something that Quinn had done with his family for the last year or so, and in the end they had been caught and living a life like this. It was not one that he wanted to live. Everyone, let's rest up for the day. Eat your fill. Let's get a good night's sleep, while I figure out what we can do. Quinn said. Everyone had gone through a lot, and watching the simulation alone, being in the middle of the fight as if there was a lot for all of them to take in. On top of that, they had a kid that wasn't even 1 year old yet, so he needed to be careful that not everyone was worn out. Eventually, leaving the simulation room, Layla was preparing some food for the kids. Although they could just live off juice boxes made with blood, at times it was also nice for them to eat meat that was cooked quite rare. As usual, while Minnie and Galen were waiting, they were playing their own set of games with each other, as they chased and hid from each other. And in the large house there was plenty of room for them to explore. As long as they didn't leave the building, Quinn was fine with them doing what they wanted. That left Russ, Cyril, and Quinn sitting on the sofa. Each one of them were sitting on a separate part away from each other, on a sofa that would fit perhaps 7 or 8 people. It was a room full of people that knew each other, but didn't really know each other, so they felt uncomfortable being so close. The Dalki, they looked to be quite strong in that simulation. Russ finally said, I thought that their strength was exaggerated, but it appears that's not the case. I know Logan wants you to find the blades, and maybe they can help you wage a war against Jack and Jim. But do you think you're strong enough to beat H, based on what you saw? Russ asked. It was a question that Quinn wondered himself. In the past he had fought against Sil before, but he wasn't as strong or versatile as he was now. The shadow had improved as well, and had obtained the guns. On top of that, there was the latest reward he had obtained from the system, the new transformation he had yet to test out. This though would be fighting against basically Syl, but in a Dalki's body. I don't think that's the main problem, Quinn stated. In all my fights I have always found a way to beat my opponent. And due to my skills, if I can't beat them then, I have a good escape. Quinn was thinking about the Shadow Link at that moment. The problem is the rest of them. From Logan's words, although there might not be those as strong as H, there are plenty that are nearly just as strong. H might have even gotten stronger compared to the simulation before. I thought about this a lot, but in the past when I fought against Graham I won, but if I was to go up against him, along with Slicer, One Horn and the rest of the 5 spikes, I believe I would have lost. I think I understand what you are saying, Russ replied. Which is why we need to find the blades, but you have strong people by your side. Your wife, your daughter, this fish woman and me are strong, right? Although, at least I assume you are strong. Quinn actually wasn't sure if Cyril was strong or not. After turning her, he had never seen her new abilities or her strength, and it had been a while. Still thinking about it, although Russ was strong, was it enough? There was Jim himself, Jack, Peter, Chris, H and Ray to fight against. These at the moment were the biggest problems in his head that he could think of, without having to worry about the rest of the Dalki, or the vampire originals. At the same time, although he had given Minnie a Godslayer item, he didn't want her to fight, but based on the situation for their survival, perhaps every single person that Quinn could get on his side was needed. Sorry to interrupt your train of thought, Cyril quickly interrupted. But I would say I am quite strong. This caused both Russ and Quinn to lean from their seats. Although Russ said those words, he didn't really mean anything by it. He simply was just trying to cheer Quinn up in the current situation. Whether he liked it or not, at the moment Russ was on Quinn's side, and it looked and felt like it was the losing side, which he didn't like. As for Quinn, honestly, although he thought Cyril's sister was somewhat impressive with the trident, he felt like she was always lacking, so doubted that there was a big improvement just because she had now changed. Wait, but the system did state she was somewhat like a whole new race together. Cyril, in this facility is there somewhere that we could see your skills? Quinn asked. Cyril nodded. There is a training room. It is quite well built and secure, as the Green family would often use it to test new weapons. A smile appeared on his face. All right, before dinner, let's head to the training room to see what you got, Quinn said. Russ also stood up because he also wanted to see. At the moment, his life somewhat depended on the people around him, so it was best to see what they could do. I can maybe test out my new demon form as well. It would be best to know what it can do before using it in any type of fight. With a wave to Layla, informing them of what they were doing, they promised that they would be done by the time she had finished making dinner. She was also cooking for Russ and herself something more human, so there was a bit more prep. I hope they don't destroy the whole place, Layla thought, as she looked at both of her kids who were now exhausted after playing the whole day, lying on the floor breathing heavily. A while back, when the Blade family had been transported, all of them found themselves suddenly on a hard desert-like ground. They were twisting and turning their heads, as they were slightly confused. One second they were there, and the next they were in a new place, away from Syl and away from the others. Damn it, Syl! Vorden shouted at the top of his lungs, having taken over Shiro's body. How could he have done something like this? After a while, everyone soon realized what Syl had done. How he had used his powers to transport the blades that were still alive. They couldn't believe it, and promised that whatever it was, they would try and help Syl if he was still alive. They soon realized that there was another problem on their hands though. It was the fact that they had no clue where they were. All of the communication devices that could transmit messages far away were on the Blade ship, and anything they did have with them didn't seem to be working the way they thought it would. Everyone, stay close to each other. There should be some type of life here since all of us are able to breathe. But there is a good chance that there could be beasts as well, Shiro explained, taking back over the body and command over the Blade family. In total, around 50 survivors that could use the Blade ability were present, and around 25 that just had regular abilities. It was a large group to look after with no food and water, and all of them were exhausted. The blades started to move and march until off in the distance, they could see something. It looked like someone was sitting by a large lake. "There's water. We finally made it," one of the blades shouted as they ran forward. But Shiro put his hand out, stopping him. "Can't you see something strange about that person?" Shiro asked. Looking closer, they realized that the person they were looking at from behind had 4 arms. The 3, Russ, Quinn and Cyril, were inside the large training room. There were scorch marks and deep scratches in the place, showing clear signs that the room had been used quite a bit. As a test as well, Quinn made a fist and threw it out, hitting the wall. "It seems this place really is quite sturdy. The Green family really do make some of the most amazing things," Quinn thought. Of course, Quinn didn't use his full strength. He doubted there were many rooms that could keep him inside, apart from those that were specifically made for him, like the room that was designed to trap Celestials. Although in the end, he had even managed to break out of that. "All right. I am waiting for the demonstration to take place," Russ said, tapping his finger on the side of his arm. Cyril stood in the center and then closed her eyes for a few seconds. After that, a liquid substance could be seen swirling around her arms. They looked like 2 snakes that started from the tip of her fingers and went all the way up to her shoulder. The way it flowed, it looked like water, but the color of it was red, and it felt like blood aura. Soon, she had grabbed the end of the red rushing water and swung it around. It was like 2 whips were in her hand as she lashed them outwards onto the ground. When they hit the floor, an explosion of blood aura had been emitted. It was almost similar to Quinn's blood spray skill, where he would use his blood aura at the very end of his fist attack. However, the demonstration didn't stop there. Even with the whips, there was still blood aura swirling around her body, and she looked to be in control. Then swinging out the whips of blood like water out forward, it had produced several little blood bullets that shot out of the end, all heading towards the wall and splattering out on them. After the demonstration with the whips were over, Cyril didn't stop there. As she lifted her hands, and almost a wave of red water could be seen behind her, and in the wave were several tridents of blood. "This is beyond what I thought." Quinn was looking at her in awe. Although the strength of the blood aura wasn't on the same level of Quinn's, the versatility in her moves were almost the same. The level of blood control she was showing with her skills was almost the same as if someone had absolute blood control. Something that not even the vampire leaders could do. "I think that is enough," Cyril commented. "As I said, I think I'm quite strong." "I have to admit that it was pretty impressive," Russ added. "How are you able to use blood control so well? You didn't become a vampire. Well, I guess vampire is the wrong word, but you didn't change so long ago. Did you have a teacher?" Quinn asked. "Blood control," Cyril said as she lifted her hand, and water was swirling around it instead. "Mitchell did teach me a bit about blood control, but what he tried teaching me was quite difficult, at least for me," she started to explain. "For us mermerials, we are creatures of the sea, and we have an innate ability to control water. We can also pull the moisture from the air and create water, as I am doing now," Cyril explained. "However, when I became what I was and tried to use the blood aura, the power I had was difficult and I found it difficult to control. So instead I decided to mix the blood aura with my water-like powers. After all, the blood that runs through our body also has a high percentage of water, correct? In the end, doing this allowed me to control my new powers in the same way as I would my water powers." When looking at the mermerials, Quinn had always found their ability to control water like an ability, but it really wasn't, so it was no wonder that Cyril had turned out this way. It was just something that they were naturally able to do. However, it did make him wonder, mixing things, was it possible? Before, abilities couldn't really be mixed because there were those that only had one ability in the first place. That was until Jake Green from the Blade family had come in. Yet, just like the mermerials, water control was not an ability, and there had been cases of one mixing the two together. For instance, there was the strong ability that could be coded in blood. Quinn had also mixed his chi with other things, but that seemed to be easier. But this gave him an idea. Is there a way to mix my blood abilities with the shadow? How would I even do that, and what would the result of doing such a thing even be? Quinn thought as he looked at his hand. Right now, he wished he had his own celestial space where the time slowed down. If he had the time, he was sure he could figure something out. Cyril is strong, and maybe with a bit of training in areas, she could be strong enough to take out a leader or at least fight one of them, but nowhere near strong enough to take out Chris or Peter, not without items, and even then I doubt she could do much. We will need more help than this. Quinn thought as he walked over toward her. Thinking about Cyril, thinking about items, he had been thinking about this for a while now, but it looked like he had made his decision. Cyril, I think the best choice for us, as a group, a place where we can go and feel safe, is your home planet. I think we should head to the Mermerial planet. Syl's power, along with the ability, surely had to have a distance limitation. A range where the powers would work from, and he doubted it would work all the way there. The group weren't hostile towards them, and the Mermerials weren't weak either, if just comparing them to the regular vampires. There was one problem though: if Yongbu, the Celestial of the Mermerials, spotted him, and on top of that how to get there. They could head in a general direction, and see if Cyril recognized anything, but other than that it would be quite difficult. I like that idea. I would like to see my sister again, Cyril said. Wait. I knew this person was from another planet, but do you have any idea on how to get there? Russ asked. I have an idea, Cyril replied. I haven't just been sitting in this base doing nothing. There is a lot of information that Logan stores here, and in my spare time I go through it from time to time. There is the flight path that the Marpo cruise goes through. The path doesn't go past the Mermerial planet, but it goes to a section near it. That was how me and my sister had escaped in the first place. It will take me a moment, but if I analyze it for a bit longer, I think I can get us coordinates to that location and we can go from there. When I meet my sister, if she remembers you, it will confirm this whole thing for me as well, Cyril stated. It looked like it was their only option for now. While on a safe planet, they could try and research where the blades were. After gathering them, they could decide the next step, Quinn thought. Cyril had decided to leave the room in order to do more research, and Russ had to make a decision. Stay with the pretty light blue-skinned girl or stay with Quinn, and he decided to continue following her for now. It's okay. We will meet up for dinner, and I will tell my family the news when you have the information, Quinn said. For now, there is one more thing I need to test, and I think it's better if you guys aren't in here anyway. The Namrix planet had successfully been conquered, and it was mainly due to the actions of the vampires. For a second, as the Namrix witnessed internal fighting, they thought they had a chance. All of them were glued to the vampire's efforts as he took down his own, one by one, and unleashed a power that could be felt throughout the planet. Yet, in the end it amounted to nothing. The Namrix were allowed to continue to operate as they had been, but a new base had been placed on the planet where a token army would be. Most of their technology, as well as their minerals and beast crystals that were gathered by them, would be handed over. For the Namrix themselves, they felt like slaves. As for the main person who was mainly behind the attack, Jim Eno, he was no longer on the planet and instead was back on the Marpo cruise inside a secure training room. There were a few masked by his side, but not the same that were with him before, and neither was Ray there. Meanwhile, an injured and bloody Edvard was seen on the floor. He was in a worse state than when on the Namrix planet. You fool! How could you even have so much loyalty for someone you barely know? Jim shouted. It was impossible for the two of you to be alive at the same time. So why did you follow him? Tell me how he tricked or forced you. Jim had been asking the same question repeatedly, and Edvard had been doing the same thing as he smiled. Do you really think something like torture would work against an original? At any point in time I could take my own life. I have lived a long and fulfilling life. The only reason why I haven't is because it would be embracing to do so because of you. Jim ran up toward the fallen Edvard and swung his leg back. As he threw it forward, a large amount of blood aura was released, throwing Edvard in the air spinning. Blood was splattered all over the room, and Edvard's bones were starting to heal. After touching the floor, Edvard pushed himself up and smiled toward Jim. What are you so scared of? That everyone will find out you're a fake? The fact that the Dalki you created in the past were a failure? Why can't you stand the fact that there are great people in this world and you simply aren't one of them? Edvard coughed, letting out a little bit more blood while continuing to laugh. In the room, the two of them weren't alone because Malik, who was on the cruise, had also been brought along with him. Let's see your attitude change suddenly. Malik, change his memories. Make him remember his dear friend Quinn as an enemy that wiped out his family, his loved ones in the past, and more. Jim stated. Malik looked at Jim in a way as if to ask him if he was really sure about this. I'm only changing one memory. There is no need to talk to Jack about this, nor the need to use the other's powers. I know you can do this much, now we have to do this much. We can't have any more distractions. We have to continue with what we are doing and move on. There has to be something that can stabilize me somewhere in this universe a bit more. Maybe even those celestials will have an answer. Remember, you promised me. No more was said as Malik moved forward doing as he had been doing for a long time now. Layla had finally finished cooking up a few different meals that would fit everyone's taste. For example, meat had been ground up into a paste for Galen. Although he did have 2 teeth that stuck out, which were his 2 fangs, and they would elongate at times when he was a bit moody, Layla still felt more comfortable making food for him this way. For Minnie, a juice box of blood was splattered over her raw steak to give it a bit of flavor, while also cut up into strips for easier eating. For herself and Russ, a mainly meat dish and been made so the others didn't feel so left out or that they were eating something different, but they also had some roast potatoes and veg on the side as well, while she had a go at making some sauce. All right, Minnie, go get your father and the others and tell them the food is ready, Layla ordered, and she nodded, already heading off. Meanwhile, cutlery, glasses as well as other operations were handled by Galen. It was always impressive that he knew what she wanted, and there was no need for the 2 of them to communicate. After everything had been set up, Minnie had turned a corner and she was walking back with Russ as well as Cyril. Where's your father? Layla asked immediately. They said Daddy was busy and doing something important, so we should leave him alone, Minnie replied. Layla didn't say anything and just sat down at the table. What are you 2 doing? Or are you 2 busy as well? Layla asked. Hearing this, Cyril rushed to sit at her seat while Russ whispered to himself. Your wife is quite a scary person, Russ mumbled, but quickly sat down at the table as well. There was silence as everyone dug into their food a bit at a time. In order to make the awkwardness die down, Russ started to rub his stomach. The food is so delicious. I haven't had anything like this in a while. Russ tried his hardest to put on a smile, but it didn't come natural to him. A second later and a knife was slammed loudly onto the table. I can't believe him. This could very well be the last time we can have a meal like this as a family together, and he can't spare 5 minutes? Layla huffed. The others wanted to say something, as it was a tough situation for them all, but they did understand how Layla felt. On top of that, they didn't want to get in her way. Getting up from her seat, she started to walk off. All right, let's go see what he's doing that's so important that he has to do it right now, Layla mumbled. Do you think we should go with her, just in case anything happens? Cyril asked. This is something that the 2 of them need to figure out. There is no need for either one of us to get involved. Russ took another bite. But I wasn't lying, this is really good. Besides, do you think that we could stop anything that was to take place? Oh right, I forgot you don't know him so well. But even if Layla turned into a demon herself, I doubt she could do anything to him. Layla was storming to the room where Quinn was, and she soon noticed something strange. Emotions in a dark red fog could be seen covering the hallway. The emotions in this smog was something she had never experienced before. The power felt different, having a hint of what vampires had felt like, but also like something almost out of this world. The anger that she had built up was starting to fade, and she had eventually reached the room. Standing outside, there was a strange heat, and part of the door looked to be almost melted. There was no way for Layla to open the door normally, and the strange thick red substance that looked like lava where the door had melted, she was a little afraid to touch. Using her telekinesis power, she pushed the broken door out of the way and stepped into the room. All around there were similar scenes in the room as the door. Markings were covered on top of one another, and the strange red slush was seen all over in places. The room was unrecognizable to what it was before, and her eyes soon spotted Quinn laying there on the floor. Quinn! Layla shouted, rushing over to see if he was okay. His heart was beating, but his eyes were still closed. Not too far from behind, a few footsteps could be heard. What did you do? Russ asked. Did Mommy kill Daddy? Minnie started to cry. Slowly opening his eyes, a bright white light was beaming in his face. It was hard for Quinn to see anything, but he could hear the voices around him. "It's Dad. His eyes are opening. I think he's waking up." The soft voice that was heard was clearly Minnie's, yet it sounded slightly distant, as if she was wearing a mask of some sort. He attempted to move the rest of his body, but it was very sore. Aches and pains were all over. In particular, there was a large pain in his back. Since he was unable to move, he tried to see just what was wrong with his body. "Is it my muscles? It looks like they have been torn apart. They're regenerating on their own thanks to my body, but it's going really slow. It reminds me of the time when Chi entered my body for the first time." Because of this, Quinn went ahead to focus his Chi energy in helping speed up the cells in his body to repair himself. And while doing so, he noticed something else as well, and that was his vampire aura. It had almost been completely depleted. There was nearly none of it. If he was to try and use a blood slash now, he doubted he could perform one. "Ever since I had the Ruler of Blood title, I haven't ran out of blood aura." Just like his body, it was regenerating. It was at a faster speed than his body, but it was still a shocking thing for him to see. Finally, Quinn was able to move his head, and when he did, he could see a small squished-up face right up against glass. Seconds later, and Minnie was pulled away from the glass by her mother. "Quinn," Layla said, looking at him. "You idiot. Just what were you trying to do that got you in this mess? Why do you always have to worry me? Why can't you just be sensible for once?" Quinn didn't reply because he knew that this was her way of caring about him, being more aware of the situation now. He realized that he was in some type of medical tube, and the one that was doing the checkup on him was Cyril. "There is all sorts of different equipment in this room, and during my time here I fiddled with it and learned how to use them. Logan also prepared tutorials for their basic use. So don't worry, I know what I'm doing mostly," Cyril said, as she continued to press a few buttons on the control console. There were a few machines moving up and down scanning Quinn, and he could tell it was making his body feel better, so he would at least trust her for now. "What happened? I'm not too sure myself," Quinn replied. When he was finally able to move, and Cyril confirmed that was the case, he went to the training room, and the others weren't letting him out of their sight as they followed him. Now inside, he could see the destruction all over the place, and even now, after an hour or so had passed in the medical room, there was the strange magma-like sludge that was seen all over the room. "I did all of this?" Quinn thought to himself as he tried to remember. But that was the problem, he couldn't remember anything. "The last thing I remember is going to my system screen and selecting the new transformation. After that it's all gone. I can't remember anything." In a way, the system had treated this as an evolved form of the bloodsucker. When Quinn had first turned into the bloodsucker, he wasn't in control of his body and ended up fighting with Syl. Eventually, he had learned to control it, but there was a difference. When Quinn's bloodsucker form ended, he did remember what had happened. He just was unable to act at the time. It felt like it was almost someone else, but here he had no clue whatsoever. "This is very dangerous. If I don't know what I'm like in my demon from then, I could end up hurting everybody. What would have happened if I had broken out of here? At the same time, if I can't think, then I won't be able to know the capabilities or train with this demon form." Thinking about it more, there were even more side effects to the form: incredibly weak blood aura and body soreness, or more so like his body was ripped apart. If anything, it almost seemed like if the demon form was unable to take out its opponent, then it would mean losing his life. Just from observing this room, it's hard to tell the capabilities or strength. There was no target or anything to fight after all. I have no doubt if I was just to use my normal blood aura or guns, I could break out of this room. So I doubt the power of this demon form has really been shown just in this room alone, but is there any way to observe it at all? To see what it could do? Using it in a fight is an incredibly big risk. Looking at the others, Quinn's eyes soon landed on Russ. "Russ, you were able to summon that dragon and transform your body similar to that of the celestial you were fighting. How does your power exactly work?" Russ smiled when looking back at Quinn. "Do you really think I would reveal something as important as that to you? You're better off just asking what you want from me, and I'll give you a yes or no answer. If you were to make a copy of me, would it be able to do the things that I could do? In fact, What if it was a power of mine, one that you've never seen before? Quinn asked. Based on what happened and what state the room was in, now Russ was starting to understand a little of what Quinn wanted him to do. There are two things you need to know. First, it is easier for me to copy a power than it is a form or summon something like that dragon. However, when it comes to powers, although I can copy them, as you can imagine, I have no clue how to use them. So I have to have seen it being used before to emulate the same thing. However, when it comes to summoning things, it's quite different. The strength is dependent on you, and that's all I want to say on the matter. Now, in a case like this, maybe there's a chance deep in your mind that you do have the memories of what happened, and I could help, but I can't help. Russ' words were strange because one moment they were giving him hope and the next they were being dashed. Quinn wanted Russ to summon his demon form. If that was possible, he could see its powers and its strength. On top of that, he could face it himself in his current form as a good way of training. If things got too dangerous, Russ could always desummon the demon form as well. I hate to say this, and I hate that you are making me say this, but you are too strong, Russ explained. For me to use your powers to create something that is as strong as you, or even stronger, it would be impossible with my MC cells. Once I tried to summon you when Layla was in trouble, but it was too much. Unlike when I faced you, I no longer have the support I did back then. From what Russ was saying, Quinn had gathered it was due to a lack of MC cells. The more MC cells, then the stronger his powers and summons he could make. The thing was, Quinn did know of a way to increase Russ's MC cells, but the question was whether or not that was a good idea. Russ is helping us out for now, and increasing his power might not be such a bad thing, but he is not a good person, and the last thing I want to do is create another Jim or Jack that I would have to face. With that thought, Quinn would put a pin in the idea. For now, Quinn would have to put the transformation away, put it as something he was unable to use, at least until he figured out a way to use it, and would attempt to continue mixing his shadow and blood powers to create something else. Around Cyril's wrist there was a watch that started to flash and make a small beeping noise. When she looked at it, a smile appeared. It looks like the coordinates have been downloaded. We can finally set off, Cyril said, and the group didn't waste any time leaving Earth. Suddenly being transported onto a strange planet that clearly wasn't Earth. The Blades thought that they would at least be able to find a civilization somewhere. After that, they would fly to the Blade ship or back to Earth to ask for help in taking down the attackers. Perhaps even find Quinn, as it was the last request from Syl before he had transported them all. Yet, it had become very clear, from the moment they saw the humanoid figure, that they weren't on Earth. The group were slowly moving forward toward the lake, but it wasn't the lake that they were scared of. Instead, it was a figure next to the lake. He was large in size, perhaps around 8 feet. He was sitting on a rock as well, with a large, strangely made, thick fishing rod, which looked to be made out of a thick type of metal, but the strangest thing was the person themselves. Because of their outer skin, it looked to shine almost with a golden glow, but was hard and tough like a rock as well. Then there was the fact that it had 4 arms. "Is it a humanoid beast, sir?" one of the Blades asked. "I have never seen a humanoid beast go fishing," Shiro replied. "Even if they are intelligent, they don't tend to do things like this, but there is only one way to find out." There was a worrying thought in Shiro's mind that he didn't express with the others. Why wasn't their equipment working? And the one that teleported them all was Syl. With his power, he was able to teleport them very, very far away. What they were looking at could very well be contact with another intelligent alien life. Due to the situation, one would believe they were the invaders, and if that was to happen, they would have jumped from one bad situation to another. "What are you being so scared for?" Ratton shouted. "We are Blades. Even if it is an alien, do you really think that we are weak compared to those in the universe? If they start attacking us, then we just have to fight back." At that moment, the fishing line was raised into the air, and a giant sea creature was pulled out. Its body was so large that it was covering the sun, casting a shadow on them all. The creature had what looked like 3 heads, with circles on the end of them, all with razor-sharp teeth. Just from the look of it on its own, it looked to be a high-level beast, possibly at the demigod tier. The 4-armed man stood up and shoved his rod into the rock that he was sitting on effortlessly, to keep it in place. Then, the next moment it leapt in the air and threw 2 punches. 2 large bangs went off like explosions and 2 large holes were ripped through the fish's head, nearly getting rid of the entire top half of its body. As it was falling, it caught the large fish with one of its lower arms, and was holding its entire body that weighed at least a few 1,000 tons, with a single arm and placed it on the floor. "That was a great catch today," the man laughed to himself. "Although I might have been a little too rough with it. It looked tougher than it actually was. What a waste of food." Shiro had taken a step forward ready to take action, but after seeing the powerful display, his legs were shaking a little, and the other blades didn't blame him too much. If that really was a demigod-tier beast, and it had been taken out that easily, then it by no means would be an easy fight, and they hadn't even witnessed the full strength of this creature. Should we turn back? Should we run? Or hide? Shiro thought. Ratten, why have you suddenly gone quiet? You always have a lot to say, so make a decision. While looking at his catch, the 4-armed person had managed to catch something in the corner of his eye and turned his head. He was now looking right at them. The blades all flinched again, and Shiro was getting his abilities ready. "Don't worry too much. If you can't deal with it, then switch with me," Borden said. "I will do my best to take care of the situation." "My word. I never thought I would be seeing something like this," the 4-armed person said to himself as he walked over and started to wave. "Welcome," he shouted. "Welcome. He just said welcome, right?" Shiro looked at the others, and they all looked confused as well. "You are humans, correct? It's nice to meet you." The person jumped from his position at least 50 meters away and landed right in front of Shiro. Now that the two were right in front of each other, the body was more intimidating than he thought. "It's been a while since we have had any humans visit this place, but I didn't see any ships?" Judging by the way the person was acting, and how happy he seemed to be, it was hard for Shiro to think of him as an enemy. Could still be a trap of some sort, but it seemed unlikely as the element of surprise was gone, which was a big factor in a fight. "I'm sorry, but I don't know where we are," Shiro answered. "We suddenly are here, and we are stranded. I know it might be hard to believe." "It's not hard to believe," the person replied straight away. "You are not the first person I have met in this area who suddenly arrived here. He helped us before, so I shall help you. I am an Amra, and my name is Gio. It's nice to meet you all." Gio smiled. Shiro and Gio were able to talk quite a bit, although it was mostly a one-sided conversation with Gio taking the lead. He was going on and on about a great human who had helped them in the past. Through their talking, Gio had stated that he would try his best to help them, but to do so they would have to go into the city. He could see that there were a few in the group that were tired and needed rest, so Gio thought it would kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Eventually, they had reached the city, and it was more simple than they had imagined. It certainly was an intelligent civilization, but the houses, the layout, all of it was more like that of the human race 1,000s of years in the past. "I can guess what you are thinking," Gio said. "But we are a simple race. We don't like gadgets and machinery taking over our lives. We prefer to do things with our own hands. We hunt, cook, everything, and life seems to just be more satisfying this way." When they got closer to the city, Shiro was getting nervous once again. Although this Amra happened to treat them nicely, it didn't mean that the whole race would, when they saw them. However, Shiro was completely wrong. They were allowed to walk through the gate, and the guards gave them a friendly wave and smile. "It's nice to have you back, Gio. Are those humans with you?" one of the guards asked. "Yes," Gio replied. "They are guests." This didn't just stop with the guards. As they were walking through the city, and more Amra were seeing them, they would all wave and greet Gio. Some were even giving him gifts, and it was becoming clear. "You talked a lot about that human, but you didn't say much about yourself. You're not an ordinary Amra, are you?" Shiro asked. "Haha, you're right. I am in charge of this city," Gio replied. "But don't get me wrong, all of it was because of the person I talked about before. I'm sure you will know him. He is such a great figure to us. He must be back on Earth as well." Shiro chuckled at that comment. Sure, there were travelers that went out, explorers that never returned, but what were the chances that Shiro would know them? Geo soon stopped as he reached his home, but just outside of his home, there was a large object that cast a shadow over the blades. From just its feet they could tell that it was a carved-out statue. "Why is there such a big statue here?" Shiro asked as he slowly looked at the details as he lifted his head. "That is because it's a statue of the human who helped us and my dear friend." Finally, Shiro's eyes laid upon the face, and his mouth was left wide open. He couldn't blink. "Why, in the middle of nowhere, on a random planet with a random alien race, is there a statue of Quinn?" Cyril didn't have the direct coordinates to the Mermerial planet, but only the flight path of the Marpo cruise ships. At first, there was a thought that this might be risky, as it was quite possible that they would run into one of the Marpo cruise ships, and right now they were trying to stay undetected. During her research, though, she had stumbled across some more information that had been sent over. It was the fact that the Marpo cruise ships weren't currently in operation. The business seemed to be on pause. There were a couple of guesses as to why this might be, one of them being the fact that Jack and Jim had started a war with the Namriks, but Quinn only remembered seeing 2 of the cruise ships, so where were the others? Unfortunately, there was no information regarding that. The flight as expected wasn't a short one by any means, but they had been provided with a number of high-tier beast crystals to be used as fuel, so they felt like in this department there would be no problems. It was just a simple waiting game now. "Ah, I think I recognize that moon over there. I should be able to get us to the general area," Cyril stated, as she took over the controls and started to do a scan with the ship. It was only a matter of time now until she would be back on her home planet. There were a lot of memories in her head, and she was waiting to know which one of these were true or not. The Mermerial planet were nearly there. Quinn thought, looking out into space. "I still have to be a little careful here as well. The celestial that covers this planet is the one named Yongbu. Although he did help us get to Earth last time, I am no longer a celestial. Whether the celestials know this or not is another thing, but if he sees me and reports this, then it may very well cause trouble." However, Quinn wasn't sure if the celestials already knew about this or not, because Quinn had met with the Namrik celestial and eliminated him. There wasn't a chance for the celestial to be sent back, but they had to be aware of what happened. Quinn was right in his thoughts, because the celestials were very aware of the disappearance of the said celestial. Mundus was in the celestial space, sitting in his maid chair. He was in his physical form, one of the few that could enter the space in such a way. While sitting down, there were several floating orbs around him, flashing with images of parts of planets. They were different due to the orbs of energy that would be said planets. It was more a small taste. The universe was large, too large for Mundus to look over everything that was happening. Celestials would disappear all the time, rejoining the reincarnation cycle, and god slayers would pop up all over the place. Unless it was considered a major problem, Mundus and the Ancient Ones would leave everything to be dealt with by the Celestials in the area. For the most part, this would work out with only little intervention needed, but there was a troublesome area that was annoying Mundus somewhat. "Why do those humans have to cause so much trouble?" Mundus sighed to himself. There has been a sharp rise of those with God Slayer status. On top of that, it seems like they are spreading out from their area. They are like a virus. Due to a promise that had been made with a certain celestial, Mundus hadn't been keeping an eye on Earth and those around it too much, but still asked to get reports from the others. It was common practice to get reports from Earth due to Immortality being from there. The Ancient Ones always feared that he would be plotting something, which was why he had decided to have a messenger gather information for him, one of the best Celestials. "Are you satisfied with the report, sir?" XOX asked the floating ball of energy. "It will have to do," Mundus replied. "It is a shame that no one was looking over the Namrik planet, but we never expected the humans to expand so far." Moving his hand, Mundus brought up an orb and could see the current situation on the planet. "I can sense a few with God Slayer powers in the area. I sent a celestial to deal with them before, but it didn't turn out well. They must be relatively strong." "Very well, XOX. Keep an eye on the humans' movements. Get the help of another celestial to watch Earth as well. We can't drop the ball on this one." XOX nodded, unsure whether the last line was meant to be a joke or not. He was thinking of laughing to please Mundus but played it safe, as he whisked away to do as he was asked. Why are there so many problems with those from Earth? There was a hypothesis that was going through Mundus' head. It was most likely because Immortality was sealed away that these god-slayers were able to rise. Normally they would be dealt with, and now the situation was getting out of hand. It seems like the Ancient Ones are storing up their power, just in case there is a big battle with Immortality in the future. So they don't want to directly get involved. It's the same for myself though. I used up a lot of power in my last fight. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about those from Earth. If I was to fight them, I might need to be at my very best. Mundus had already sent out some of his fighting Celestials the last time to deal with those from Earth and had failed. He feared that if he was to do the same again, that it would be the same result. The Celestials had faith in him and the Ancient Ones, because so far most of them were able to live a satisfying life, satisfying their conditions, but sending them to their death would cause more problems for them, and the universe was unpredictable. If the balance was swayed in one direction, Mundus was trying to wonder what it would attempt to do, to correct it. A powerful being that will listen to what I say, and is up for the task. Mundus was thinking hard, and a solution soon had arrived. Before doing this, he needed to check with a certain group of people, and soon his seat as well as his own body was disappearing from the space. We approve of the plan, but if they end up causing trouble, then you will be the one responsible and will need to deal with it, do you understand? A deep voice that sounded neither high-pitched or low-pitched. It almost switched as it spoke. I understand. Mundus bowed down. He then swung his arm, and a line was visible in the air. Soon after he stepped through it, moving his body into another area again. Hopefully this will resolve everything. He has listened to us before, and as long as the deal is favorable to him, he should accept. Mundus thought. Quinn, you have proven yourself before, and I'm sure we can use you again. If you are successful, then the Ancient Ones have agreed that they will let you live free, as long as you are kept under watch. Mundus was confident in his plan, and all he needed to do now was to talk to the person in question. Soon he had entered a certain space. It was nothing but white inside. As he stood there, he started to look left and right. He twisted and turned his head, but was unable to see anything. Quinn! Mundus called out. Quinn! He shouted out a bit louder this time, trying to get a response, but there was nothing. That's impossible. Did he escape? After navigating through the space relatively aimlessly for a while, Cyril had informed the others that she had finally located the Mermerial planet. The planet itself wasn't in the ship's memory, nor was it a recognized planet. However, there were many times where Cyril had seen the outside of the planet, and without a doubt, from the shape of the landmass, the amount of water and so on, she knew it was her planet. Similar to how someone, if shown a picture of Earth, would be able to recognize it as theirs as well. Save the coordinates so we can come back to this place, and put it on a drive as well. Quinn ordered. We might have to leave the planet to search for the others, and as long as things go well, this will be out base from now on. She did as asked, and while the task was completing, she could see that someone from down below was attempting to make contact. Soon, flying out from the planet, there were several dark blue-colored ships that had sharp shark-like fins on either side of the wings of the small spaceships. They were clearly spaceships that were designed for battle. Well, it looks like their military force was at least able to recover from the infighting from before. Quinn commented. Your ship is an unrecognized vessel in our planet's airspace. Please state your reason for entering and identify yourselves. The message played. Quinn knew nothing about their processes, and it had been a while since they had last been to the planet, so he was sure a lot had changed. Cyril, knowing this as well, had decided to open up the video feed and show herself. We mean no harm, we have come in peace. Cyril started. We have come from far away, and wish to speak to your leader. As you can see. Cyril held up her arm, and scales started to appear all over. Her skin was turning a slightly darker shade of blue as well. I am a Mermerial myself. If you still do not trust us, please send this to your leader Wince. Cyril's voice croaked a bit when she said this. It was painful to speak her sister's name, and when she left the last time, She thought that they would never meet again. The man on screen could be seen talking to another by his side, and in the end they decided to send the video off, to allow their leader to make the right decision. Moments later, the man had come back with an answer, and the look on his face had changed as well. "Please, follow our ships. They will escort you to the landing bay, right behind the palace." Everything seemed to be working out, which was nice for a change, and even Russ let out a sigh of relief. "It's still quite hard to get used to," Russ commented. "Meeting these other races. I know we have the Dalki and vampires, but they are more human. Well, at least the vampires." "Are you saying I don't look human?" Cyril asked. "You do. It's just strange to think that you are from so far away," Russ added. "This is cool," Minnie shouted. "This is a planet that Daddy has been on before. I'm sure that all of them will be as nice as Auntie Cyril and just as beautiful." Quinn was right, the Mermerial race had changed quite a bit since he last had been here. For one, there were more cities that were above water than below it. On top of that, the giant land of ice that had been created by none other than Syl had become the main city center. Since the planet was originally one that was mostly water, most of the islands or cities were man-made as well. Created on a strange flotation system, it appeared to be made of a metal-like material, one that would float and go along with the waves of the sea. However, for some reason, near these pieces of land, the sea was unmoving and steady. It made Quinn wonder whether it was a special device, or even the ability of the Mermerials themselves since they had the power to control water. As they were escorted, they reached a giant palace that was mostly white in decoration but was covered in pearls and pink and light blue clamshells and more. It was a civilization just as advanced as Earth, just the fashion was very different. Even across the city, there were several small paths of water. It looked like the Mermerials would jump into the water, transforming their body, and swim through the city to get to the location they wished faster. "That's so cool," Minnie said. "Cyril, does this mean that you can transform as well?" Cyril nodded. "Our bodies can change when we are mostly submerged in water, although the appearance of us is different from person to person." The ship had landed inside the palace courtyard, which looked more like an ice arena. But there was plenty of space for a ship, and waiting for them wasn't just anybody, but the current queen of the Mermerials herself, Wince, and in her hands, she was holding onto a trident. Getting off from the ship, there was a warm welcome for them all, as food and such was brought to his group, and Quinn noticed the weapons. Wince had given the trident to Syl in the end, so it's impossible to be the same one, but I can sense that it has great power. It's incredibly strong. Is it at the level of a God-Slayer item? Quinn guessed. Immediately, there was a smile on her face, and soon the smile turned into tears, tears of joy, and they weren't just coming from her, but were coming from Cyril as well. Immediately, Cyril ran forward and so did Wince, as the two of them gave each other a big hug. "There was a part of me that thought I would never see you again," Wince said. "It was the same for me." Cyril gave another big hug before breaking it and looking at her sister in the face. Wiping her tears away, she realized that she needed to get to the point. "Sister, I have an important question that I need to ask you." She then looked at Quinn. "Do you remember this man?" It was the moment of truth, as Wince looked toward Quinn, and she gave her answer. "You come see me after all this time and you ask a question like that. Of course I remember Quinn. How could I forget him?" Wince answered. It was as Quinn had expected, the memory-changing ability was unable to reach a great distance. And now Cyril had also received her confirmation her memories were indeed changed, although she had good faith to begin with. "You are also a face I never thought I would see again," she added. "Although, I did try to make this planet more land-friendly with you in mind." This was because Quinn had a great fear of the deep sea, so he appreciated it. "We have a lot to talk about." Wince went on to escort the family to a more private room where they could talk. It was an unexpected visit, but all of Wince's appointments were cancelled to make way for it. While walking around, Quinn was also trying to sense if Yongbu was around. It was a little more difficult now that he was no longer a celestial. He could somewhat sense a familiar energy, but not having that energy, it was hard to find. For now, he was unable to sense anything, but he still needed to be cautious. They had finally arrived at a grand catering room that had snacks and desserts. It was all things that they wouldn't eat though, and Quinn got right down to business. He talked to Wince and explained everything that happened, how those from his home planet and further no longer remembered him, including Cyril. The question now was starting to make sense. He didn't want to hide anything from her, and the reason why they were here. If Jim ever found out where he was, he believed that Jim would target this planet as well, which is why he needed to make it clear. "Don't be crazy," Wince replied. "You did more than enough for us. To allow your family to stay here, that is still too little. So don't worry and treat this place as your second home." The Talon family smiled, while Russ's expression didn't change much. Running even when there was no one on your tail was pretty tiring. "However, I do have one thing to tell you," Wince said. "There was someone who came by. Someone who was looking for you, Quinn." Hearing that someone was looking for Quinn wasn't so strange. After all, he was popular with everyone. Friends, enemies, celestials, and all sorts. However, with recent events there weren't many that would know his name. On top of that, he was now on the Mermerial planet, a planet that he had only visited once. The only person that had been here before that he knew was Syl, and he was unsure if Syl was the one looking for him. "Someone was looking for me?" Quinn asked, confused. "Is it Yongbu?" This was his first guess, but it still made no sense. How would the Celestial know he would be here, unless they already knew about him? "Yongbu. That is a name that I haven't heard in a while," Wince replied. "After he met with you, he only visited a couple of times, but even those that worship him have stated that they can't sense his presence these days, at least not close by. So there is a chance that he is busy with something else." That was good news for Quinn. It was one less thing for him to worry about. "Actually, I'm not sure who they were. I have never seen them before, nor did they state a name. They were also here yesterday, so it has caused quite a surprise," Wince explained. "We don't know how they got on the planet in the first place, but there is one thing that I am quite certain about, and that's the fact that they looked human." "Humans all the way out here?" Layla repeated, just as stunned as everyone else. What human would be on the Mermerial planet and looking for Quinn? There were some Celestials that looked human, but if the Celestials did find out about him escaping, he feared that most likely Mundus himself would come. "Honestly, I can't say anything else on the matter, because as soon as they came, they left just as quickly, saying that they would be back when you arrived. The only thing was, I never expected you to arrive so soon after them." For now, since there wasn't much else on the matter, Quinn would have to put a pin in it. For now, Quinn was to be shown his new living area and shown what their life would be like on the Mermerial planet. They were assigned a couple of escorts, one a fishman and another a fishwoman, called Skin and Tint. This was to allow the two sisters to catch up with each other, but Quinn did give a warning to Cyril, that she was to come back to him at least once a day, and if she felt anything strange or had any problems, to rush to his side. This was because at the end of the day Cyril was no longer like them, and it was because of Quinn in the first place. Although Wince did have celestial energy in her from Quinn, she did not have any traits of a vampire like her sister. Doing all of this was because Quinn was adamant on not creating the same problem on the Mermerial planet as what happened on Earth. The escorts eventually took Quinn to a living area that was still within the palace grounds, and they were treating him extremely nicely. And even while walking through the palace, there were many that would come over offering bracelets, gifts, and more to him. Some of them were quite the young females, and they would soon run off with red faces. "I guess even other races still think he has a handsome face," Russ commented. "Yes, and they need to remember that I am right here beside him." Layla gritted her teeth slightly, and was squeezing onto Minnie's hand a little tighter than usual. The living area was located behind the main palace, where several counselors, politicians, and heads of clans lived. The Mermerial race was a strange mix of traditional values mixed with modern ideals, and what brought this all together was the royal family. The house they were staying in had a unique taste, looking like a giant clam on the outside, but was decorated well with lots of space for them all to have a room each on the inside. "We hope you enjoy your stay here, and if there is anything you need, please ask us," both the escorts said, bowing their heads down. "Wince has asked that if you do leave the planet, there is no need to get permission, but just to inform one of us beforehand. After the two had left, the tension and awkwardness had disappeared. What did you do for them to treat you like this? Russ asked. Did you save the planet or something? Yeah, something like that, Quinn answered, while he sat down in a large blue chair that almost was like a throne so he could think about the next move. Russ was left a bit speechless because he had said it as a joke, but it seemed to actually be true. The life that Quinn lived compared to the rest of them was vastly different. The question that was on Quinn's mind was where would he begin his search for the blades. There was no clue where he should begin his search, but he wanted to move quickly. Unlike last time, although he didn't mind his family living here enjoying a peaceful life, he needed to act and would go on a search. Maybe we can kill two birds with one stone, Quinn thought, looking at Russ. We can search planets for information while also looking for nest crystals to increase Russ' strength. That would mean Russ coming with me. My family, they will be safe here. The Mermerials are strong. Stronger than when there was infighting from before. It will take a long time if Jim ever did decide to come this far. It seems he doesn't know much about what I have done, so I doubt he could guess to come find me in a place like this. I'm more likely to run into them, and if that happens, I'll just have to shadow link to come back to Minnie. Although he had said to himself there was no time to spare, he didn't want to rush off just yet. There was a little nag in the back of his mind as to who were the people that wished to meet with him. They said they would come, so maybe he should stay a couple of days and see what they wanted. I'm going to go for a walk. I'll be back soon, Quinn said, as he left the house and went to explore aimlessly. He didn't know where he was going, nor did he want to bother the two escorts. It was just when his mind was full it was easier for him to walk. A lot of his recent thoughts had been back to the fight that Syl had. I still can't believe it. Borden, you're really gone? And Nell as well, Quinn thought. I didn't even get to say goodbye, or any final words. This has happened so many times already. It feels like everyone is leaving me, and one day everyone will leave me while I'm still alive. Still fighting. Where was the end in sight for Quinn? This was playing heavily on his mind. He enjoyed living with his family, but as they grew older, would they eventually get involved in conflicts that he would have to deal with? And what would happen? How would he feel if he lived to see one of them lose their life? The cycle of pain for Quinn was repeating, and as time went on it was just getting bigger and bigger. Eventually Quinn could see a beautiful sight in front of him. There was a watery lake inside the castle grounds. It was large and gigantic. There was a pathway that was built out and a small little platform where one could sit out and enjoy the view of the lake. Seeing this, Quinn started to walk out on the pathway and onto the platform. He looked out at the beautiful sight with the sun sparkling off the lake. After thinking about all that, I get to see something so beautiful that I never would have seen if I was gone. Quinn smiled to himself. Sorry to interrupt, a voice said from behind. But we have been waiting for you. Turning around, Quinn saw the two people, and he could recognize them both immediately, but it didn't put a smile on his face at all. Bliss, Sam. I'm guessing you two still remember me. If Quinn was thinking properly, then he could have guessed that the two that wished to meet him would have been these two. The thing was, he had pushed the thought to the very back of his mind, because he didn't want it to become a reality. For some reason, someone who was very loyal to Quinn was working alongside Bliss. A meddlesome celestial who believed she was doing things for the sake of the human race. But the way Quinn saw it, she was able to do so much, yet chose to do so little. I'm happy to see that you and your family are safe, Sam stated first as he moved a bit closer, but stopped as he saw the look in Quinn's eyes. Why are you mentioning my family? Quinn said. At one point, he would have loved to have introduced his family to Sam. However, the fact that he was by her side was what made him untrusting to a certain degree. There is no need to be so hostile towards us, Bliss said, as she sat calmly on the outside seats of the platform, not taking Quinn's threat so seriously. Have we ever harmed you before? Quinn laughed at the statement. You harmed my family, and don't think for a second if in those visions of yours if you ever saw that getting rid of my family would be more beneficial to you, that you wouldn't do it. The only reason why I haven't sent you back into the reincarnation cycle is because I only just arrived on this planet and don't want to cause any trouble. As for you, Sam, I still consider you somewhat a friend." A smile appeared on Sam's face as he heard that, although it was slightly a nervous smile due to the choice of words. "I will always consider you a friend, Quinn, no matter what you think of me," Sam replied. "Whether you believe it or not, that is why we are here." When Sam was speaking, Quinn seemed to calm down a little, so he decided that it was best to hear them out. "Before you say anything, there is a lot I need to get off my chest," Quinn stated. "The fact that you are here must mean that you saw a vision that I would eventually arrive here. So then why didn't you get involved sooner? Why didn't you tell me what was going to happen to Syl? Tell me what's going to happen, so we can prevent these things." Bliss sighed at that moment. "And why do you keep asking the same question every time we meet, and not expect the same answer? Are you mad?" Quinn didn't say anything and instantly moved from his position. His hand reached out and his fingers wrapped around Bliss's throat. She tried to lift her staff, but the shadow from Quinn pushed the staff, ripping it out from her hand, and was holding it in place. "Mad? Of course I'm mad. My friends died. They died right in front of my eyes, and you are alive," Quinn shouted. "If you can't help them, then what's the point of you being alive?" "Quinn," Sam called out and grabbed hold of his other arm. "You need her, believe it or not. It's because she has only dabbled here and there that things haven't turned out far worse. You are only thinking about the current life that we live in now, not the one that could have been. The Celestials you knew nothing about but managed to gather all of their attention, and even the planet we are on now. Isn't the reason why you can bring your family to safety here because of what Bliss did in sending you away? There are more paths than you can even imagine, and right now we are here to do the same thing again. I know you don't trust her, but somewhere deep down you still trust me, right?" Sam asked. "I'm your strategist, the strategist for the cursed faction. Always planning to do what's best for the faction, and that includes you, Quinn." Sam's words. They always sounded so confident, and because they were coming from him, they were pulling at Quinn's heartstrings a bit. He weakened his grip and quickly moved away, while letting go of the staff. "He has grown incredibly strong. I doubt that there is a god slayer out there that is as strong as him," Bliss thought, as she rubbed her neck a little. "Now I can speak," she said as she held the staff closer toward her. "I'm sure you are aware already, but Jack and Jim have begun their conquest. They are taking over one planet at a time with their new army, and when it comes to power they are unmatched. The Celestials will see this as a threat, but it will be too late, and in the end the universe will act out, creating a great reset." "Do you know what this means?" "A reset," Quinn replied. "It means the universe will restart. It will decide to start again from scratch, getting rid of everything that is in place at the moment to create a balance. There will be no Celestials, there will be no God Slayers, there will be no humans. It will be as if none of us ever existed in the first place." You see, Jim and Jack's armies are both evolving in their own ways. As the Dalki obtain more spikes, more and more will reach God Slayer status. The vampire's strength increases due to the green blood, so in turn the vampires also grow stronger. On top of that, I'm sure Jim has other methods and uses of getting himself and others stronger. The thing is, they don't even realize what future they are heading towards themselves, and even if we were to tell them, do you think they would believe us? The Celestials will think it's a trick, and the same with Jim and Jack. But then there is you, Quinn, in the middle of it all. Despite everything that Quinn had been through and everything he had seen, trying to imagine a reset. The universe just restarting like that was hard to comprehend. "There is a turning point," Bliss said. "During their conquest they will go from planet to planet, and they will eventually reach these planets. Not even the Mermerials are safe. In my vision, a great war takes place and you will lose the fight, nearly all will end up dead. You manage to escape and move to the next planet where the same happens again. You train and try to get stronger, which you do, but so does the enemy. Their numbers, their overwhelming force is just too much for you to handle. Each time you run away, the situation just gets worse. Which is why, Quinn, you need to gather allies by your side once again. Gather and use anyone you can to stop them once and for all. Don't try and fight this fight alone. And don't be afraid of going against those that were once your ally." This wasn't the first time Quinn had heard this. Logan had said the same thing. thinking about his powers and what was currently in his shadow space. Maybe there was a way for him to create an army. Quinn, there are planets out there with races that have great strength. Strength that is far greater than humans, equal to the vampires and some of the Dalki, but they won't just take a stranger's word for it. You need to convince them that you need their help. Convince them that with you following your lead, that you will have the confidence to take out the threat that is heading towards destroying the universe. Sam placed both hands on his shoulder, and then pulled something out of his pocket. It was a small nano stick. If you trust us, head to these coordinates, and we will be doing our best to help you when the time comes. Sam stood back, standing next to Bliss, and her staff started to light up. It looked like they were leaving, but before they did, Sam had one more thing to say. On that stick, there is a gift for you. It took a lot to get that, but I hope you can forgive your parents. The two of them flashed away, while Quinn held out his hand. Wait, what? My parents? It was a restless sleep for Quinn that night, that was for sure. But when he woke up, he still didn't let any of what had happened deter him from his original plan. He had informed the group that he would be leaving to head off to another planet, in search of the blades. This time, Layla knew it was coming, and so did the rest. What they didn't know was the fact that Quinn would ask Russ to come with them, and even he seemed surprised. I had planned to laze around and enjoy myself here. There are a few cuties among the mammalian race, but of course the vampire needs to ruin it all. Russ thought. There was one more surprise though. When informing the others, Cyril was with them as well, and she had claimed that she wished to join Quinn while he was on his journeys. Are you sure about this? Quinn asked. Don't you want to spend time on your home planet? And with your sister? Cyril shook her head. We have done a lot of catching up already. We spent many years together as well. But the longer I stay here, and learn of what everyone has done without me, the more I feel like this is no longer my home. Quinn somewhat understood the feeling Cyril was going through. It was most likely she could feel that was different from the rest as well. It would be a pleasure to have you come with us, but I warn you that it might not be easy. Trouble does seem to follow me around at times. Quinn half joked. This was better for him in all honesty, as he was a little worried about Cyril and what might happen to her while she was away. The best thing was to check up on her once in a while so no accidents occurred. As for what had happened, and the people he met, he chose not to inform Layla and his family of that matter. It wouldn't change nor help anything anyway. Minnie, I'm leaving you in charge while I'm away, Quinn said. If anything dangerous happens, remember to use what I gave you. Minnie nodded and pumped her fist. She still had yet to use the gift her father had given her because she hadn't been involved in any direct conflict that warranted her using it. But hearing her father give her such an important task, she was ready. The group were traveling through space. Now it was just the three of them, and neither of them talked to each other much. They were a mismatched group. It was fine for Quinn because the quietness while traveling gave him time to think. We don't really have an idea of where to go. But I do have this, Quinn thought as he looked at the nano stick in his hand. They said it has the location of where to go. Does that mean it will take me to the blades? The problem was whether to take their help or not, and there was something else on the stick that Quinn was greatly interested in. He said that there was something about my parents here. I didn't mishear him, right? Quinn thought to himself. But what could it be? They can't still be alive. They died in the war. I was told they had died in the war, and even if they hadn't, they wouldn't have been able to live for so long, not without some sort of influence. Letting out a big sigh, in the end Quinn decided to stick the stick into the main system of the ship. Sam, because you have done so much for me, I will choose to trust you this time again. The console lit up green for a second, before lighting up as usual. The ship took a drastic turn as it started to head in a completely different direction. Can you warn us next time? Russ said, as his hand was on the side of the ship, having nearly fallen over. Despite all of that, Quinn had decided to ignore them, because something had come up almost immediately. The hologram display was starting up and a video was starting to play. The screen was showing two people, a male and a female. The female was a beauty with long straight brown hair that went perfectly down her sides. Even though she was doing nothing but staring at the camera, there was this air of peace around her. Just seeing her was making Quinn calm. Then there was the man who had black curly hair. He looked to be a little rough around the edges. He had stubble that was out of control, a bit patchy, and a dark bags under his eyes as if he hadn't been to sleep in a while. The two of them were in a plain room. There was no furniture and only a small window in the back. In some cases it looked like a prison cell, but judging by their actions and the smile the two of them had on their faces, it didn't look like a prison cell at all. Even after all this time, even though I was so young when they left me, I can still recognize them. I can still remember what they look like. The video hadn't really started, but Quinn was already using his clothes to cover up his eyes, as he could see his mother and father. After finding out that Quinn was no longer in the specially made locked space, Mundus had returned to the celestial space almost immediately. Nearly falling to the ground, his usual seat rose, catching him before he had done. I don't understand. I searched and searched, but he was no longer in that space. How can that even be possible? Mundus thought. There has never been a celestial that was able to escape from something like that. The special space was something that was created by one of the elders. There were hardly any rules when creating the space, so the seal should have been strong. Either way, it was clear that Quinn was no longer in the space, and he needed to do something. The one thing that he didn't want to do was report to the elders that an individual had slipped from his hands. He could be anywhere right now, and I need to find him as soon as possible, so I need some help. Mundus knew who to call for help, because during this tough period he had become his messenger of sorts. A few moments later, a floating ball of energy called XOX arrived. I have an important task for you, Mundus ordered. However, you are not to let any of the others know. They are not to learn of this apart from those you decide you can trust in keeping this a secret. Quinn was already a problem for the Celestials, and if they were to learn that they were looking for him again, it would cause a panic among them. I need you to find Quinn Talon, the Celestial that is also known as BB. As soon as you find him, report back to me immediately. That dreaded name shook XOX. Ever since he had met with BB, his life had been harder than he felt like it should have been. Right away, sir, XOX answered and was off. While running through the celestial space to complete the task quickly, he was starting to think who he could trust, and who might be able to help him best. In recent times, there was someone who he became close with, and was already doing a task for him. XOX started to head to Earth, and eventually ran into another celestial. Yanbu, XOX called out. I have an important task, you can forget about Earth for now. I need your help, we need to find BB. Just like XOX, you had a knee-jerk reaction as he took a step back and shook his head. You don't understand. This is an order from Mundus, you have to help me, and no one can know about it. You met him before, right, so maybe you would have an idea of where he would be? XOX asked. Yanbu didn't want to get involved, but if it was Mundus' order, it was already too late. I don't really have a good idea, but I guess we can start from my planet. There are those that know of him. After the initial shock of seeing his parents on screen, there were a few things that Quinn started to notice. For one, their age. The reason why he was so easily able to recognize them was because they looked exactly like they did before they had left. As the years went past, the memories and their faces were disappearing from Quinn's mind, but the brain was a strange thing because as soon as he saw them, he knew they were his parents and the memories of them started to flood into his mind. Yet, why would they look the same unless they were vampires? But even then they would need to be original vampires to keep up their appearance. But then why wasn't Quinn born a vampire? In the end, looking at their clothing gave the answer away. It was simple, this was a video from a long time ago. The two of them were wearing military uniforms which didn't have a hint of beast gear on it. Alright, the two of you are to state your names into the camera before recording your message. You have 2 minutes. A voice was heard coming from behind the camera. 2 minutes, Quinn's mother said, the smile fading from her face. But she soon forced herself as she sat upright and smiled right at the camera again. My name is Isabella Talon. And my name is Finley Talon, Quinn's father stated. There is a reason why we are recording this video, why everyone has been asked to make a video, and unfortunately if you are getting this message it means that the two of us are now dead. It was then that Quinn realized how foolish he was being. The answer was obvious as to what this video was. Yet he was holding out hope. Hope that they were still alive out there, that he could do something, but it did make him wonder. How did Sam manage to get this video, and why only now was he seeing it? Quinn, our baby, both of us are very sorry. Isabella started to speak, her voice choking up. We're sorry that we won't be able to see you grow up. We're sorry that we won't be there to see your first girlfriend, your children, and be there when you need us. I'm sorry as well, Finley added, clenching both of his fists on his knees. But I'm sorry for fighting back. The situation is bad at the moment, and I want you to know that if our lives are taken, it's all because of you. I don't want you to think we abandoned you. We are fighting to protect you and all the others like you. If we lose our life so you can all stay alive, then I can say I am a proud father because of that. I won't be able to teach you morals, what's right or wrong as you grow up, but I know you are a Talon, and throughout our lives, the Talons have always done the right thing. I want you to live a normal, happy family life. I want you to not be involved in conflict, but if you are anything like me, then I know you won't be able to stand back and do nothing. Because you are a Talon. You will be a great person. I know it, and knowing that, me and your mother can fight in this war. The video ended there, and there was nothing else. There was no extra message, nothing mentioned about the book that he had been given, that changed his life. This is their final words. Why am I receiving all of this now? The others had heard the video from behind. Hearing the words Talon and the context of the conversation, they could guess what it was. So none of them said anything, and suddenly Quinn started to play the video again as he watched it over and over while they made their way to the unknown planet. The other two were getting slightly worried, as they lost count how many times Quinn had played through that video. My word, it looks like someone has parental issues, and I thought I was the bad one, Russ inwardly said. We are now approaching planet Peranium. The spaceship informed the rest. It snapped everyone out of the strange atmosphere that was in the room as they looked outside. The planet looked to be fairly small when compared to Earth, but unlike Earth and the Mermerial planet, it was mostly land with a few streams of water. It almost looked like there was no sea at all, just rivers that were constantly flowing that connected around the planet. Now that we are approaching the planet, what are we going to do if they attack us? Cyril asked. For now, it is important that we don't make whoever these guys are a threat. Remember, we are here to look for the blades. Quinn wanted to say more, based on the strength of this alien race. Maybe they could ask them for help in the fight, just like Bliss and Sam had suggested, but he was still unsure if he wanted to do that. If they attack, I can protect us and the ship, we don't have to worry about that, but I don't think there will be a problem. Quinn had better eyesight than the others, and he could see that there were multiple ships that were stopping and entering from a certain point, and based on the ship's autopilot, it was heading to the same point that the ships were coming in and out from. Concentrating further and using chi on his eyes, Quinn was able to see even further ahead, and he could see they had practically what looked like a ship airport, and what he was seeing was interesting to say the least. There was a system and multiple races of different aliens that were coming and going as they left and joined the planet. A lot of what he was seeing reminded him of the Marpo cruise where multiple races were seen. It seemed like the planet had a lot of contact with other races. This is a good starting point. Even if the blades aren't on this planet, maybe we can ask other races if they have seen humans before, Quinn thought. And it also means that they won't be so hostile to visitors. Looking at the different aliens, there was one type that was more prominent compared to the others. They were human-sized, but had thin pointed legs, heads, and arms. It was clear that they weren't human. Their purple skin alone said that, but had the same limbs and body structure of a human. From just watching them, there was also another clear difference, and that was their speed. They were rushing and running all over the place. At the space station they were workers that would zip from one side of the room to the next, and at times there would just be blurs. If a regular human with no chi training or combat experience were to see this, they would be unable to follow any of their movements. Once again, the reality of how weak the human race was without their abilities was being shown. Although they did have chi, the strength was shown in only a few. The problem is, what do we do? Quinn thought. The planet, there seems to be no conflict. My name is not known here, we are just visitors, so who would I even talk to? Where do I even go to ask about the blades? If I asked to speak to their leader, why would they even speak to me? Unless I make a big scene, but that wouldn't be a good first impression either. Thinking about it more, there was one thing that the planet most likely had, that was beasts that had beast crystals, and where there were beasts there were nest crystals. Coming to this planet wasn't going to be a waste, and Quinn was at least going to boost Russ' strength to boost his own. Next time we fight Ray, it won't be as one-sided as before. The whole process of landing on the planet was smooth. The ship landed on a platform and then moved to a certain bay. After that, a machine approached them asking their reason for visiting and where they had come from. Quinn answered Earth, even though it was unlikely they had ever had visitors from Earth before. After that, their faces and bodies were scanned. It was quite clear that all of it was a security measure. Please descend from your ship and follow the signs to the station. Upon returning, your scan will bring you back to your ship. A soft, calming female voice said to them. A lot of what was happening reminded them of Green City. After descending, they did as asked and eventually arrived at the station. Cyril was fine, as she stood there waiting for Quinn to give the next order. But Russ couldn't help but stare and turn his head. Oh, please, Russ said, seeing the strange look Cyril was giving him. You have to understand that seeing all these different species and aliens is not normal for us. Even though humans have expanded, we have stayed quite within our own area. This was true apart from the Marpo cruise, but the main reason for that was due to how much infighting there was going on between the current planets they had discovered already. If the humans discovered another planet with a different race, then it would just be too much for them to handle. As they were standing there, soon a purple alien ran over to where they were. 1 second they weren't there, and the next moment they were right next to them with a flyer in their hand. Greetings, visitors. The alien spoke nearly as fast as he ran over. From the puzzled look on your faces, you don't seem to be from around here. If it's your first time visiting, then I suggest you go to the Zap Zap arcade. It's a great place to de-stress and get your legs working. Before any of them could say anything, the alien ran off and was going to the next set of visitors. He spoke as fast as he ran, Russ said. Quinn looked at the flyer, and it was bright with all sorts of wacky strange colors on it, and it was hard to tell even what type of place it was. An arcade. We don't have time for games, we have to look for where the blades are. Quinn mumbled. And how do you plan to do that? Do you just want to walk around this entire planet? Asking if they've seen someone like me? Russ sarcastically commented, clearly knowing it was a bad idea. If you could get the help of the locals, I think that would be a big plus. Have you seen how fast they can move? Cyril commented. They were still fascinated by the race known as the Pensui. Their trait was speed. They talked fast, thought fast, and ran fast as well. The vampires were also fast, but this speed was on a different level. Without meeting a leader or a prominent figure of the Pensui, Quinn felt like it was unlikely they would just give a helping hand, but it did give him another idea. Maybe there was a way he could get a helping hand from somewhere else. With this in mind, Quinn decided to leave the station with the rest of the group, and they soon had entered the city. Just as expected, everything was moving fast. They had strange pointy-shaped vehicles on the road that looked to not slow down for a second as it took you from one place to the next. They saw one of the vehicles suddenly stop, and in seconds 4 of the Pensui got on board, and it was already moving again. I'm not so sure you will even be able to catch one of these to ask them a few questions, Russ commented. Quinn was beginning to think the same, so for now he decided to walk around, while he headed to the border of the city. Because what he was looking for was where the travelers of this planet, the hunters that fought against the beasts, would be. Because there was one thing noticeable, and that was the fact that their machinery and power, just like on Earth, ran off of beast crystals, so there needed to be a way for them to obtain them. As they continued to walk around aimlessly, it was becoming apparent to all of them that they had no idea where they were going. Wait a second. Isn't that the place on the flyer you were given? Cyril asked. It was a large venue that almost looked like an area with a lit-up neon-like sign with the words Zap Zap Arcade. If there are people playing games in there, then it has to mean there are those that are staying still or are in one place, right? Cyril suggested. Judging by the size of it as well, Quinn guessed that maybe they had other things inside. An arcade on another planet wouldn't be the same as one on Earth after all. When entering, they were bombarded with lights and a bunch of noise. They had expected it to be a little calmer, but they were completely wrong. There were countless numbers of the Pensui playing all sorts of different games, and all of them seemed to be focused around speed. One was just running on what looked like a treadmill, and there was a large screen in front of them showing contestants as they ran past them. Another game required one to touch as many buttons as they could as soon as they lit up, and the hands of the player were moving all over the place. Haha! You Amra people are the worst! A specific word had caught the attention of Quinn. When turning his head, he realized he really hadn't misheard the word that had been used. There was a large male Amra with 4 arms and he was playing one of the button games. It was a flat surface with around 100 different buttons that would light up quickly and fade away. There were solo versions of the game, and there were also a VS mode where one machine was blue and the other was red. They would go off at the same time for 1 minute, and after that minute the one with the highest score would win. We thought because you have more arms than us, you would have given us a challenge. The group of what Quinn could only guess were teenage boys started to laugh. Yeah, right. No race has ever been able to beat a Pensui at their own games. We are the fastest in the whole universe. They continued to laugh, and one of them even went to touch the Amra, poking its skin and quickly running back in its place, because it knew that it was far too fast for the Amra to do anything. Ah! The Amra man shouted. If this was a fight instead, I would certainly win. The Amra tensed its body, showing its muscular, rock-hard body. It was clear that his pride was being hurt, and it felt like he needed to do something. Out of the group, though, one who had a larger and pointy head than the other Pensui started to move forward. It wasn't the one that had just played the game, but seemed to be the leader of the group of teenagers since the others moved to the side. Oh really? The Pensui said. You think just because we are fast that we can't fight? That we aren't strong? Do we have to remind you that you are on our planet? And if you really wanted to put it to the test, then I would be happy to. Zalek, your father Dash. Shut up. Zalek the Pensui turned around and said to his friend, and the others soon backed off. Humph. I have nothing to prove to a bunch of kids, the Amr said, and turned around ready to walk off, to play some other games and cool his head. Don't call me a kid, Zalek shouted and charged forward, thrusting his hand forward at such speed. He was moving so fast, everything was processing in his head that all around him it looked like slow motion. His friends wanted to stop him, but Zalek was far faster than them and he had a head start, and as for the Amra, although they weren't slow by any means, in comparison he had yet to take a step. No one should underestimate me, Zalek screamed in his head, but then could see something moving from the side. Something moving incredibly fast. It grabbed onto his hand and stopped it in place. That was dirty, Quinn said, looking at Zalek straight in the eye. The Amra for the most part were one of the nicest races he had come across. They weren't hostile toward him from the get-go. He was even able to play games with their young ones and felt welcomed. It was only the Celestial himself that was the problem, but in the end that all got resolved. Perhaps it was because of the good memories Quinn had in his head of the Amra that he had gotten involved. Why had he decided to move forward? Maybe it was the dirty display of attacking someone while their back was turned. Eventually Quinn let go of Zalek, who pulled back and was looking at his hand. Where did this person come from? Zalek thought. I didn't see anyone that looks like him close by. Did he really get here so fast that I was unable to recognize them? Before saying anything, he as well as the rest of the Pensui looked at Quinn and the other 2 that were coming over. They were examining their bodies as they moved their heads up and down. I've never seen them, what are they? One of the Pensui asked. They look really squishy. And that man's skin is so white and pale, is he going to faint? Of course, when looking at humans compared to other races, especially the Amra they were standing next to, humans certainly did look incredibly weak. Thank you, warrior, the Amra man said, banging his chest with one of his hands. But, although these guys are fast, their attacks would never be able to pierce my hard skin. There he goes again, underestimating us. That big rock, one of the teenagers said. Soon the rest of the Pensui were happy to back them up. Turning his head around, Russ was wondering why no one else was getting involved, or coming to stop what looked like an international alien fight about to break out. However, he soon realized that the noise of the machines were drowning out their voices, and all that were in the arcade seemed to be having too much fun on their own to bother coming over. "Hey," Russ said, coming into the middle of the group. "We are new to the planet, as you can guess, and we don't really know our way around here. We need some guides to explain to us what's going on, what this place is, and more. Now we don't really have money, but you guys like playing games, right?" All of them nodded. For them this place was their regular hangout spot. They played non-stop trying to get the best scores. "Great, so let's make a deal. Let's play a game, and if we win, you become our guides for the day." While the Pensui were thinking about this, it gave time for Quinn to calm the armor down, and he seemed to be more reasonable than he was before, walking away. Quinn did also ask for the two of them to perhaps meet up, as he would like to know what was going on the planet that he had left. "What's taking you all so long to decide? Didn't you say before that there is no race faster than you guys?" Russ taunted. During the debate with each other, it was actually Zalek, the leader of the group, that was hesitant. He was cautious because of the man with the black curly hair, and the confidence they all had. "Zalek, we nearly have all the high scores on all the machines on here. These guys look like they haven't even touched one of the games. Why are you so nervous?" one of them asked. In the end, Zalek walked forward. "We're not afraid," Zalek said, looking at all of them. "But I think we should have this as a battle between the races. After all, every Pensui speed differs, so it will be us three against you three, a best of three." The three of them were a bit dumbfounded, because the truth was, they weren't the same race at all. Quinn was a vampire, Cyril a mermerial hybrid, and Russ was the only real human among them. At the same time, Quinn was a little worried. Originally he thought Russ's plan was a good one. Evaluating their speed, he had gathered that he was faster than the Pensui. Whether he was faster than everyone on the planet or not was a different question, but he was compared to those in front of him. Winning the match, they could then ask the teenagers for advice, but now that it was a 3-on-3, they would lose 2 of the matches out of 3. There has to be some other way, or we can just try asking someone nice outside, Quinn thought. "It's a deal," Russ said with his hand held out. Zalek didn't know Russ was going for a handshake and slapped it instead. "Deal." Before Quinn could even say anything, a deal had been made and he was just left shaking his head. The Pensui group had selected their first contestant over at the blue side. It was one of the shortest from the group named Micker. The others were cheering on his name, and it was gathering some attention from those who were nearby in the arcade. There wasn't a large crowd, but they were interested in another race going up against theirs in a game. Since Russ was seemingly taking charge of the whole thing, Quinn allowed him to just continue on, and the first from their team that was selected was Cyril. She approached the gaming machine and stood on the platform, and for a second she looked back at Quinn. "I will do my best for you," Cyril stated. It seemed like she was taking this whole thing seriously, even though Quinn wasn't too bothered. "You all know the rules. When the countdown begins, you can only hit the buttons on your side of the machine and with your color. The one who hits the most buttons in a minute will be declared the winner," Zalek shouted. The countdown started to begin, and the buzzer sounded, starting the match. Immediately, Micker looked to his right. He wasn't in a rush to hit his buttons, because in his mind it was a sure win, but he would soon come to regret those actions. Cyril was moving as fast as she could, tapping the buttons close, focused, and was gaining points fast. In that brief moment of looking at his opponent, she had already gained 12 points. "What the?" Micker panicked and started to move around, hitting all the points he could see as quickly as possible. He was no longer looking at his opponent and just focusing on him. "Hey, that woman is pretty fast," one of the onlookers reported. "I think it's the first time I've seen another race that fast." Quinn was also surprised by this, as he completely forgot something about Cyril. He was thinking of her as a mermerial, but she was no longer just a mermerial, she was part vampire as well. Her speed, senses, reflexes, and reactions were all improved, and that was why she was able to move fast as well. Maybe Russ had a plan after all. "Faster!" Zalek shouted. "Faster!" Micker thought. "Does that mean I'm losing?" Micker started to move his hands and his legs, and shifted his head back and forth. He was finding it hard to breathe, as he was moving at a speed he had never done before. He had never lost to another race, and today wasn't going to be the first time. Beep. The game had ended and Micker fell onto his back exhausted. He was drenched in sweat from head to toe. Meanwhile Cyril had both hands on her knees gasping for air as much as possible. Staring up at the scoreboard, Zalek had his mouth wide open. It was so close. 446 points to red, and 448 points to blue. The Pensui had won. However, they weren't jumping for joy over their win, because it was the closest match they had in a long time. "I'm sorry I lost," Cyril said as she came over. "You don't have to worry too much. It's just a game," Quinn replied. Now it was time for the second match, and Russ was going on the platform. Unlike Quinn and Cyril, Russ wasn't part vampire, and based on his strength he didn't have much chi he could use to improve his body as well. "I can tell that you're counting me out already," Russ smiled. "But I have a plan." H-Ice opponent, a long-limbed Pensui named Lol, came to the game. Not only were Pensui fast, but with long limbs they would be able to hit the buttons further away without having to move their legs. "Let me ask you a question," Russ asked. "Are you the fastest Pensui that you know, that is in your mind?" Lol was confused by the question, but soon Russ' body started to change there and then, his skin turning purple, his legs thinning out, and his limbs getting slightly longer. Soon it was hard to distinguish the difference between the two of them. From the Usit is now looked like a Pensui was going up against another Pensui. Although Russ had somewhat explained his abilities, Quinn still didn't completely understand how it worked, and every time he saw it he was quite amazed. The people around had seen a human figure change into one of their own race. Those that were just glancing as they moved around the arcade were now pointing and talking about what had just taken place. When looking at Russ and his opponent, although they looked the same, their body shape was slightly different. At first Quinn wondered why, but he soon got the answers from listening in on those around him. "Hey, doesn't that strange alien Pensui have the perfect body shape?" "What, you mean the fake Pensui? Well, now that you say it, his body shape is almost exactly like Stark. Just because he has the body shape of the fastest Pensui on the planet, doesn't mean he is just as fast." The easiest thing for Russ to do was to use his power to imitate his opponent, but he had no experience with the Pensui body, and most likely if the two of them were to go face to face with the same type of body with the same level of ability, he would lose and at best draw. Although Russ had suffered quite a few losses here and there recently, he hated to lose. So while searching in the young Pensui's mind, he came across the strongest image in his head, and that was who he was right now. Seeing this, Quinn thought that his initial plan to help Russ so he could grow stronger was the right thing to do after all. "What is this?" Zalek called out, walking to the middle of where the two platforms were and pointing at Russ's body. "Are you trying to get away with cheating? This is nothing like what you looked like before. Your whole body is completely different," Zalek complained. "Cheating," Russ said as he looked back. Although his body was that of a Pensui, his face was still recognizable of his own. It looked like he was unable to completely change into another person, even if using their powers. Otherwise that would be quite frightening, Quinn thought, and would be a stronger power. "This is my power. This is simply something that I am able to do," Russ answered. "Think about it. You Pensui use your natural ability, your natural powers of speed to win at these games, correct? Then I am just doing the same. I am using my natural powers to adjust myself in a more favorable position. You stated the rules clearly in the beginning and this wasn't in your rules." Russ turned back around, as if he wasn't even going to listen to Zalek if he tried to refute it, and since it seemed like no one was backing up Zalek, he decided to step back. That was because most that were watching were more interested in what this copycat-type person could do. 3-1 start. Unlike the last time, the Pensui was not going to get distracted by looking at his opponent, and decided to hit the buttons as fast as he could. With his long limbs, it allowed him to reach the buttons that appeared high up, as well as far to the right and left without having to move. The Pensui weren't just fast in their legs, but their eyes, heads, arms, their whole bodies were able to move fast. Right now, if there was a Pensui that was watching him, he felt like he might get recruited for a national team, he was doing so well. The problem was, although he was impressive, no one was looking at him because by his side, there was someone far more impressive. Russ was off to a bit of a rough start, but due to seeing the match before him, he had paid close attention to how the Pensui worked, but imagining and doing were two different things. When the game started, he was around 20 points behind his opponent, but eventually everyone could see that number drawing closer and closer, and it wasn't because Russ's opponent was slowing down, it was because he was speeding up. My word. It really is. It is like watching Stark. One of the onlookers commented. Buttons were appearing and being tapped, one after the other. The speed of the arms moving were nearly twice as fast, and the minute had eventually come to an end. 554 points. That's a new record. The young Pensui smiled. When turning his head to look at the scoreboard, the smile quickly disappeared. 823 points. I lost by so much. It was meant to be a proud moment for the Pensui, achieving a personal record. But in this situation where his friends were watching and losing by such a difference, he was unable to enjoy this moment as he went back. Are there any recruits watching? That guy could be on a professional team. Did you forget something? He is not a Pensui. The transformation was ending, and Russ was reverting back to his normal self. It was the first time for a lot of them there, witnessing a Pensui losing to another race. But they didn't feel too annoyed, because the opponent had done so after changing his body into something similar to theirs. Alrighty, Russ said, hitting Quinn on the shoulder. If you win, then we have our guides. I have done everything I can. It was a game that Quinn didn't really want to participate in anyway, but since it had come to this, and the only thing he needed to do was win, he thought he might as well give it a try. Walking over, Quinn stood on the platform, and this time the one that had been running his mouth, the leader of the group, Zalek, was his opponent. When he stood on the other platform, he looked at Quinn for a few moments. Aren't you going to change, like the person before you did? Zalek asked. That's not something I really do. Quinn replied, not wanting to explain himself. It would be a long and hard thing to try to do in the first place. A lot of the onlookers were expecting another transformation, but when they realized that it wasn't going to take place, quite a few of them started to walk off in disappointment. Zalek has this one in the bag, right? One of his friends said. Of course he does. He's the best of all of us. And as long as that alien doesn't transform into one of us again, how can Zalek lose? Looking at the scoreboard, the new high score was Russ's score with 823 points. But before that, Zalek held the record with around 700. He was skilled at not just this game but many, because he was a trainee for one of the top professional teams of the Pensui. Why am I so nervous, even when I go up against professionals in the camp? I'm not this nervous. Is it just because he grabbed my hand from before? That was just a coincidence. I just didn't notice him. Calm down. 3, 2, 1. Start. The game had begun and Quinn was relatively calm. He had played multiple different games that would be used for training, such as the block game, and he always was quite good at them. Judging by his speed as well, he felt he would be good at this one as well. Let's try match his speed for now. Quinn thought. The numbers were going up and looking like they were going up neck and neck. There was 1 or 2 points difference between the two. I saw the look on the Pensui's face before. These guys are just kids, trying to have fun. There is no need to humiliate them. Quinn thought. Once in a while Quinn would glance up at the scoreboard, and this didn't go unnoticed by the other Pensui. As soon as he did, Quinn would move at a faster speed to match the points up again. What is that alien doing? One of them asked. Is he slowing down on purpose? Why does he keep looking at the scoreboard? As the time was reaching close to the end, there was still around 1 or 2 points between the two, but at the very last moment as Quinn looked at the scoreboard a second before it ended, he moved as fast as he could, hitting a few of the buttons. Zalek looked up, 760 points, a new personal record for himself, but when he turned his head, Quinn's scoreboard said 761. Zalek couldn't help himself, as he continued to stare at the scoreboard. Like the others, he had improved his score. The fact that he was in competition and there was a lot riding on this, he had pushed himself more than he usually would have done and improved, getting the best score he had ever gotten. Yet, despite all of that, he had still lost, and it was by a single point. How could I lose by just 1 point? Zalek thought, both of his hands covering his head. If I had just moved a bit faster, if I had changed the pattern of hitting the buttons a little, maybe I could have gotten 3 in that one area instead of moving. If I didn't take a breath at that point, Zalek was now second-guessing all of the moves that he had made previously throughout the game. If this was a real contest or the championship losing by 1 point, he would never be able to live it down. I have to get footage of the match and see where I went wrong. I need to analyze this game. While in the middle of his thoughts, a certain blonde-haired man had approached him. Believe me when I say this, don't take it to heart too much. I don't think there is anyone that can beat him, Russ said, looking back at Quinn. Zalek lifted his head and pulled a frown. He was wondering what this person meant. For one, he himself had gotten a higher score, and there were plenty of professionals who wouldn't be able to get a higher score than that. He's just being big-headed because they won the game, Zalek thought. Don't worry, I will keep our end of the deal, Zalek replied. We just need to inform some people about a few things. So if you wait here for an hour or so in front of the shop, we will return. How can we be so sure that you will return? Russ asked. Then just get someone else to help you with whatever you need. But I will keep my promise. Some of my friends will stay here, so if you really want to find me then just look for them. With that Zalek returned to the others, and they soon started to walk off. Although Zalek seemed to be quite aggressive in his approach, Russ kinda liked that. Due to how hardworking he was sure it would also be the right person to guide them as well. There was one worry, a lot of the Pensui looked very alike with a few different details here and there. The main way they could tell the others were different were due to their voice. That's great, Cyril said. Let's play some more games. I don't want to lose again, if something so high stakes appears. No, Cyril, seriously, you don't have to take it to heart losing that game, Quinn said, and tried reaching out. But she had this strange fire in her eyes, showing her determination. Zalek and the others were leaving the arcade. This was because Zalek had training sessions every day. He was a trainee for one of the top professional teams for the game known as Killer Instinct, the game they had just played, although professional teams also specialized in a handful of other games. Since all of them revolved around the same theme, speed, reflexes, and quick thinking. One who was best at one of these games was usually king at them all. The group had finally left the shop, but not without the footage that Zalek was after. When he got somewhere he could watch the video, he needed to watch it immediately. Self-analysis was best when done almost straight after, as he could remember most of what he was thinking at the time. Hey Zalek, I wasn't sure whether to tell you this or not, but I noticed something strange during your match, Mikr, the Pensui that fought against Cyril stated. Zalek looked at him for him to go on. Well, you see, the thing is, during the match it looked like your opponent was constantly looking at the scoreboard. Zalek stopped in his tracks when he heard those words. Did you say constantly looking at the scoreboard? It wasn't a one-off thing. There was an intensity in Zalek's voice causing Mikr to gulp before answering. Yes, I'm sure of it, he did it more than once. And each time he did, his score would catch up with yours. A strange tingling feeling was felt all over Zalek's body, and he remembered the words from the weird blonde human. Not saying another word, Zalek started to run faster ahead of the others. He needed to watch this footage as soon as possible. Eventually, Zalek had parted ways with the rest in his group and he had arrived at a large building, where his professional team was placed. Heading inside, there were a number of Pensui that were the same age coming in and out. The receptionist noticed Zalek and let him right through, as he headed up to the floor where his team would be. The floor was filled with noise similar to the arcade. There was button bashing, the sound of machinery as well as huffing and panting and talking amongst others. There were multiple different rooms for different things and Zalek quickly headed to one of the empty strategy meeting rooms. There was a screen and throwing the small device in his hand, the video started to show on screen. It was footage from the arcade. Not even sitting down on the seat, he stared at every detail. He really did look at the screen each time, and when he realized he was behind, he suddenly sped up. But how is this possible? Was he not trying? No, that's impossible, he can't be that fast, Zalek thought. He must have a stamina issue of some sort, and while taking a break he took a look at the scoreboard. Zalek watched the video a few times over and over, trying to come up with different reasons as to why his opponent was looking at the scoreboard constantly. Crap, I completely forgot. I need to tell the manager that I won't be able to make it to the training sessions today. Running out of the room, Zalek put the video on pause. This was the reason why he had come back. He needed to inform his team if he wasn't going to be there for training sessions. As he said before, he kept his promise. "Is there a problem at home, Zalek?" the manager asked. "It's not that. Sir, there is just a bit of a situation. I promise that I will sort it out, and we'll be back to normal from tomorrow," Zalek answered. With permission granted, he left the room and headed back to the strategy room to look at the video a few more times. But upon opening the door, he noticed that there were others inside, and it wasn't just anybody as well. "June, what are you?" Zalek stopped there. As he could see, not just June but a couple of others were present in the room as well. All of them wearing a thick red shirt. It was a wait for training. These were the professionals of the dark reds that he was a part of. There were 3 of them, and out of curiosity, they started to play the video of the match in the game. "Hey, Zalek, who is this guy that you're going up against?" June asked. "It's just someone I lost to, that I met at the arcade. As you can see, an alien," Zalek replied. "But I'll beat him next time. I only lost by 1 point. It was shameful for a trainee of a professional team to lose, and it was to an alien, which is why Zalek said these words." "Zalek, I don't think you would ever be able to beat him," June replied. "Can't you see, he didn't just beat you by 1 point. He chose to beat you by 1 point. This person completely humiliated you." "Who are they?" Some time had passed since Zalek had left the arcade, and all of the loud noises in one place was giving Quinn a bit of a headache. His sensitive hearing he could dull down and control it when he was in a fight, but in the arcade the sounds were consistent and coming from all over the place. So the group decided to wait outside and would catch Zalek on his way back. To their surprise, they weren't waiting long, as they could see 2 pensui running their way. There were actually a lot of pensui running on the streets, as that was their preferred method of travel, but these 2 were quite a bit faster than the others. "I'm here, just like I promised I would be," Zalek said, stopping right in front of the 3, but he wasn't alone. A figure the same height as Zalek stood by his side. It was a pensui, but this one was more muscular in the arms and legs. It was hard to tell if they were older or not just from looking, as the pensui didn't exactly have any wrinkles. Although one could say the same about vampires and those that knew chi. "It's nice to meet my fellow travelers," the man said with a little wave. "My name is June, and I am a senior of Zalek. He told me how you guys would like a guide, and since I wasn't doing anything today, I decided to help you all out." When looking at the 3 aliens, June was spending more time staring at Quinn. Not too long ago, he had seen a video of this same person in front of him, and now it was the whole reason why he was here in the first place. This person. Let's see how far his ability can take him, and if I'm right, he could change the whole scope of the pensui world, June thought, as he let his imagination run wild a little. "That's good to hear," Quinn replied. "This is Russ and Cyril, and my name is Quinn. We are all from a planet called Earth, and as you might have guessed, we aren't from around here." Quinn was wondering if saying the word Earth would get a reaction, but he didn't notice anything strange. Meaning it was unlikely the Blades had arrived. He assumed it would either be a televised event, or perhaps something kept a secret by the higher-ups. "I don't think we have had any visitors from there before," June commented. "But what could I help you with? Would you like to see our grand events? Our large attractions, or perhaps have a go on one of our circuits?" June asked. There were 2 goals for Quinn's team. One was meeting whoever the leader of the planet was, the one with the highest position, but that would be a hard task, and the other was hunting beast crystals in search of a nest crystal for Russ. There was also something else Quinn wanted to do. There was always the chance that problems could occur, so it was best they got information first. "Where do you guys hunt for beasts?" Quinn asked. It was an interesting question, and one that June never thought would be brought up, because when looking at their frail bodies, he never thought of them as fighters. Following Zalek and June, they had eventually reached a wall and a large gate with a number written on the outside. There were several buildings and tables on the outside, and those walking in and out of what looked like a type of energy field. "This is one of the hunting grounds. They are designated areas for beasts to live in. You can find them all over parts of the planet," June explained. When looking at those coming in and out, Quinn noticed something strange for one. They didn't seem to have a lot of beast gear on their bodies, and on top of that, those that did enter and exit were wearing clothing similar to those next to them. It looked more like a set of different sport teams were coming and going. "What's with the matching outfits?" Russ asked. "It's a training ground," Zalek answered. "The professional Pensui teams, as well as with their new recruits, use the hunting grounds to train at times. The quickest way for a Pensui to improve their speed is when their life's on the line." Quinn had heard something similar before. It was the blades. They too did the same thing to improve the natural sense of chi in their body, among other things, and it looked like the Pensui as a whole race was using it as a way to train for their professional sport games. The group then went over to a desk, where all of them were registered and given strange passes that were to be worn around their neck. In order to lower the amount of fatalities, only certain people are allowed to go into the hunting area. A senior like me who is on a professional team, they trust our judgment, so I got you all trainee passes. June explained. "I heard from Zalek that you are all pretty fast. Speed in this instance is pretty important because if we come across a beast that is too fast, then at least we can run away, right?" Exiting out of the gate, the group began to run through what looked like a combination of a forest along with a jungle. The trees were more spread out like a forest with plenty of open areas, but the trees themselves were very green, windy, and bendy. June was taking the lead, running ahead, and the rest were following. He wasn't running too fast because he had no idea what the capabilities of the others that were with him, and he didn't want them to feel like they had been abandoned if he ran at top speed. Eventually, though, they had gone to an area void of others. The sun was shining from above, allowing a lot of light in, and there were laid-out beasts, covered in black fur. They almost looked like a black lion, only they were the same size as elephants, and all of them were laying down apart from each other. "All right, since I'm the guest and you guys don't know what the beasts are like on this planet, I will show you all how it's done first," June commented. He got closer and closer to the black lion, and eventually its eyes opened, revealing a sharp yellow iris. At the same time, it took a swipe at June, who had moved back out of the way. "That was a really fast attack," Cyril commented. "Yeah, perhaps the beasts on this planet have adapted to the Pensui living here. We should be careful with all of the beasts," Russ commented. "Have you guys hunted beasts before?" Zalek asked. Cyril had gone hunting many times on her planet with the royal family. Russ, when in charge of the chained, constantly was hunting beasts to get better equipment, and as for Quinn, he lost track of how many beasts he had killed. "We hunt for beast crystals just like you," Quinn commented. Zalek believed that the group were just trying to show off. It wasn't that he didn't believe them, but compared to June, a professional, they were unlikely to be as seasoned as him. Right now, June was avoiding all the sharp attacks from the beast, and using his hands he pointed them. The Pensui's hands, when used with their great speed, became one of the sharpest weapons, and it was being proven now. After avoiding the attack, June made several cuts on the back leg. He had attacked around 3 times before the beast swung its body and large paw. "Our bodies aren't the strongest," Zalek said, "so it's important for Pensui to not get hit, while trying to hit the others as best as they can. It also helps us focus under pressure. It is the best training for a Pensui, but we don't usually start with something this fast." A final sped-up attack right on the head of the beast managed to finish it off. When the beast was damaged to the point where it was no longer a threat, June finally could do his finishing move. "As long as you can hit without getting hit, you will be one of the best hunters there is. That is why us professionals are the best." June smiled with a crystal in his hand. "Do you want to give it a try?" Quinn was the one who had decided to walk forward, rather than going through these demonstrations in order to get them to trust them to search for a nest crystal. Quinn needed to show his strength. He walked closely to a beast, the same type, and stopped as he kicked the ground. A piece of dirt came off and hit the black lion in the face, waking it up. It opened its eyes and as an instinct attacked the air, but Quinn was too far away. The beast then looked eyes with him and immediately started to run forward, towards him. It was getting closer and closer. "Isn't he going to move?" "He needs to move," June thought. The beast leapt at great speed, opening its mouth wide. With a jump, Quinn raised his hand and slapped it at the top of the beast's mouth. A loud snap was heard as the top of its jaw smashed against the bottom of its jaw. Its chin then crashed into the floor, and Quinn stood there with his hand on top of the beast. "There's no need to be so fast if you're already strong," Quinn said. It was a simple move. Quinn hadn't done anything too fancy. He hadn't used his chi or blood aura nor any of his abilities. What he had simply displayed to the others was his natural vampire strength, which was enough to deal with this level of beast. There was a fine line when showing one's powers. He needed to show he had great strength, but too strong and people around, even different races, would start to feel threatened and scared. Turning his head to look at the other two, Quinn was starting to have second thoughts. Did I show them too much? Quinn thought. June and Zalek stood there with their mouths wide open. If they were left open any longer, they would touch the floor. A beast being dealt with just pure power, it wasn't completely foreign to them. There were strong alien races that could do the same, but Quinn had also done it in one movement, and against a fast beast at that. One didn't just need strength but the speed to match it as well, which was why the two were so shocked. I was right. This person. June thought. He soon shook his head, as he noticed the beast was moving its back legs trying to get out of the situation. The beast is not dead. The crystal is located in its forehead. June answered, trying to give him a hand. After all, he wanted to be in his good books. When they got back, June would do a lot for Zalek for showing him this treasure. The truth was, Quinn had held back a bit for another reason. He didn't want to kill the beast. He wanted to do something else. I guess I don't have to worry if they see. I can use my powers here. Soon shadow started to emit from Quinn's hand, and it started to surround the beast completely. Don't be scared with what you are about to see. As I said before, we have hunted beasts many times, Quinn stated. The shadow soon started to disappear, and now, the beast looked different from before. It was no longer fighting back. Part of its fur was starting to fall off from its body. And they weren't so sure, but small parts of it looked like it had a strange purple shadow substance lingering over it. The shadow infect was successful. I ran a few tests before, so maybe this will be a good way to find a nest crystal. With the beast having been shadow infected, Quinn ordered it to act, and it immediately went to the closest beast next to it. Now the two were in the middle of combat, fighting against each other. What's happened? Has the beast gone mad? Or are you controlling it? June asked. The latter would be more accurate, Quinn answered. Which is why I told you not to worry too much. Thank you for being our guide and helping us. After finishing his sentence, the beast was done dealing with the other, and soon it looked the same as the attacker. This was one of the traits of the shadow infect skill. It not only made the beast stronger, but it was able to infect other beasts as well. He was slowly, on an unknown planet, building up his army bit by bit. Cyril, Russ, fight the beasts in this area, but make sure you don't kill them. Just injure them enough until I come along, Quinn ordered. The next few minutes, both June and Zalek had their minds blown, as they witnessed the forest-like jungle being cleared of beasts. Although cleared wasn't the right word, because every time a beast would be taken over, it would follow along with them as they moved to the next spot. If anyone saw this sight, all of the beasts walking together, they would be shaking in their boots, unsure if they would live to see another day. Who are these people from Earth? Are they some type of warrior race? Zalek asked. How can an alien race be so strong? This would require a few professional teams to do this. Are you not worried, June? What are these people doing on our planet? Why are such strong beings here? Honestly, it would have been a lie if June said he wasn't worried, because as they continued to follow the three, the army of beasts were getting bigger and bigger. If they did plan to attack, then it was going to get harder to stop them. What are you looking for? June finally asked as he ran in front of Quinn. Do you know what a nest crystal is? Quinn replied back. It's how beasts are created. By controlling the beasts, I am getting more information, and the more beasts in the area, the closer we are to the nest crystal. You will see what I mean soon. And soon they saw exactly what Quinn meant. The location had taken them to a cave in a large hill of sorts. There were beasts outside, but they weren't as many as there usually would be in front of a nest crystal, or at least it didn't feel that way because Quinn was controlling most of the beasts anyway. On top of that, the few that were there, the shadow beasts he had created, were dealing with them. All of them entered the cave, and they could see it, embedded almost as if it was on some type of stand, was the nest crystal. This has been quite the haul. I have managed to increase my forces, and at the same time we can use the nest crystal on Russ to make him stronger. Quinn pulled it out from its place without much trouble and held it up. Even though they hadn't seen it before, just by its mystic look and energy radiating from it, they could tell it was something special. "Wait!" June called out. "I can't let you just take that crystal." "What are you saying?" Cyril said. "Just a moment ago, you knew nothing about this crystal. Why can't we take it?" There was a worried look on June's face. He knew these people's strength, and what he was about to do was a big gamble. The crystals on this planet belong to the Pensui. Originally, when I invited you guys to hunt, I thought you just wanted to practice or learn some skills. However, crystals obtained on the Pensui planet can't be taken by aliens. Although I can take the crystal and give it to you, there still needs to be a donation amount to the local government, and a crystal like this that's so precious and hasn't been discovered before, I can imagine it could do great things for our planet. So I can't just let you have this crystal. Zalek was looking at June in a different light. Although he was part of the same pro team, June wasn't the most popular of the Dark Reds. He was known as a trickster, and would at times use underhanded ways to win against his opponents. But he never thought that he cared so much for the planet. Quinn was in a bit of a pickle. He didn't want to cause confrontation on the planet. Neither did he want to harm June, who was helping them. He was a good person. If they went back though, then he would no doubt tell the others. "I guess I have no choice. I'm not sure how well the influence skill will work on them, but I'm going to have to try to use it to remove his memories. It will be for the best," Quinn said as his eyes started to glow red. Due to the dark cave they were in, it was easier for all of them to see, and it was the first time Quinn was using a bit of his vampire aura. June was covered in a sweat as he held up his hand. "Wait, there is one way. I am willing to keep this a secret. You can keep the crystal, but in return I have a favor. Join the Dark Reds and compete with us on the planet tournament. With you, we can win." June smiled. There was little context as to what exactly this planet tournament was, but judging from the information they had gathered from Zalek and June, it seemed to be an important event for all of the Pensui. The question playing in Quinn's mind was whether or not he really wanted to get wrapped up in all of this business. At the end of the day, he remembered that Bliss and Sam were the ones that sent him here, and there had to be a reason for them doing that. "You want us to join your professional team?" Quinn asked. "But we aren't Pensui, we are not like you. Is that even something that is possible? And what reason do you have for asking us to join you?" Zalek also looked shocked. The respect that he had for his teammate June had completely gone out of the window, as it looked like he was up to the same tricks as he was before. "It's simple," June replied. "I have seen your speed and your strength. You are extremely talented, and your friends here are the same. With you, I believe it will be the first time that the Dark Reds could win. As for you not being Pensui, there are no rules that state that Pensui are the only ones that can enter the competition," June declared. "It's part of the arrogance of us Pensui, since we know that we are the fastest, even including the other planets in the universe. Since we have never met our match, anyone can try to bring in outsiders. As for what reason I have for asking you, it's more simple than you think. Every time there is one team that wins the grand event, the Disruptors, and it's all because of one person, Stark." Russ' ears perked up. He remembered overhearing some of the other kids in the arcade talk about the Stark, and on some of the games there were even digital holograms of him doing the activities as well. "My wish is simple. I want you to beat Stark, and in doing so the Dark Reds will win." "You want us to do something you can't do?" Russ asked. "Isn't that a bit unfulfilling? If you beat him through your own effort and hard work, it would be much more satisfying in the end." Russ was speaking from experience. The reason he was working so hard was so he could beat the blades with his own hands. There was a sour taste in his mouth when he had learned what had happened to them, which was one of the reasons he also had no problem fighting against Jack and Jim. "Every being is different," June replied. "Some may think this way, but for me it doesn't matter who is the one who has done it. Remember what I said before. Stark has never lost. No one knows the face that he will make when he experiences his first loss." There was a sadistic look on June's face. but it was clear that he wasn't lying about anything he was saying. Now it was time for the group to make a decision. Plenty of planets had nest crystals, and he could even ask for the help of the Mermerials. On top of that, seeing the Amra in the arcade from earlier, Quinn also thought about paying them a visit to ask for their help as well. With the Mermerials, the Amra, the Shadow Beasts, and if he eventually found the Blades, while also boosting Russ's strength along the way. All of these forces, he hoped it would be a big enough army to take on Jim and Jack head-on. But the question kept coming back into his head, what if it wasn't? There still had to be a reason he was asked to come to this planet. Maybe he needed their help as well. This event. It's an event that is broadcasted all over the planet, correct? Does that mean your world leader or leaders will be there? Quinn asked. Of course, the king and queen of the Pensui will be present. June stated. In fact, if you break many records of the Pensui, they will hold you in high regard. Speed is everything to us. With that, it looked like Quinn had made a decision. There was no need to win the tournament, but just get in front of the king and queen without it being in a threatening manner. That way he could convince them about what was to come. Quinn then threw over the nest crystal to Russ, who managed to catch it in the air. Am I your bag now? Russ complained. No, I am handing it over to you. Nest crystals are incredible things, and have multiple different uses that you might be aware of. Quinn explained. One of them is increasing your MC cells. Right now, I don't have Chris, Peter, or Syl by my side. I can't give you power like I have done others before either. So the next best thing is to increase your power. You have a God Slayer power like me, and we should put it to use. Never in his wildest dreams did he think Quinn would give him something as precious as this. Did Quinn no longer think of him as a threat just because of the Chi command? Or was he in that desperate of a situation that he needed to trust someone that was once his enemy? I will agree to enter your event. Is it soon? Quinn asked. You won't have much time to practice. It's in a couple of days and we will need to register you. June explained. Fine. Let's head there and get this over with. Quinn would show Russ how to absorb the crystal during the night. Now they had a place to stay and a goal in sight, but he needed to prepare himself for convincing the Pensui, and that was a tough task in itself. As the group exited from the cave, all of the beasts remained outside staring back at them. They were the infected beasts. What should we do about these? If the other Pensui see this, they might be alarmed. Zalek commented. Don't worry about that. Quinn swiped his hand, and shadow portals appeared behind them all. Soon the large bodies of the beasts had disappeared in front of their very eyes, all stored in the shadow space. Meanwhile, Zalek and June were just looking at each other. The things that they were seeing, it was something that they could only imagine gods doing, which made them a little scared to anger the people next to them. Back on the Mermerial planet, Layla was having a much easier time settling in than she had expected. There were practically 2 Mermerials assigned to them, to do whatever they wished or answer any question they had. Layla felt strange using them at first, but many times they just stood outside the house doing nothing, and they seemed far happier when asked to help with certain tasks. On top of that, when going out with Minnie and Galen, the local people greeted them nicely with open arms. She would even hear whispers about them. That is Quinn's family, right? Yes, I think they must have some business with the Queen. Many of the Mermerials had learned of what Quinn had done the last time he had visited. Under the old rule, they lived a life in fear, but now were living happily under Wince's rule. Because of this, they were thankful to the one known as Quinn. Once in a while, Minnie, Layla, and Galen would even be showered with gifts. I guess this is what our family should be treated like after everything Quinn has done. Layla thought, since it was such a large contrast from the vampire settlement where they were living in hiding. It's a shame that Quinn doesn't get to experience this much. I hope one day he can. In the palace, Wince was heading to a meeting in the council room. It was an important event because they had to talk about the stake and future of the Mermerials, especially after what Quinn had mentioned. The doors opened, and a room filled with around 30 people all stood up from their seats and bowed down. WL-. Just as Wince was about to begin her speech, the whole room felt like it was vibrating. Then a shot of bright white light came flashing down to the center of the room. Everyone moved out of the way as the light grew, and finally as the light started to subside they could see a legendary figure in place. Yongbu. Wince frowned. Seeing Yanbu didn't bring a smile to Wince's face for a number of reasons. There had always been tales of a god that looked over the planet, and it was only because of the royal family's treasure in the past that this god didn't get involved in so many affairs. In the end, the person in front of her decided to side with the predators that had gone against her family, and in the process a lot was lost. The reason Yanbu had supported the predators wasn't so clear, and in the end, she didn't care. Because of Quinn, the god that looked over the planet hadn't appeared and didn't get involved in the Memorial's affairs anymore. That was until now, at this point in time. Why is he here now of all times? I have to be careful, no matter what, he is a powerful god at the end of the day. Wince thought. The weapon she had with her, a trident, was a replica of her father's, made in the same shape as the one before, but it didn't contain the same power. It was made with a demon-tier beast that wasn't of the same caliber, but it was one that Wince had hunted herself. Improving her strength, she needed to step up, if such a thing was to happen again. She never counted on Quinn returning, and in a situation like this, he wasn't able to help anyway. Yanbu first looked around the room, and could see the councilman and woman breaking out in a sweat. All of you can relax. I did not come here to cause any harm, Yanbu stated. Believe me when I say this. Returning to this place gives me a sick feeling in my stomach. Yanbu's small tentacles that surrounded the bottom of his face started to curl up, and he almost shivered at the thought. The frightening image of the memorial god and his actions didn't quite add up. I have been given a task by those that are even higher than myself. I can't explain much, but I have said this so all of you know the gravity of the matter. Yanbu explained. Many were confused. After seeing Quinn they knew that there was the existence of other gods, but had no clue about the hierarchy or the system they had. What they did know was it wasn't something they wanted to get involved in, not at a time like this. Yanbu, just state why you are here and be gone, Wince shouted as she pulled out her trident and slammed it on the floor. She wasn't going to be intimidated. To her, Yanbu was more of an outsider. None of you show any respect for me anymore, Yanbu complained. I will be out of your hair and out of here as soon as I can, as long as you help me. I am looking for BB, or the one that is also known as Quintalon. Almost immediately, as they heard this name, the people in the room started to look at each other, and Wince's heart started to beat slightly faster. As she thought, the fact that Quinn had come back and this figure in front of her couldn't have been a coincidence. Quintalon left this planet long ago. He is not from here, Wince answered. Which is why I ask for your help, Yanbu replied. He helped you out before for some reason in the past, so I figured you might have a way to communicate with him. I do not, Wince replied immediately. The thing was, Yanbu wasn't so convinced, and judging by the reaction of the others in the room when he said that name, it felt like something was up. And what about my request to help find him? Did you not hear what I said? This matter is more important than the memorial race. If you do not help, there will be big trouble. Finishing his sentence, water spread out from underneath his legs and went out in a wave, hitting the others, sending them back and crashing into the wall. For Wince, she spun her trident and managed to chuck the wave of water off to the side, avoiding getting hit. Is this how you act? If we don't comply with your request, you then force us. You who have done nothing for us, why should we help you? Wince argued. You are correct, Yanbu answered. But the thing is, if you are not willing to help, then I need to start thinking of some other ways to find Quintalon, and perhaps hurting someone who he cares about will be a way to bring him here. Wince was nervous. Yanbu was emitting a lot of power with his eyes alone. His wings had sprouted from his back, dripping water from them. Just looking at him, it was hard to be in his presence. If you hurt me, then you will be going up against the whole memorial race, Wince shouted. She didn't want to give up Quinn. Whatever reason they were looking for him, it couldn't be a good one, and if Yanbu was willing to go to these lengths, then if they found out his family were here, they would attack them as well. She needed to protect his family. It was the least she could do. Quintalon was here, but he's not here anymore, one of the councilmen shouted. Silence, Wince shouted back at him. My queen, we must be truthful to protect the people. Quinn is no longer here. He left to go somewhere else. The man continued to explain. So you did lie to me, Yanbu said, and instead of going after Wince, he decided to go straight for the councilman, and lifted him by his neck, holding him in the air. He knew the queen wouldn't say anything, but it seemed like he found someone that would. If you care for your life, you will tell me everything you know about him, Yanbu ordered. Quinn Talon was here. He came here with his family and friends, and they left. We don't know where, but he will return. That's all we know, I promise, the councilman said. Yanbu let go of the man's throat, letting him drop to the ground. His family is here, interesting. I will not let you go near his family, Wince shouted, as she went to thrust her trident and water started to swirl around it. Seeing this, Yanbu's eyes started to glow as he was summoning his celestial power. As he did this, he threw out his hand, and a vortex of water came out, matching the attack from the trident. Do you think of me as so easy to deal with? I am still a god, Yanbu shouted. There was a clear winner in the two powers. As Wince was being pushed back, instead of thrusting her trident forward, she started to spin it. It was hard for her to still hold back the attack, until an energy was being summoned around her as well. The scales on her face were showing more, the shape of her eyes were narrowing, and a large fin was appearing out from her back. Swinging the trident, the attack was completely stopped and Wince could be seen standing there with a strange aura surrounding her. You have celestial power as well? How is this possible? Yanbu thought. When Quinn was still a celestial, it was the power he had given Wince before he left. In case any situation was to occur and for taking the trident, he wanted to leave her with something, and that something was this. Outside of the palace, Layla was out shopping with her family. She held Galen on her shoulders, while Minnie was in her hand, but suddenly Minnie came to a stop. What is that? That power, it feels familiar? Minnie said, looking at the palace. Layla couldn't quite feel what Minnie was feeling, but the large flash of light didn't go unnoticed, and she had an uneasy feeling about it all. Should we check it out? Or is it best to hide? Layla thought. At that moment, the weight on top of her shoulders disappeared, and she could see a little Galen, running towards the royal palace. Galen! Layla shouted. On top of her normal duties, as well as running the planet, Wince trained every day, and it wasn't your average amount of training either. For a mermerial, she had the blood of the royal family running through her veins. Her father was one of the strongest mermerials to exist, and naturally she had great strength since the day she was born, but being a royal, she was protected. She had trained lightly, but not with fear and drive pushing her. Now that she had a whole planet to run, a whole race that depended on her, she had the drive to get stronger, which gave her the power to defeat a demon-tier beast and make her own weapon. You are the one that's meant to be protecting us, but instead you are trying to attack one of our saviors, Wince shouted, as she thrust the spear through the air several times. Jets of water came shooting out, all heading straight toward Yongbu. Seeing the multiple attacks, Yongbu used his large wings to cover his body and face. When the water splashed against them, it all fell to the floor. It was an attack that would have damaged most beasts, but not Yongbu. Quinn, just how much stronger were you than this god, to make him cower in fear? Even using your power, he is too powerful, Wince thought. When his wings opened up, straight from his mouth was a large vortex of water. It was similar to the one that Yongbu had made with his hands before, but this one spun faster and was darker in color than the attacks before. Slamming her spear into the ground again, all of the water that was on the floor, as well as particles of water in the air, started to come around her, and made a bubble surrounding her whole body. As the vortex of water hit the bubble, it lifted her and the bubble, pushing her like a giant snake. It pushed her right through the wall of the palace. Wince could see the outside sky. The bubble was close to popping. It couldn't hold the attack anymore, and it eventually popped, blocking most of the attack. She then used her fingers to spin the trident, but the vortex of water still hit her. The vortex took her out of the air and slammed her right into the hard icy ground. Her body was hurt, but she needed to get up and continue fighting. Lifting her hand and hitting the trident on the floor again, water surrounded the weapon and helped lift her own body off the ground. "This is the ice sculpture garden," Wince commented, as she looked at the area around her. It was one of the displays at the royal palace. A giant garden where the floor was completely covered in ice and there was sculptures of giant beasts, houses and more that were spread out all over the place. At times it was a place open to the public so they could walk around and enjoy the sights, but that wasn't the case right now and she was thankful for that. Because moments later, Yongbu landed, crashing down on one of the ice sculptures, sending shards of ice in all different directions. The landing was a heavy one. "Even if you have celestial energy, that doesn't make you a god," Yongbu declared. "Do you know how many 1,000s of years I have been watching over the mermerial race? I am a being that you should respect. If I tell you to do something, then you should listen." Wince had only been hit once, and she could feel the pain throughout her body. If it wasn't for the energy that was running through her body, the energy that Quinn had given her, perhaps just that one attack would have finished her. Opening up his mouth again, hundreds of the small tentacles around Yongbu could be seen moving about, and the dark blue water could be seen. Chucking his head forward, the vortex came straight out toward her. "I will face this head-on," Wince shouted. She started to run forward on the ice, and when the vortex was ready to reach her, she thrust her trident forward, cutting the attack, pushing it back slightly for a second or so. She took a step forward while the water was pushing her back. She continued to push, with her feet moving forward one step at a time. "My strength. It's leaving me. I don't know how much further I can go. Will I be able to reach him?" She had pushed forward, but there was still a good 10 meters to go before she could reach him, and she was starting to feel her feet sliding her back to her original position where she started. I can't do it." All of the muscles in her body felt like they were breaking, and if she let up for a second, the vortex of water would eat her away. She was ready to close her eyes, until the vortex of water stopped. A woman was standing in front of her, dressed in all black, with a black trench coat that was fluttering in the wind, while armor could be seen on several places on her body, but what stood out was the black sword in her hand. "You stopped my attack?" Yongbu said. "But how? You have no celestial energy. That sword, what is it? Is it a god slayer item?" "Layla, why are you here?" Wince said as she recognized the woman, and soon felt someone tugging on her sleeve. Wince had already collapsed to her knees as soon as the attack had stopped. Any longer and she would have been done for. When looking at who tugged at her sleeve, she could see it was a child that looked like it couldn't have been older than 1 year old. But when he suddenly placed his hands on her face, her whole body felt warm, and a familiar energy was felt. "You should thank him. It was because of him that we got here in time, and could see the trouble you were in," Layla said. "Can you move?" Although Wince would have answered no before, after meeting the small boy, she did have enough energy to fight even. "I can move," Wince answered. "Good. Then take Galen somewhere safe and look after him. Let us deal with this for you," Layla said. Wince was annoyed at the fact that after all her hard work, she was unable to fight. The people she was trying to protect were now protecting her. But the least she could do was not get in the way. "Be careful, he's strong," Wince said. She picked up Galen, and ran into one of the house-like ice sculptures up to the second platform and was watching from afar. "Does she think I'm going to follow her?" Yongbu laughed. "I have already figured out who you are, and you interest me far more than them. You are not a mermerial, anyone could see that clear as day, so my guess is you're related to the person I'm looking for. Quintalon. You're his family, correct?" Layla had no idea why this giant sea monster was looking for them. But now she knew it had something to do with Quinn. It didn't look like a creation of Jim's or Jack's. But now they knew it was somewhat their fault. "Tell me, where is Quintalon?" Yanbu demanded. From the corner of his eye he saw something flicker. When he turned his head, he could only just see it and bent back his head. A red claw was seen traveling through the air, slicing off a few of the small tentacles around Yongbu's mouth. "Is this a celestial?" Yongbu thought, as he could feel the intense power coming off from it. The small person soon landed on the ice, skidding on the ground. "Someone as ugly as you shouldn't say my dad's name," Minnie growled in her fully transformed celestial form. Yongbu could feel a slight tingle around his mouth, but soon the ends started to heal, and they were no longer bleeding. What he was more concerned about was who had managed to attack him. Celestials were special beings for a number of reasons, one of them being their celestial energy. This made it more difficult for just standard attacks to hurt them. The celestial energy was a type of energy that was able to suppress most attacks. The celestial energy couldn't completely nullify an attack. It was more like one trying to get rid of a lake of water with a fire. With a big enough amount of fire, it could be possible. Which was why attacks on a grand scale of power or Godslayer power were able to hurt celestials, but what was really effective was celestial energy itself. Yongbu was already surprised when he saw Wince use her celestial energy, which is why he had to take the fight far more seriously than he originally intended. But now there was another one to his side. "Dad," Yongbu repeated. "So you must be part of that annoying BB family as well. Did he really think you would be safe here? Just because I complied without fighting back, does he think I'm that scared of him? He should know that there are things far more dangerous and scary than him." For a second, as Yongbu thought of those people, those dark lifeless eyes staring at him, his body shivered, but he snapped back to reality. The small one with celestial energy was covered in a strange red-hardened energy that almost looked like armor. The way it was shaped with swirls and pointed ends around certain parts, it made her look like a little demon. Creatures Yongbu had seen from the other realm. "Out of the two of you, it would be safer to get rid of you first." Yongbu opened his mouth again, and rather than shooting out the vortex of water, he shot out small fist-sized chunks of water. Minnie moved to the side, skidding out of the way. One of the water shots hit the ground and had cracked through the ice, hitting the water underneath it. Water was chucked up in the air like a volcano going off, and sprinkles of water fell down on the ground. The attacks didn't stop there. As Yongbu continued to fire out the balls of water, and Minnie was zigzagging her way through the ice. She was fast, and using her sharp nails and feet, she would dig them into the ground to change the direction of where she was going. Explosion after explosion went off in the water, one after the other. "This little brat is fast," Yongbu complained, and realized that she wasn't the only one that he needed to worry about, because coming from his other side was none other than Layla, with the sword in her hand. "You told me this person is a celestial, correct?" Layla said. "Indeed I did, which is why it is better if you use my powers, rather than your own, but you still need to be skillful," the sword replied. Thinking that Layla wouldn't be much trouble at all, with his hand, a large amount of water started to spin, and Yongbu chucked it towards her direction. The vortex created from his hands wasn't as powerful as the ones from his mouth, but they were still strong enough to deal with most. The problem was, Yongbu had no idea what the sword was capable of. Layla continued to run forward, trusting in the ability of the sword, and when it touched the vortex, almost as if the sword was hydrophobic, the water split in two different directions. "I didn't want to use Minnie in this fight. She's still young and she is our daughter. If anything happened to her, then I wouldn't be able to forgive myself," Layla thought. "But I can't be so naive as to not think that it is better to fight with her by my side. She is just as strong as myself. We will defeat this thing together without Quinn, and send it back to wherever it came from." Breaking through the water vortex, Layla was in the air with the sword raised above her head. And at the same time, Minnie had broken through with her speed, coming in from below with her claw. Yongbu gathered his celestial energy and used his wings to close himself in, as a type of shield. Even if the attack was strong, he thought he could recover and strike back, but the first to attack out of the two was Layla. She swung her sword, creating a huge swipe in the air, and cutting right through Yongbu's wing. It had cut through as if there was no resistance at all. A large part of the wing fell to the ground. "Go, Minnie!" Layla shouted as she stopped using the power of the sword for a moment, and gave Minnie a big boost in power as she passed on some of her chi energy with her telekinesis, and also gave her small boost with her ability as well. Minnie could feel the power as it surged through her and made a large fist, throwing it with all her strength and slamming it right into the chest of Yongbu. Her vampire aura was swirling at the one point of contact and blasted Yongbu away. "Arg!" Yongbu screamed with pain as he was thrown back, his body crashing against the hard icy floor, and crashing into one of the large rabbit ice sculptures. The ice blocks fell right where Yongbu was on top of him as he didn't get up immediately. Wince, who was watching the whole thing, was left stunned. I know Quinn is strong, and I know they are part of his family, but I never imagined for them to be this strong as well. For a second, Wince lifted up the small Galen in front of her. Maybe you one day will grow up to just be as strong as the rest of your family. A part of Wince felt ashamed. She had tried so hard against Yongbu, but these two had done just fine. For her, there was no excuse as to why she couldn't do the same. Yongbu started to slowly emerge from the ice, as he pulled himself out and now stood on top of the fallen sculpture. He was holding on to his chest where there was a large red mark. The outside of his skin that was usually a murky gray color looked red and raw. His wings on his back were retreating back into his back, including the broken part of it. This is not what I signed up for. I didn't expect to take this much punishment. Yongbu said. Are all those from the BB family mad? I didn't even want to fight. I just wanted to know where Quinn was. Both Minnie and Layla could hear what Yongbu was saying, but it was simple. If they wanted to know something about Quinn and were willing to force them to get to him, then they couldn't be for good reasons. Screw this, Yongbu said, and a white light started to gather all around his body. The next second he disappeared. Is that it? Minnie asked, still transformed and not letting her guard down. I'm not too sure, Layla replied, also confused. She couldn't sense the other's presence anymore. He had just come and disappeared. Wince thought the same, and after a few moments she descended from where she was with Galen, coming over to the others. Thank you. Thank you so much for helping me. I tried to protect you, but it looks like in the end, you were the one that protected me. Wince replied, bowing down. Please. You don't have to do that. Layla replied back. You are the queen of this planet, and you are looking after us. In the first place, they were after us, not you. All of them on the ice looked to where Yongbu was last seen, thinking that something would happen. Yet there was nothing. They turned their heads, and Galen soon started to point behind them. What's Galen pointing at? Minnie asked. They all turned their heads. It was the same location as before. But now Yongbu had returned, but he wasn't alone. He was still hurt, and next to him there was another figure, a figure that looked far from human. I have been updated on all the details. So greetings, Talon family, the figure said, calmly stepping off the broken ice sculpture and onto the ground. I suppose I should be polite and introduce myself. My name is Mundus, the messenger. On the planet where no light touched the surface, not far from the vampire settlement, one of the hunting groups was in the forest. They twisted and turned their heads as they were looking for the next set of beasts to hunt. Is it just me? Or are we having to travel deeper and deeper into the forest these days to find any worthwhile beasts? One of the vampires complained. Well, beasts in the past have always been afraid of getting close to the settlement. Maybe because of the vampire's strength and the constant hunting they have decided to move more outward on the planet. It is a large planet after all. Another replied. You have to remember, although not all beasts are smart, at times they have an instinct for this type of thing. But that wouldn't explain why basic tier beasts are easy to still find close to the settlement? What did I say? Not all beasts are intelligent. Maybe you're the one with the brain of a beast. The other vampires started to laugh. As they continued forward into the group, they soon noticed that out of the 5 of them, one of them wasn't by their side. Turning around, they could see their team member staring into the sky. Ron Kin, the vampire shouted. Come on. I know you're new to the hunting team, but we need to stay together. Shaking his head, the vampire snapped out of it and ran forward to join the rest. After returning from the Namrik planet, due to the events and achievements the vampires had accomplished, especially those that were part of Ronkin's group, he had received a promotion. Finally, Ronkin was no longer a guard, and he was now on the hunting team. An assessment took place and he passed it with flying colors, achieving the dream he always wished to achieve. So it made him wonder, why did he feel so down about everything? He couldn't stop thinking about Quinn, and not just Quinn but also Edvard, the original leader, as well. An investigation took place into those that knew Quinn, And the strange thing was it was done by one of the other families, rather than the ninth leader himself. There were rumors that had spread about how the ninth leader perhaps betrayed them and had sided with the demon Quinn. Yet, an official statement was released that this was false, but the rumors continued because Edvard wasn't seen around the settlement anymore. As for Ronkin himself, he answered the question they gave him honestly, even under the influence of an original, and since he knew nothing about who Quinn really was, they seemed to let him and his family go. Yet somehow, he couldn't help but continue to think about the situation. In his head, Quinn was a good person. No matter what was spoken about him or saying what he was or what he did. The fact was, he cared for them. He remembered the look that Quinn had when he held Nell in his hands. If Nell never passed away, would you have not acted like that? Would you have continued living your life peacefully in the settlement, with your family? We would still be friends, right? Ronkin was kicking himself, because he remembered a few conversations he had with Quinn before leaving. He would always talk about proving himself, and thought that this war was the chance to do it. Yet, Quinn had stated he hated war, that it did no good for anyone, as if he was speaking from experience, and now they had lost Nell. It was the whole reason why Ronkin wasn't going to sign up again. What's that sound? Can you hear it? One of the vampires asked. It sounds like the sound of something flapping? One of the vampires quickly rushed and climbed on top of one of the trees, thinking that it was perhaps a winged beast. But when they looked in the sky, they couldn't see much apart from some beasts that were too far out. That's strange, the vampire said, dropping down. I definitely heard something, we all did. A beast couldn't be that fast, could it? There was also something else the vampire noticed when he was up the tree looking out. You know what else is strange? I could still see the settlement, the vampire claimed. No, that's impossible, we have been traveling at a fast pace for a while now. The settlement should be out of view. If you don't believe me, then why don't you just check for yourself? The other vampire shouted back. Upon checking, it was just as stated, they had only traveled a few miles out from the settlement, and the other vampire noticed something else as well. We're not in the position I thought we would be in, the vampire said. The only explanation for it is we've gotten lost. Ronkin, hearing all this, felt like he had experienced this before, but he had no clue why. Either way, the vampires decided to keep on track and continue going through the forest. As they did, they continued to chatter more and more. Hey Ronkin, you were in the last battle, right? The fight with the Namriks? Will you be joining the next one? A vampire asked. The next one? What do you mean, are the Namriks fighting back? Ronkin asked. Didn't you know? I thought since you took part in the last one you would be in the loop more so than the others. The vampire replied. Tomorrow they're going to open up recruitment again. It seems like Jim is preparing to go to battle another planet. So there will be another battle where we can prove ourselves. Grinding his teeth and tensing up his body, the image of Nell appeared in his mind again. But why? Why do we have to fight again? Ronkin complained. The Namriks, they kept some of the vampires hostage and were attacking the cruise ships. So why are we going to fight again? Have you really not been listening to anything going on? One of the vampires asked, and they all shook their heads. Ronkin had purposely stayed out of the loop. There was so much negative news about Quinn it was affecting his mind. But he needed to work to provide for his family, so he tried to avoid as much information as he could. There are two reasons. It seems like these planets also contain celestials that are trying to open a portal to the other world. Jim and Jack want to put a stop to them, and on top of that, it's quite likely that the demon Quinn is hiding amongst one of these planets. From the reports of the vampires that were on the planet, they could feel the demon's strength. Maybe they were worried that he would get stronger, or create an army of his own. The improvement in beast crystals and beast equipment had already taken effect since taking over the Namriks, so it will be beneficial to us. If it was for the sake of survival for their race, then Ronkin couldn't really argue back, but it was the fact that they were using Quinn for it all again. Once more, Ronkin was being left behind as he was in the middle of his thoughts. The problem was, what could he, a simple vampire with no strength, do about it? When the others went off, Ronkin realized on his own this time, and started to run to catch up with them. From the corner of his eye he noticed something, two dark circles. They were giant and looked like eyes in the forest. He quickly turned his head to have a second look, but it disappeared. What was that? Am I imagining things now? I really should get more sleep. The thing was, Ronkin wasn't imagining things because for a while now the whole vampire group was being followed by an owl-like demon tier beast, one that had been infected by the shadow. The infected shadow beasts worked like a network, and it was all linked back to the original shadow owner. If Quinn wanted, he could also directly control one of those that had been infected by the shadow. The infected shadow beasts are doing a good job, Quinn thought. They are infecting more and more on the vampire settlement planet, and I can continue to keep tabs and learn what they are doing. Jim is making a move. I wonder how much time I have until he reaches the Mermerial planet. Ronkin, stay safe. After disconnecting with the infected demon tier beast in the vampire settlement, Quinn opened his eyes. Although he could give the infected tasks to follow, especially intelligent ones that had a mind of their own, information passed on from them was a little more difficult. He could only see this information if he went and accessed an infected mind, but then how would he know what information an infected had without searching every single one? This power, the evolved shadow, was strong, but it was almost as if it was made for a mind more capable of holding all this information than him. Which was why he more so had information passed on to the infected demon tiers. They were in some cases like his generals in an army, just accessing their minds, or taking over them. He could gather an idea of what was going on. Did you manage to have a nice little nap then? Russ asked. I wasn't napping. I was doing something important, Quinn answered. For a long time, against all the enemies he had, he felt like he was on the back foot a lot of time. This time, Quinn wanted to be prepared more than Jim or Jack could ever think of. Did you manage to do what I asked? Quinn changed the subject. Yes, Russ replied back. After you showed me what to do, through your weird touching, I can feel the energy from the crystal a lot clearer. I'm trying to drain as much energy as I can from the crystal. It just hurts a bit. Quinn did remember going through some level of pain when he had absorbed his first nest crystal, but after that he was able to absorb others quickly and painlessly. Someone like you won't die, just absorb it as fast as you can. Otherwise, there is a chance that you might die to someone else. Russ pulled out the crystal and was concentrating, but he couldn't help but not trust Quinn a little. He seemed to be a little restless, as if he was in a rush, and how would Quinn even know that this wouldn't kill him? It wasn't like he had forced others to absorb a nest crystal before. Either way, getting stronger didn't sound like a bad thing, which was why Russ was sucking it up and absorbing the crystal anyway. Is there anything I can do? Cyril asked while she was patiently sitting on her sofa seat. Currently the group were inside the Dark Reds building. It was a whole floor that was dedicated to the professional team. Coaches, players, and up-and-coming trainees were all located in one area. While June was talking to his team, the group were told to wait inside one of the team strategy rooms, which was what they were currently doing now. I want to help out as well. The Mermerial race might get involved in this whole mess anyway, and when the time comes I don't want to be useless. I know how strong the enemy is, Cyril explained. Thinking about it, Quinn wondered what was best for her. She didn't have any MC cells, so the nest crystals didn't have a direct use. But then again, nest crystals seemed to be versatile. They had saved his own life, and they could also be used to indefinitely prolong a clone's life. It would make sense if they could prolong human life as well, which was one of the guesses Quinn had to how Jack and Jim were still alive. Her blood control is great, just as good as the original leaders. I can't give her a boost in power with celestial energy like I could in the past. It seems like the best thing to do to increase her strength would be improving her blood aura, along with the blood control. The only way I know how to increase blood aura is through blood crystals, and that's through a vampire's death, which I can't imagine coming anytime soon. In the middle of his thoughts, Quinn hadn't quite come up with an answer, but he was interrupted anyway by the sliding door. June had returned and entered the room. Arg. Man, speaking to that old man always gives me a headache. I knew this would be tough, June said, shaking his head. Look, I'll be honest, the Penswe don't like the idea of bringing in outsiders, unless they can be sure by bringing you on that they can win. I did my best to convince them, but from here on out you will have to do the rest. Through that explanation, it was how Quinn and the other two had ended up in one of the training rooms. The thing was, While walking through the halls, they had gathered the attention of everyone on the floor. The trainees like Zalek all started to talk about the aliens that were trying out for the team. Soon all of the kids, the coach, as well as the other professionals on the Pensui team had gathered. The trainees, including Zalek, were standing around the edge. Some of them were pretending they were training with the multiple different types of equipment, while others were just staring at what was going on. As for the coach, it was perhaps the first time they saw an older Pensui. The skin was still vibrant and fresh, but the eyes were darker, and the back of the Pensui was a little bit hunched. If it wasn't for the fact that June begged me to do this, I would have never even considered this in the first place. The coach sighed and shook his head, while the other professional team members went to the coach's side to try and calm him down. Just like June, the other professional Pensui that were on the team had a slightly more muscular build compared to just the regular Pensui. The coach eventually shook off all of those trying to help him. Just like humans, it seemed that the elderly didn't like admitting they needed help or to be looked after when they needed it. Look, before we even continue with any type of assessment for all of you, the fact is that only 5 are allowed on a team. So you will all need to take part in the assessment, and not only do you have to get a score a little bit better compared to the others on the team, it needs to be far higher. With all of that explained to them, the assessment was to commence. There were multiple different types of games, as it was explained that the event would require different members to take part in different events. The thing was, at each event only one person was allowed to participate, but a person could participate multiple times. This was why a team needed to be more balanced, as they had no idea what the games would be. It was also the reason why Stark took part in nearly all of the events, beating everyone no matter what type of game he went up against. For the little test though, they decided to go with the button game that they had played before, since they already knew the rules for this. The first one up was Cyril. She had performed slightly better than she did in the arcade, as she had a feeling for the buttons and had come up with a more efficient way to hit those close rather than just going for what she could see, was moving in a way that allowed her to score higher. However, at the end, her score wasn't so impressive. It would allow her to be considered for a professional team, but to replace her with one of the other regular Pensui, there was no chance with a score like that, and the coach was just shaking his head. Next up though was Russ, and he was sure to impress. You seem to have a better image of this Stark person in your head. You've seen him perform in person, right? Well, that should help me out. Just like before, Russ had transformed into a Pensui using the image of the great person Stark that was placed inside the coach's mind. He performed far better as he moved faster compared to before and managed to get a score that was above a 1000 on the machine. This is amazing, and he can change his body into the perfect Pensui. His points are still lacking against Stark, but I can see a light. The coach shouted for joy, but his smile soon went away. If only I had more time with him, then maybe we would have been able to train him to the point where he could compete with Stark. The coach realized that June wasn't pulling his leg after all. Still, there was a smile on June's face. He wasn't the person I was talking about, June explained. The person I want you to see and pay attention to is that one. Quinn walked up to the game and was wondering just how he should do this, and before starting the game he asked a question. Am I allowed to use anything to hit these buttons as fast as I can? Items or powers of some sort? Quinn asked. That is not a problem, any power is fine. As for an item, as long as it's something that doesn't interfere with the game directly or touches the game directly, then it would be fine. The coach explained. Hearing this, Quinn had an idea. After playing the game once, Quinn had thought of the best way to possibly play the game again to achieve the best score he could. He had a feeling based on the conversations he had with June that they would allow him to use his powers. Russ had made a fair argument, and the Pensui wanted to overcome their own games with their main trait, their speed. It was almost a challenge to them. If someone could beat them in another way, then they would have to try and bring it on. Standing in front of the game, Quinn waited for the countdown, and as it was counting down his eyes started to glow red. Aura was coming out from his body. A large amount of energy could be felt from the professionals that were close to him, and the students watching at the back for a split second. I have to control my energy, it might have a bad effect on the young ones, Quinn thought. Soon the red aura was visible, and it was beginning to take shape. Carefully crafting and moving it, Quinn had turned it into what looked like hands, each of them with an index finger pointed out, and not only that, but all of them covering a button. I wonder what the old kings would think. Using absolute blood control in this way to win a game? Quinn thought. Instead of a 1,000 blood swords, Quinn had created a 1,000 blood hands. As soon as the game started, he was hitting the buttons with the blood hands as well as his own hands immediately. There was no need for him to move because the hands would do the work for him. The number of points were going up fast, and there were countless thoughts going through all of the pensui that were watching. Isn't this cheating? How can he just create hundreds of arms out of nothing, out of the thin air? Why did none of the other squishy aliens do that? As for the coach, his thinking went beyond the others because he could see that it wasn't as simple as the others thought. This alien, it most likely isn't something that just any of those from his race can do. So what if he has multiple hands to help him? He still needs to control all of those hands. He has to have the foresight, the vision, and the quick thinking to make each one of those hands push the button when they appear. Then there are his own hands, they're moving at an incredibly fast speed. This really is a golden opportunity. The coach smiled. There was one thought though. This trick or skill would only work with this type of game and not the others, but maybe the coach could work with it. At the end of it all, the game had ended and the points came out totaling around 1,400. Wow! I've never seen so many points before, one of the students said, and they couldn't help but talk among themselves at what they had seen. So what do you think? Are they on the team? June asked. What do I think? The coach smiled. I think with these two we have a chance at winning this thing. The coach came over to Quinn and looked him up and down, still with a bright smile on his face. I have something to ask you. Was that everything you had? Everything you can do? Quinn did go as fast as he could this time compared to the last when going against Zalek. But there was one more thing that he perhaps could have done to push his score a little further. Judging from the pause, I know your answer, but this is good, because I warn you, Stark is a very impressive person. If you want to gauge just how impressive he is, even with the score you got up there, you would still lose. Now, it was the others' turn to be shocked. Cyril, Russ, and Quinn were at a loss for words. Quinn had just multiplied his hands to cover every single button. All of the pensui were the same, they had 2 hands and 2 legs. They were no different compared to each other apart from body composition and speed. This meant that Stark was so fast that he could achieve a score better than Quinn could. Just how fast was this Stark person? In the end, Quinn and Russ were allowed to join the team, but Cyril had been left out. She wasn't too upset about it, since the team was still treating her quite well. Since they were a part of the team, they were given an apartment in the same building that they were training in, and all of them were allowed to stay. Things were moving fast though, as in just a couple of days' time, it would be time for them to compete in the tournament. There was no training scheduled for them, but instead the coach asked them to try to get familiar with all the games that could come up in the event. There were over 50 different types of games, and only 5 of them would come up in the tournament. After that, they also needed to learn the rules of all the games as well. It was a lot for them to take in. During this time as well, Russ had finally managed to absorb the nest crystal, and he could feel that his powers had grown quite a bit compared to before. After all of that, the big day had finally arrived. Russ and Quinn had successfully been registered and they were to head to the opening ceremony of the event. The Dark Reds had got in a large pod-like machine where 5 and their coach were heading to the venue. The pod traveled at a lightning-fast speed, getting them through the city quickly. Cyril was unable to join the team, but heading with the trainees, Zalek was to guide her as he had a ticket for the event, and she would be able to watch it as it went on. Quinn could see the scope of the pensui. They had to have at least a few 100,000 or so living on the planet. He remembered something that Bliss had told him once. The reason why many Celestials looked at Earth originally was due to the large number of lives there. The more lives there were on a planet, the easier for Celestials to fill their condition, so he had to be cautious of planets with high numbers. A large dome similar to grand events held on Earth could be seen, although there were a lot more blue and neon lights on the outside of the place compared to one of Earth's centers, and this was a worldwide planet event. The dome was far bigger than any he had seen before. Hey, I hope you're okay with performing in front of a lot of people. That is something that is hard for us to practice, the coach stated. It's okay. I will do what I need to do to get their attention, Quinn answered. The main goal of all of this was to get in front of the planet leaders, the king and queen of the pensui. Entering the dome, there was little preparation for the team, as there was a starting ceremony for them all. They were escorted into what would be their strategy meeting room. Here they would see what game they were to play. Each team would send out one player for the game, and depending on what position one got, it would earn a certain amount of points for the team. However, the tunnel from the prep room to the main hall was open as there was a starting ceremony. Now that all of the guests were seated, it was time for all of the professional team to go out and introduce themselves to the spectators. Walking through the hallway, Quinn and Russ followed at the back of the rest of the team, and taking a step out, they were greeted with loud deafening cheers from all of the pensui, but that wasn't the only thing because they were noticed by all. Hey! Are they from another planet? Aliens are really competing in this event. I haven't seen that for years, and the last time it was just a gimmick. Maybe the Dark Reds are trying to do the same. But usually, they come third or second every year, so why would they risk that? On top of the people, the king and queen who were seated up high in a special booth had also noticed the aliens as well. Oh, I saw them on the list, but they are not as frightening as I expected them to be. The king said, looks can be deceiving. If the Dark Reds have asked them to join their team, there must be a reason. This year's event might be far more interesting than we anticipated. The queen replied. Meanwhile, Quinn wasn't bothered by the comments or anything else, because he had his own thoughts that he was thinking about in his head. After all of this, I'll be back to see my family again, and then I'll try and find the blades. It hasn't been that long since I left, so they should be fine. But I can't help but worry. I wonder what they're doing right now. Quinn thought. Hey, this person is big trouble. Whatever you do, don't let go of me. You're going to have to fight using my powers and not your own. The Black Sword said, sending a message directly into Layla's mind. Wince, Minnie, Layla and Galen were all on the ice close to each other. None of them had acted just yet, as they saw the figure walking toward them. They were unsure what it was, or why it was there. Yet they all had this tingling sensation running through their body, and the sword's message just made Layla even more sure that they shouldn't act rashly. Maybe it was the multiple dark eyes, or the way the strange ears on the figure looked like horns curling inwards, or just the whole aura surrounding the person. There was such confidence and not a hint of fear in them. Even when fighting against Yongbu, with Layla's ability she could see the emotions that would pour out of him. Fear, anger, worriness, pain, but with Mundus, there was nothing. There was no fog over his head. Finally, Mundus stopped where he was, and Yongbu stood back, not getting close to the situation. I am staying at a distance as I do not wish to alarm you. Mundus was scanning the ground and somewhat shook his head. I didn't realize that he had passed on his celestial energy to so many followers. Although what he does or has done is none of my business. Right now all I want to know is where Quinn is, and how he managed to escape. Layla still wasn't so sure why these people were after Quinn, and for now she would try her best to calm the situation down. Quinn isn't here, Layla shouted. We don't know where he went, he took a ship and left. Mundus seemed to be taking in the information, thinking about what to do, or trying to figure out whether they were lying or not. Meanwhile, Layla wanted some answers, because the sword she wielded seemed to know. Tell me, who is this person? Why would they be after Quinn? And why should we be so worried? Layla asked. You know I don't have the best memories ever since I was put in this thing. The sword angrily replied. But there are some memories that stick or come back as soon as a feeling comes back. This person is one of the most powerful people I have ever met, and trust me when I say this, I have met some powerful people. I think. His power? It's to do with time. Just as long as you hold on to me, it won't affect you, and if you can, do whatever you can to not get in a fight with this person. The power of time. Layla didn't quite understand what that meant, and she would have loved to ask more questions, but it looked like she wasn't able to. Okay, I believe you, Mundus said. The matter, though, is quite an urgent one regarding Quinn. Since you are his family, I assume he will return. So while I continue my search, I hope you don't mind if Yongbu stays here. When Quinn returns, Yongbu will report back to me, and I will have my meeting with him then. Layla wanted to disagree, argue back, because if it turned out like this, she would be unable to warn Quinn as he arrived, and judging by how quick this Mundus person had turned up, they would eventually meet and clash. However, taking the words of the sword, She thought it was the best they could get out of the current situation. Mundus looked to the sky, and it seemed he was ready to take off, but he stopped for a second, and quickly turned his head looking at the group. Layla was focused on Mundus' eyes because he wasn't just staring at the group, but a certain individual in particular. I thought you all had the same celestial energy given to you by Quinn. There is an energy that feels familiar, but it's not quite the same. Were you trying to hide from me? Mundus asked and started to walk forward once again. His eyes were still locked onto a single individual, and all of the cells in Layla's body and all of her instincts were kicking in. Stay away from him, Layla shouted at the top of her lungs. Stay away from my child. Mundus' eyes were locked on to Galen, who was sitting on top of Wince's arm. Knowing what was about to happen, Wince turned around and started to run. Meanwhile, the rash young Minnie had fully transformed. Dad told me that I have to protect the family. I will protect Galen, Minnie shouted, as she jumped from her spot and ran across the ice, jumping forward right at Mundus' face. Minnie, no! Layla screamed. The scene in front of her, everything felt like it was in slow motion. She could see everything clearly, yet was unable to do anything about it. It seemed at that point that everything had stopped. Was it her mind playing tricks on her? Was this what happened when one was over-worried, when they wished to do everything they could to save their loved one? No, that wasn't the case at all, because Mundus was still moving. He was the only thing moving while Minnie was stuck mid-air. He walked past her and continued to walk forward. The power of time. Layla mumbled. Oh, Mundus replied. You can still move, but how is that possible? I used my effect on everyone. Do you have an ability perhaps? No, that's not it. I can feel where my powers are being affected. Is that sword in your hand? That sword is interesting, not that it matters much anyway. The child cannot run away like this. And what about you? Do you plan to stop me? Mundus asked. Layla's veins were already starting to bulge as a surge of energy was going through. It was building up from the sword, and going directly up to her eyes. Soon blood was starting to pour down from them, rolling from her cheeks. I can give you power, but I'm not sure I can give you enough power to defeat this person. Even if his ability doesn't work, he is still strong. The sword warned. The sword's power was similar to how it was before, but wasn't quite the same since Quinn had changed it. It didn't mess with Layla's mind nor gave her more negative emotions to deal with. However, the power was still too strong for her body to hold, and she could feel that if she kept up this form for long it would tear her body apart. But as the sword said, it was the only way for her to fight without being affected by the ability. Layla ran forward knowing the negative side effects, but would ignore them at all costs. She had shortened the distance at a fast rate, and swung the attack right through the air. Although you are not affected by time, everything else is, including myself. Mundus was suddenly behind her. She could barely see it. He was moving, but it was a blur. A speed that was similar or perhaps surpassed when Quinn used his nitro accelerate. With a simple touch of a hand towards her back, Layla felt a strong force push her back. She tumbled across the ground multiple times, before stabbing her sword in the ground, in order to stop. He just touched me. How did he hit me so hard? Layla thought, and blood started to spill from her mouth. She felt so powerful in this form, yet in front of this being, it meant almost nothing. Is there nothing I can do? Is there really nothing I can do to stop him from taking Galen away? Mundus continued to walk, as if the whole world, the whole universe revolved around him, and reached out his hand, straight toward little Galen. A dreaded feeling was coming over Layla, something she had experienced many times before, but at this stage, at this point in time, she didn't quite think she would feel it again. Helplessness. Flashing memories came into her mind, of times where she could help her mother, times she was unable to help Aaron and CIA. Right in front of her eyes, she was witnessing the worst, her child. Her own flesh and blood that had been created between her and Quinn was going to be taken away. Whatever Mundus planned to do with the child, she didn't want to know. Watching this whole scene, she felt something as she reached out. Sword, I don't care what happens to me. You can take over my body, take whatever you want, my soul, my entire life, but do whatever you can to stop that person. Layla screamed. The sword could feel Layla's strong will, and in turn it responded to it. Very well. The sword responded. Whatever you do, don't let go. Blood filled the entirety of Layla's eyes. The white and not even the pupil could be seen. It started to come out from every hole that was possible, her nose and ears, and dripped out from her mouth. Everything in her body was telling her that she needed to drop and let go of the sword. If she did, then the excruciating pain that she was feeling right now would completely disappear. But she had to fight all of that in her body. The sword told her not to let go, and she wasn't going to let go. Her mind had gone blank. She was unable to see, nor think. In this state, there was no chance for her to fight. The sword feared that this could happen, but was counting on something else. As Layla held onto the sword, it allowed it to use its powers outside of itself and through Layla. A large wave pulsed out from her body. It was invisible to the naked eye, but it had real effects. As the pulse moved through the air, everything started to move once again. It was sent out in all directions, first hitting Minnie. She immediately fell down to the ground, confused by everything that was happening. Where did that man go? Did he run? Minnie thought. Her eyes soon caught on to something else. It was her mother. Mom! Minnie screamed. She witnessed her mother holding the sword with both her hands, her entire body shaking while standing in a pool of blood that was growing by the second. The pulse went out, hitting Yongbu as well. He could move again. The powers of Mundus affected even celestials. He had an idea of what was happening but was unsure about what to do, or the reason for the time power breaking like so. Then finally, the pulse had hit both Galen and Wince, who were able to move again. Wince was confused, as the whole scene in front of her had changed. It wasn't as if it had happened quickly. It had just changed. She hadn't even blinked. Layla was on the other side, standing in her blood. Mundus was only a few meters away. Rather than trying to figure out the situation, she acted instead as she pulled out her trident and thrust it forward, shooting out a vortex of water. With a wave of his hand, the vortex of water had stopped mid-air, but as quickly as it stopped, it started to move again. Seeing this, instead Mundus' arm started to glow white. He thrust it into the vortex of water, breaking it into small droplets that fell to the ground. What are you even trying to do? Mundus asked while turning his head to look at Layla. He knew that his powers were having trouble from working due to her. You, who has the most chance of beating me in a fight, can't even move because you are drawing out so much power from that sword. If you continue to hold that sword like so, you will die. You have stopped my powers for now, but for how long? How much longer can you last? A minute, then after that minute I will just get what I want anyway. All of this is pointless. Mundus was trying to get through to Layla with words, but he soon realized that she perhaps wasn't able to comprehend what he was saying anyway. With a sigh, he moved over to where she was, past Minnie, and now was by Layla's side. As expected, even though I'm this close to her, she can't swing the sword. You dying will cause me quite a problem, Mundus said. I need to ask him a favor, and I don't think he will be so complying if you are dead. Grabbing hold of the sword with one hand, Mundus lightly pushed her with the other. No longer holding onto the sword, Layla immediately fell into her own pool of blood on the ice. At the same time, Mundus dropped the sword, as it was no longer pulsing, no longer having the same effect. Even though she is no longer using it, if I hold onto the sword, then I can't use my own powers. That is certainly an annoying weapon, Mundus thought. He activated his powers again, and everything came to a standstill. Yongbu had a stunned expression as he looked at the scene. Wince had tried to hurl the trident at him, and it had stopped mid-air. She was still holding on to Galen tightly. On the ice, though, there was something that Mundus was able to see that was moving. I seem to be getting quite a few surprises today, Mundus said. The sword's ability is no longer in effect, so why can you move? In between Wince and Mundus there was another person that had moved, and that was Minnie, but she didn't look the same as she did moments ago. Rather than in her red-covered celestial self, her entire body was covered by the shadow. It was flickering, moving about, and Minnie's heartbeat and breath could be heard moving as well. Is it that the god-slayer-like power that Quinn possessed? It seems like this little girl can do it as well. But how is it blocking out my power? Mundus thought. Focusing a bit more, Mundus somewhat could tell because he could sense his own powers. Now I see, it's not that my powers aren't working, but due to your ability they are taking longer to take effect. Mundus said. Eventually, time will stand still for you as well. The reason he was saying this out loud was because he wanted to dissuade her from fighting, of course. It was the easiest way to get the job done. As for Minnie, she had no idea if covering herself in a shadow-like body like Quinn did from time to time would work. The shadow ability also had an effect of time. Objects that touched it, powers and more, would be slowed down, and it was the same for Mundus' ability. His ability was everywhere in the air, but as it touched Minnie's shadow it was being slowed down, and the usual effect was slowly building up. With time, she too would eventually come to a standstill. Dad told me that it was my job to protect everyone, Minnie shouted. And while he is away, I will protect everyone. My powers will eventually get to you. There is no point in fighting, Mundus said. I don't need long. Minnie held out her hand, and out from her shadow, an item had appeared. Minnie remembered. She remembered very well that Quinn, her father, had given her a gift. He stated that she was only to use it if she felt like she was in dire need, if she really needed to. It was safe to say that she believed this was the right time to use it, to use the Godslayer item that had been given to her. When making the Godslayer tier weapon, Quinn had gone through more troubles than he had let on. There was a lot going through his mind because after all it was the first Godslayer tier weapon that was to be created. For one, what he had was a Godslayer upgrade crystal, which meant he would have to select a demon tier item that he wished to upgrade to the next stage. Out of the demon tier items he already had, he felt like none of them really suited Minnie. There was the armor, but that was already a celestial item and had kept its status. It was hard to say if using the upgrade crystal on it would make it better, or just change it slightly. If it was the case, it would feel like a waste of using such a powerful item. Which was why he had decided to use the upgrade crystal on a demon tier item first. On top of that, the greatest forger that Quinn knew was now stuck in his weapon. So the two of them had to get to work together. The demon tier weapon or item will be used as a base, but we honestly don't know how much the upgrade crystal will affect the item. Alex explained. In some cases, it can completely change the item, the skills, everything from what I have used before from upgrade crystals. But in most cases, it improves on the base skills. Still, I have a feeling that whatever base active skills the weapons have, it will be quite a significant jump. At the moment, the demon tier crystal was in front of him. They were in the forging room and Alex was explaining a few details before the work was to be done. Significant jump? What do you mean? Quinn asked. Well, think about it. Godslayers are significant beings compared to demon tier beasts. If you were to ask me, any Godslayer would be able to beat a demon tier beast at any level including a humanoid one. I know you told me that a celestial strength varies, but if we take you as an example, when you evolved into a celestial vampire, I would say the same, your power jumped significantly. Which is why we can assume the same will happen again. Although this was good information to know, it wasn't as if Quinn would come across something like this every day. Nor did he wish to become a forger. So what are you trying to tell me? He asked. That perhaps the base skill of the weapon created we don't have to worry about too much. Alex explained. As you may know, certain crystals have a tendency to lean into being crafted into certain things. Whether that be a sword, a shield, or an earring of some sort. However, a skilled forger like myself can form the weapon into a shape or form as he wishes, but it might not bring out the full potential that was originally intended for the crystal. In this case, since the item will be upgraded to a Godslayer item in the first place, I don't think we have to worry too much about this part, so I'm asking you, what do you think will suit Minnie? It was a long way of saying things, but Quinn knew Alex only did this when he was excited, and besides there was no one else for him to talk to apart from him. Being trapped in the weapon must be a horror for him. Originally they thought they could just locate Syl and get him into a body of his own, but things turned out to be a lot more difficult than originally planned. A weapon for Minnie is quite hard to think about. Quinn pondered. Most of the time when she is fighting, she does so in her celestial form now. If she was to come across a strong enemy, then no doubt she would use that form. In that form, She uses her hands and feet, mostly relying on her speed. Her hands are encased in a hardened form of blood aura mixed with celestial energy that make them twice the size. Honestly, when I think about it, I can't think of any weapon that would really suit her. Even if we did make a weapon like a sword or something, she would have to learn how to use the weapon. I'm not exactly the best when it comes to weapons either, but Leo would teach me if it was something I struggled with. For Minnie in this situation, she has no one to teach her. It was hard to think of, and because of this Quinn was going towards some type of armor, but remembered the problems he had. Celestial energy seemed to have problems when touching beast armor as well. That might have been an effect only Quinn's celestial energy had, since he was unable to use it properly at the time, but that was a big risk factor. There was no point weakening Minnie for her to use something else. Of course, there was a chance that a Godslayer item wasn't affected by this. If you were naturally going to use the Demon Tier crystal to create something, what would it end up being? Quinn asked. A ring. It would be an item type. Alex answers. Don't be disappointed when you hear this. Although it's true that item-type equipment tend to have a lower appeal compared to weapons due to their strength, a lot of that changes at the Demon Tier level. Think about the amulet that you had before. No one would say that was less of a Demon Tier item compared to the swords that others had wielded. Alex explained. And for a God-Slayer item, I would say even more so. In my mind, for an item to be considered at a God-Slayer level yet not be a weapon, would mean it would have to have a pretty strong active skill. Hearing all of this, Quinn liked the sound of it. The two of them worked endlessly for days as they went ahead to create the perfect God-Slayer item. It was a first for Alex, and he wasn't in his own body while making it, but it wasn't as if Quinn's body was in no shape to do such things. Using the crystal was new for both of them as well, but Quinn had sharp senses, and could influence the flow of energy while doing the heavy work. Although Alex didn't want to say anything, to put it simply, Quinn was a natural at this. If he was taught how to become a forger, perhaps the two would be rivals in the whole thing. So this is it in the end. Quinn looked deeply at the ring. It was a relatively thick band that was a light green with a glitter-like shine. Then at the top there was a gem, one that looked quite similar to a nest crystal. Staring into the gem, it was almost as if one was staring into space. As usual, after Quinn created an item, he would use his inspect skill to see what it could do and what the active skills would be. That way he could also tell Minnie how to use it as well, since there wouldn't be many instances where she could practice using it, at least not in the vampire settlement. What is this? I've never seen an item able to do such a thing. Is this even possible? Quinn said. I told you my instincts were right, Alex bragged. Once again, I have created another masterpiece to add to my collection. The effect of the ring was so great for a second Quinn even thought about keeping it, as it would do him well in battles, but he knew that it would be good in Minnie's hands. He needed a surefire way to keep her safe, and with this, he believed she would be safe no matter who she was up against. Minnie didn't quite know what was going on, but she could feel it in her shadow, a power that was creeping in and slowly affecting her. How much time she had left, it was hard to say, but either way she needed to do everything she could. Summoning the box her father gave her, it appeared in her hand from the shadows. They continually surrounded the whole area just in case there was a way for Mundus to get involved. Gripping her hand tightly, the box broke and immediately the green ring with the special gem was placed right on her finger. It could only be seen for a moment before it disappeared as the shadow covered it completely. I can't remember everything that father told me about how to use it, but I have to do the best I can to protect my family, Minnie shouted in her head as she pushed out her hand. All of a sudden, the distance between Mundus and Minnie was getting further apart. There was no force felt on Mundus' body, so he was confused why, by the second, the distance was getting larger between the two. What is she doing? What is that item that she is using? Mundus thought. Although he could feel no force, something was clearly happening, so he attempted to use his own powers on whatever it was in front of him, but there was no effect at all. I have to break out of whatever this is. Mundus took a step to the right quickly and moved. Once again, it was sudden, but his position and the distance between the two were back to normal. Minnie moved her hand, attempting to aim it at Mundus again, but since he was unsure with what was happening, he was moving at a fast speed. His speed was incredibly fast, and like a flash he was right by Minnie, now standing right behind her. Her power seemed to be limited by her hand, where the ring was placed, so as long as he was behind her it would be fine. A large amount of celestial energy had built up in the palm of his hand, turning it completely white. To condense and build up this much celestial energy would take an enormous amount of time, but with my ability I can speed up the process. I can gather my celestial energy faster than anyone, and I can recover my celestial energy faster than anyone as long as I can still use my power. My powers are what makes me so different compared to the others, and you will understand that. Throwing his hand out, he just needed to destroy her outer shadow for his powers to work, and then he could get on with his business. Swinging his hand out, he had hit nothing but the air. The celestial energy was super condensed in his hand into one place, so it made no impact on the ice or the air around it. It was meant to just strike its target and nothing else, but where was his target? Looking around, he saw that Minnie was behind him, a meter or so in the air. My power is still having an effect, so how was she able to move that fast? No, it's impossible for her to have moved that fast. Is it teleportation? It has to be. But how does she have a power like that? Mundus was deeply confused, and the confusion was only going to grow. A black circle could be seen on the palm of her hand. It was almost like a small ball. At first Mundus thought it was her shadow powers, but the color of the ball was much darker, and soon he was lifted up off his feet and his whole body was moving towards the black ball. This force, no matter what I do, no matter how hard I try to fight back, I can't contain it. When Mundus was within range, Minnie pulled back her fist. Red aura was growing out of it and mixing with the purple shadows, creating a strange purple and red effect around her hand. Throwing it out, it landed right in Mundus' stomach. The whole space and area seemed to distort before he was sent flying onto the ground. He crashed and cracked through the ice, into the deep water, and continued to move through it. However, the sight was a strange one because with his own powers he made sure that the water didn't move, so it almost looked like there was just a large hole in the sea. That's the first time I have been hit in a while. I never thought such a person would give me trouble, Mundus thought. Swirling both of his hands, the white celestial energy seemed to linger in the air, creating a large circle. Then pushing his hands forward, a large beam of energy came out, right toward Minnie, who was still somehow floating in the air. Once again, the attack was too fast for someone to move out of the way, especially one that was in the air. At the same time, her shadow wasn't strong like her father's taking the hit, so she would lose all of her MC cells, thus allowing Mundus' power to work on her. Still holding out her hand again, she closed it, and in doing so the attack had completely disappeared. It didn't look like it had been blocked, or a force had gotten rid of it. It was just gone. Now there was a clear line of sight between Minnie and Mundus. She started to swing her hands and multiple attacks of strong red aura came out. Minnie could feel it though. She was moving slower than she usually would have done, and in turn the attacks were moving slower, but that didn't matter because the red aura attacks had completely stopped and were still in the air. Mundus quickly came out from the water and emerged from the ice. My power doesn't just work on beings and objects, it works on powers as well, which is why I'm confused. Why it's not working on. One moment the red aura attacks were in the air, and the next they had hit him right on his body. They had hit him at the same time, but were unable to make a cut on his body, but they still caused a bit of pain on his end. When the attacks stopped, Mundus started to move, running around Minnie in circles. Now I understand what your power is, creating a large distance between us, moving to the point where it looks like teleportation, sucking in my body, and getting rid of my attack as well as my powers. That item, it's given you the powers of space. Space and time, two powers that were closely related, and in this case, it seemed the power of space was far more powerful than what Mundus could do. He was amazed that such an item could allow a person to do such a thing, and in today's fights he had found two that were beyond incredible and could trump his own powers, but he still wasn't afraid because he could tell time was nearly up. Seeing Mundus just run around, Minnie created the black ball in her hand again. It started to move Mundus off his feet one more time toward her. Midway, while he was in the air, he fell back down onto the ice. You, for a little one, are a strong fighter. It's too bad time wasn't on your side, Mundus said. The shadow was fading from Minnie's body. It wasn't the ring's power that had ended. It was her own MC cells, her shadow power that had come to an end. Eventually Mundus's powers would have reached her anyway, but her own power wasn't strong enough. Now without the shadow body to protect her, Minnie's whole body was completely frozen in time, and she was unable to use her ring to summon her powers. Mundus had won the battle, but it was a lot harder than he originally thought it was going to be. Now to get back to what I was looking at, Mundus said, turning to Galen. The grand event of the Pensui was about to begin and Quinn along with Russ were getting ready in their rooms. They had to wear the clothing of the dark reds, which was a red and black, which was fine for Quinn as he thought it made him look quite stylish, and they suited the colors that he would have picked. After everyone was changed, the first event would be announced and then each team would have 15 minutes to decide who from their team would be best to send out for that event. The interesting thing was that the same person could compete more than once. However, the problem was, at least what Russ and Quinn found, that even though a lot of games were to do with speed, they sucked at most of them. There was a lot of strategy involved in these games as well as just being fast, so they would have to wait for something that suited them. I saw the king and queen up there on the stage. Honestly, I could just go over there in my shadow and pop out. But they might think I was threatening them when I'm trying to get them on my side. Quinn thought. There was another reason why he was somewhat interested in this event though, and that was to see how strong the Pensui were and how useful they would be in a fight against Jim and Jack. The Amra on average were incredibly strong, close to that of the Dalki, and there were even those that were stronger than the Dalki. The Mermerials were around the same strength of most of the vampires, as long as they had water near them, but what could the Pensui do? How could they be of help in the battle? Why did Bliss and Sam send him here? The first event was selected and it was essentially what humans knew as a bleep test. All participants would have to run from one side to another side before the second beep was heard. The interval between each beep would speed up as time went on, and if one couldn't get to the other side before the beep, they would be eliminated. This test was not just about speed but also about stamina and pacing oneself. Because it was relatively a long game, neither Russ nor Quinn would be taking part. Russ was unsure how long he could keep his transformation up, and to win the game he would have to appear as Stark. They didn't want to stir up the crowd just yet. In the end, the group sent out someone who went by the name Tither. Finally, at least we'll get to see just how great this Stark person is. Right? Russ said. It was true, and Quinn was looking forward to it. The event had started and they were able to watch it all on the screen in their rooms. These were the best of the best Pensui, and the game unsurprisingly started at a fast pace, with those getting eliminated due to underestimating how fast between the first beep and second beep. I doubt most vampires would be able to keep up with Pensui like this. I'll be able to use these elite Pensui to confuse the enemy. On top of that, they would make great thieves. If they were to steal the flasks with the green blood, it would greatly weaken the other team. Quinn thought. While watching the screen, at one moment it went into the crowd and showed Cyril sitting beside the Amra that they had met in the arcade. Who knew why the two of them were sitting next to each other? But it did remind Quinn that he wanted to speak to the Amra before leaving the planet. Continuing to watch the screen though, the first event looked like it was coming to an end, and to no one's surprise, not even Quinn's, it was down to Stark and another Pensui. When looking at Stark, he looked familiar. This was because the person that Russ had changed into on multiple occasions was Stark himself. The muscular body, the longer limbs were all the same, yet the face was completely different. Quinn always thought that if he was to see an alien he would have no clue whether or not he would consider it handsome, but seeing Stark it was quite obvious he was. His face was just so perfect compared to all the other Pensui. I guess it's the same here, all the good genes really do go to one person. A few seconds later, and the final beep went off, declaring Stark as the winner of the event. The crowd cheered so loud they could feel the vibrations from the room they were in. Stark was certainly fast, but it didn't look like he reached his top speed in that match. It makes me wonder, just how fast is he? Can I actually beat him? Quinn wondered. The second event had started and another person was sent from the Dark Reds, and it was the same result as before with Stark winning again. The Dark Reds were doing well, coming in the top 5 of the last 2 events though, and there were 2 more to go. We need to win the next event if we have any chance of winning this whole thing. It doesn't matter if these guys just win their 2 matches. It still won't be enough points. The coach shouted. Don't worry, June said, standing up. The next one, the obstacle course, let me go out there. June went out to the arena, and this one was on a muddy track, along with several rings, climbing frames, and more. 3 complete laps of the obstacle course needed to be completed before anyone else, and the Pensui were allowed to get a little rough with each other on this one. But if one was fast enough, they would run ahead of all the other contestants while the others fought. This is what had happened in the past, which would allow Stark to win by a wide margin. "Hey Stark," June called out. "You saw our teammates, right? There's a reason why our team decided to add them. They're not just for decoration." Stark glanced over at June while continuing to do a few stretches. "Hey, I'm serious. I've seen these two, and both of them would definitely be able to beat you, but you see, if I lose in this contest, don't you think it would be boring?" June claimed. "Even if you lose to those 2 aliens, in the end your team will still win. There won't be that excitement. So let me propose something. Why don't you lose this game and have a more interesting time against the other 2? Think about it, maybe you will have that thrill in you again, thinking that the whole event is on the line in the last couple of games." Stark didn't reply, which made June slightly unsure whether or not Stark would fall for the bait. But all he could do now was wait for the game to start and see what happened. Bang! A loud noise went off, and everyone could suddenly see the backside of Stark, who had run right past them once again, with them all trying to catch up. For June, he didn't focus on pulling the others down or fighting, but just ran ahead as well. He continued through the obstacle course going ahead, and June was doing quite well. He was in second place for the event, but the problem was he could no longer see Stark. Has he already completed 3 laps? No, that can't be the case, otherwise an announcement would have been made, June thought. As he came to the finish line, June knew why no announcement had been made, because he could see Stark standing there waiting, yet to cross the finish line. "Okay, I'll take a bite. Let's see what these aliens have, and see if they can really beat me," Stark said with a smile, as he looked at June crossing the finish line. There was a first time for everything, and it was the first time the Pensui had seen Stark lose an event. The thing was, there wasn't an unsatisfied look on his face. Instead, there was a smile. It wasn't the look that June was hoping to see. It was the same for the audience that were watching everything. The audience were able to hear the conversations that went on between June and Spark at the beginning. At times, trash talk between contestants would allow them to make things more interesting. So they had heard the taunts that June gave. On top of that, it was clear that Stark had won the event regardless, because he had reached the finish line before the others, yet had refused to go over it. To all of them, it didn't feel like a big loss, and instead the crowd were waiting for something interesting to happen. Even though Stark was a star, a hero to the Pensui, they too had grown bored and tired of the events always ending the same way. They had become predictable. When returning back to the Dark Red's room, June was greeted with cheers and multiple quick high-fives from his teammates that made it sound like clapping. "June, I hate to say it, but you're a genius," the coach exclaimed, as he ran over and lifted June into the air. Hey, my work has only just begun, and besides, we don't even know if it's really going to work," June said as he was being placed back on the ground. "The last 2 events, they need to be something that the 2 of you are good at. Since I won the last game and we have done fairly well, for the Dark Reds to win you need to come second and first in an event each." It was good news that they didn't need to beat Stark twice, but it still meant that they would have to perform extremely well over the other contestants in a game they weren't particularly good at. All they could do was wait, and eventually they got their answer as to what the next event was. "Is that the button game?" Russ exclaimed as he stood up. It was the first game that they had played in the arcade and the one both Quinn and Russ were familiar with, but now there was another question that they needed to answer: who would take part? "Quinn, I told you before, but the score you got last time, are you confident that you can beat that score, that you can beat him in this event?" the coach asked. "I am. But what I'm concerned about is what the next event is going to be," Quinn replied. "Russ is good at this event as well. Even if I did beat him, then what about the one after that?" This was true, and so the question fell on Russ, whether he was confident or not. "Why are you all looking at me like that?" Russ asked as he stood up. "I will go out for this event, and I know what you are all thinking. You are counting on me to get second place, But I'm telling you all now, I'll be getting first. With such confident words, no one questioned him, and just encouraged him as he went through the hallway out to the arena. Quinn had learned that Russ wasn't a man of empty words, which meant he had to have had some sort of plan. When heading outside into the arena, it had been set up for the game. There were around 50 different button stations set up, all out for the different teams. In the center, where most of the cameras seemed to be positioned, was where Stark was set up, and there was a space for the Dark Reds team just by his side. Haha! Russ started to chuckle as he approached his station. It seems like the event people know what's going to be interesting, so why don't I show them something interesting? Russ first looked to see where the camera was, and he made eye contact staring down the middle before looking at Stark. Oddly, it seemed that even the other contestants were more interested in what would happen between this alien and Stark than concentrating on doing the best themselves. When you are directly in front of me with your own mind, it is a lot easier to get a more accurate representation of you, Russ said. Stark was obviously left confused by the comment, but who knew how other aliens acted? Everyone I have met so far, the strongest person they could think of was you. But I could tell that they have been underestimating you, so let's see how you think of yourself. At that moment, before the event had even started, Russ' body started to change. It was similar to the time he had changed before, but now all of the Pensui were witnessing this in the arena, in their homes, and the king and queen. On top of that, there were subtle changes. Russ' body was forming more accurately, the muscle sizes were identical to what was in front of him, and it almost looked like a Pensui twin of Stark was standing side by side, if it wasn't for the fact the face was a bit different. The Pensui people, did you see that? Our alien contestant just transformed his whole body into a Pensui, the announcer stated. Of course, the only way an alien could ever hope to beat us Pensui when it came to speed was to transform into one of us. No wonder they were confident, but just because they look like us, does that mean they can perform as well as us? It was the question on a lot of people's minds, including Stark, who turned to focus on his board of buttons, before saying a few words. Don't disappoint me, Stark smiled. The event was ready to start, and usually the screens in the arena that would be focused on multiple contestants just had Stark and Russ in them. Beep. The event went off, and both Stark as well as Russ were going at it. Their forms were fast, and Russ was better at optimizing and using his speed, knowing what to go for. He was hitting well, and the two of them looked to be neck and neck. Their points were already relatively past all the others, so they had no fear when it came to Russ at least coming second, but something was becoming quite obvious. It was the fact that Stark was still faster. He turned his head, Quinn commented, while watching the match. The others hadn't really seen it, because it looked like Stark had just turned his head to hit a button, but he had done so to see the scoreboard, and in that moment, the point difference started to increase. Just like Quinn back then, Stark was so confident in himself that he was able to look at his opponent and pick up speed. Stark! 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 The crowd started to cheer. It was the closest match they had seen, but they were happier that Stark was proving himself as one of the greatest against an alien. That's when there was only 20 seconds on the timer. Now, Russ thought. Using his powers by his side, the ground started to light up, and a figure had popped out from it. Everyone could see it was purple-skinned and looked like another Pensui, but it wasn't just any other Pensui. This one looked like June, one of the Dark Reds. Quinn didn't know it, but Bliss had been teaching me to absorb nest crystals for a while. She told me about the fight against the Celestials and wanted me to increase my power. While they were living in the settlement, I didn't just do nothing on Earth. I have more MC cells than you can imagine, and with you giving me the other nest crystals you can find, it won't be long till I am as strong as I was before, but first it's time to win this. The June that had been summoned started to hit the buttons away, and now there were two fast Pensui against one. Russ' ability was incredibly strong, but from the beginning, since he had it, there was always something he struggled with, and that was estimating how many MC cells would be required to use his ability. When using his powers, it often depended on the other person's mind, how strong the image was of their skills or their powers. The stronger the image of power they had, the stronger Russ was, and the more MC cells it would use. There were times when they thought of themselves as weaker than they actually were, which would put Russ in a difficult position, those that had an accurate representation of themselves and those that overvalued themselves as well. Because of all these reasons, even if Russ had seen the power in question and the level of strength they had, it was still hard for him to guess just how many MC cells would be used, especially if they were hiding a big part of their strength. At the moment, not only was Russ completely transformed as Stark, he was now summoning another person from his mind, June. When going against Quinn, it was possible for him to do things like this, such as summoning the large dragon. But back then he had external help which he no longer had, which was why he needed to be careful. It was also the reason why he had pulled out the second trump card, only during the last 20 seconds. Is this cheating? Did the Dark Reds just teleport June to help him out? Yeah, that would be considered cheating, right? Even if he has the power to teleport people. If they are using another person on that team, that would be cheating. The people who were watching were starting to complain, but soon on the screen an image appeared and there was subtitle underneath. This is the live feed of the Dark Reds team. It showed that the Dark Reds were all still there, intently watching the screen, and were just as shocked about what was happening as them. Now, they really didn't understand what exactly was Russ' power. If I take part in things, I don't take part in them with the intention of losing, Russ thought, as he concentrated on pressing all the buttons on one side. At the same time, his helper, June, was touching buttons on the other side. The points were catching up, and eventually they had surpassed the score of Stark. Watching it, the Dark Reds team were cheering Russ on. That alien, he never did this during the training, the coach shouted. He's as sly as June with his tricks. I knew there was a reason why I liked him, June stated, rubbing his nose, proud that his plan was working and bringing these two onto the team. While watching the screen, the timer went down to the last 10 seconds, and that's when Quinn noticed it again. Russ, you did well, but I don't think you're going to win this one, Quinn thought. While they were hitting the buttons, Quinn noticed that Stark looked at the scoreboard once again, and it almost boosted him into another gear. He was moving faster and faster. There was always something in the back of Quinn's mind. If with the help of all his blood hands he was unable to beat Stark, then that meant the speed that he could move at would have to be immeasurable, and that was exactly what was happening now. Beep. The game is over, the announcer shouted. Immediately Russ stopped, his body turning back to what it was, and the June that he created was starting to disappear. The camera made sure to catch this and the Dark Reds room, so there would be no complaint from the others. Still, they felt like they would have to explain themselves at some point, and Russ would no doubt have to show his power again. When Russ had finished going back to his normal self, he looked at the scoreboard with a smile that quickly dropped. How? What is this? How did I lose? Russ shouted with anger, fully expecting to win. The crowd, seeing the scores on the big screen, erupted with huge cheers. Stark hadn't just beaten Russ, he had done so with a clear victory of 100 points, and breaking a new record. The king and queen of the Pensui, watching this, had a great smile on their face as they clapped. This is truly entertaining. Just how much can Stark improve? The king exclaimed. He is certainly the hero of our people. Even now, when he is going up against his toughest challenge, he has risen to the occasion. I must remember to thank and meet these aliens who have been able to improve Stark and show us just what we are capable of, the queen stated. It was extremely frustrating for Russ, after expecting a sweeping victory, seeing the smiling faces of all the people, and turning his head he could see quite the cocky smile on Stark as well. Now he was understanding how June felt. Russ wanted Stark to have this feeling right now, and he wanted to witness the face he pulled. In the end, there was nothing else he could do but head back to his team. Hey, don't look so angry, alien. You were amazing. Yeah, where are you from? Are all aliens like you? Can they turn into us? The crowd were encouraging Russ because they truly cared about those that were fast, even if it wasn't someone of the same race, and it was safe to say that Russ had made quite a few fans. Either way, Russ wasn't quite in the mood. Stupid aliens, just gawking at me like that. At least they know when to appreciate a strong person. Russ mumbled and continued walking forward. When he arrived back with the rest of the team, the group wanted to say something to him, but Russ just sat down, almost sulking with his arms crossed. It's okay, June stated. In the first place, for the Dark Reds to win, we needed to come in second and first place. Then our group will have enough points with my first position as well. What this meant, of course, was it all rode on Quinn. My fellow friend. the coach said with big sparkling eyes. There is a lot of pressure on you. For someone who is not even from our planet? Can you do it? Quinn pulled an awkward face. This was no pressure at all compared to the number of things he had gone through, and if he lost it wasn't a big deal. He was sure that Russ had done enough to get the attention of the king and queen. If they asked for a meeting, it was more than likely that they would get it. I will try my best. That's all I can do, Quinn answered, which didn't exactly give confidence in the others, but he was always like this. Hey! Russ shouted out. You better win this one. I want to see the face of that guy when he loses. And if you lose, I'll beat your arse. It was the first time Quinn had heard Russ speak in such a way, because he was usually quite the calm person. Haha. Sure. I mean, you are always free to try and fight me if you want. Quinn replied. That would be quite a spectacle for the pensui to watch as well, don't you think? Anyway, just like you, I have no intention of losing, Quinn answered. While waiting, the last event was announced, and it was called the King of Tag. A game that Quinn didn't really practice, but it was because the rules were simple. Contestants would start at the edge of the ring, and from the center a sticky device would come up. The contestant was to stick that device on a visible part of their body. There was a 5-minute time limit, and when the game ended, the last one with the device would be declared the winner. It was time for Stark to face off against Quinn. The final and last event was to begin, and for the Dark Reds there was a lot on the line. Surprisingly, when Quinn came out, there were quite a lot of cheers for him. After seeing what the last alien had done, they were anticipating seeing a good display for the final event. Although they all thought that it was clear who the winner would be, and unfortunately back in the Dark Reds room they also felt like they already knew who the winner was. I just hope he tries his best, the coach commented. Hey! Russ said, finally standing up and watching the screen. Are you counting Quinn out? If you are, then I would say you are quite the fool. The coach was taken back by the words, but with what he had seen Quinn do, he couldn't imagine him winning. He had seen Quinn's speed and he doubted that it was faster than Stark's. Even in this event, if they were allowed to strike their enemy, how would he strike something that he was unable to hit? On top of that, due to how the event worked and unlike the other events, only one team was able to get points, the winner. I'm telling you now, if Quinn is willing to do anything to win this, then it's impossible for him to lose, Russ stated. Once again, those running the event had decided to put the alien, Quinn, alongside their star, Stark, as they expected some interesting side-by-side work for the event. There were a lot of different strategies for this game, saving one's energy until the last moment. Then, while the leader of the game got tired, they could use all their strength and speed to snatch the item. Another tactic was not touching the item but protecting it. Then there were those that perhaps would decide to work in groups to start with. However, playing against Stark changed all of that, because once he got the item and stuck it to his body, no one would be able to touch him to get it off. The arena is quite large, so there is a lot of space to move, but with 50 other people all going for one person, it could cause a few accidents. Quinn thought as he was thinking to himself. It's nice to meet you, Stark said, as he continued to do his stretches and look Quinn up and down. The last one, your friend, he did really well. It caught me by surprise and excited me quite a bit. Friend, Quinn replied, but thought it was best if he didn't say anything more on that matter. Ah yes, he did better than I thought he would do as well. I hope you don't disappoint me, Stark continued, but I just want to give you a warning. If you do the same as the last person, it won't really help you in this event. Having more people on your side is not going to work. You see, there are already people forming groups to work against me, but it's all the same. They won't win this event, unless they are able to touch me or are faster than me. Quinn mostly ignored Stark. As he looked at the timer, there was preparation time for the event. It looked like it was done on purpose so the other groups could talk and team up with each other. For him, he was thinking of the best way to do this. Aren't you going to transform into a pensui, like your friend did? There isn't much time left, Stark asked. Ah, I can't do that, that is something that's just special to him. Quinn answered. I will just do as you said. Win this event with speed. There was nothing else Stark could say as the event was about to start, but he believed that talk was cheap, and he would show just what he could do in this event. I am a bit disappointed. I was hoping to have someone else push me, so I could reach the next level of speed. Stark thought. Beep. The sound went off and nearly everyone went running straight toward the center. It was a small bright green object that was around the same size as a ball. Of course, the one who was ahead of everyone and had reached the target first was Stark. He lifted it off the ground and had already stuck it on the center of his chest. As soon as this had occurred, the other contestants stopped for a second as they started to think about what was the best thing to do. Maybe we should wait. But if we all wait, it will be useless. Stark is just standing there in the center right now, so he will have plenty of energy. If no one tires him out, then what's the point? Another contestant complained. The problem was, no one wanted to volunteer for attempting to catch Stark to try and tire him out, otherwise it would mean they were giving up their chance at winning this event. While all the others were bickering with each other, one person walked forward toward Stark but soon stopped. I thought you said you were going to win this with speed, but it looked like you didn't even try running to get this back there, Stark said. I was a little bit worried, Quinn answered. You see, I'm trying to figure out how to win this game without hurting anyone, but I think I have my answer. Quinn moved his hands in a circle. Nothing visible had come out of them. There was no vampire aura. There was no shadow either, but almost at the exact time of moving his hands, the other contestants collapsed onto the floor. Some fell instantly while others were on their feet for a few seconds, but eventually all of them were on the floor on the outside of the ring. The king and queen immediately stood up from their seats as they saw this, as there was great concern as to what was going on. They have only passed out, Quinn shouted, so everyone could hear loud and clear. They are not harmed. I would never do such a thing on your planet, but I wish to face Stark on my own. There were no rules against fighting against an opponent, but there were rules about killing. There seemed to be a device set up on each of the contestants, so once it was confirmed they were still alive, the king and queen were a little more settled. What did you do? Stark asked, surprised, as he looked left and right. Even behind him everyone had collapsed, but then why hadn't he? If he had collapsed as well, his opponent could have taken the tag and won the game. It's one of my powers. It was a guess that you guys don't react too well to chi, Quinn explained. He had used the third stage of chi, but not in a deadly way. The chi was to go through the body and overload the brain to cause it to pass out like so. Of course, if the other person was adept in chi, this wouldn't work, and in the first place, to do it on a large scale like this to so many people, one would need a lot of chi, which Quinn had. In the dark red room, the others were a little bit confused as well. Why did his power not work on Stark? Did he avoid it somehow? June asked. Unlike the others, June wasn't so surprised to see what Quinn could do, because he had seen the person do even crazier things. Because he's a fool, Russ said. He missed Stark on purpose. Inside the arena, Quinn was ready to give his answer. I will win this match with my speed. I want to see how fast you can go. So let's get our legs moving, shall we? Quinn smiled. There weren't a lot of times where Quinn could just have fun like this. He was already sure that he would get to meet the king and queen after the event, and there he would make his plea. Win or lose, it didn't matter, but there were two things he wanted to see. Just how fast could Stark go, how useful could he be, and of course his younger self side of him. He wanted to win, and win using just his speed, rather than his powers. Let's just try this first, Quinn thought to himself as he took a running stance. Stark was still relaxed, but he liked the look on his opponent's face. So he was ready. At that moment, Quinn ran forward, and he didn't hold back. He moved his legs as fast as he could. All of his stat points and his advanced body zoomed him straight ahead. He reached out as he could see the tag in front of him, but Stark had moved to the side. He's fast, really fast, and he hasn't transformed his body into a pensui like the other one did. How can this be? Stark was thinking. He didn't have time to rest either, as Quinn quickly went from his position and reached out trying to grab the tag. Stark was moving his legs while also leaning his body from side to side. The crowd was watching as Quinn was running back and forth, left, right, and using his hands in an attempt to grab the tag. On the big screen, once in a while it would show in slow motion Quinn's fingers almost getting the tag but missing. I'm not so good at this dodging stuff, and I might be going crazy, but I think he's getting closer and closer to grabbing it. Stark was confused because he didn't feel like Quinn was getting faster, yet somehow he was getting closer and closer to getting the tag. What was coming through at the moment was Quinn's fighting experience. His ability to adapt to the situation and guess what direction the opponent would move in. He was making smaller and smaller movements. All right, time for a change of plan, Stark thought. Rather than dodging, he was now running around further, and in circles around the arena, but Quinn didn't give up as he gave chase and was a bit behind him. When we run like this, it becomes clear as day that he's a lot faster than me, Quinn thought as the distance between the two was growing. I have a lot of stamina, but it looks like Stark does as well. At least that's good to learn, but I guess I have no choice. I can't just do this with my natural speed. Stark could easily keep this up for the remainder of the event, and he just had to be careful that he didn't get too far ahead, otherwise Quinn could just turn the other way, which was why once in a while he would turn back to look behind him. While doing so, Quinn was doing something as well. Before he was just using the natural power of his body, nothing else, but there was a way he could move a little faster, and that was with the first stage of Chi. Chi was now being used to enhance his body. During fights, this was something Quinn did naturally all the time. With his body as advanced as it was, a lot of Chi could be used without harming the body. Now it was being focused on just his legs. He started moving faster, and he was closing the distance between the two of them. He got faster. He's not tiring out. Was he not going his full speed before? Stark thought back to when he was just using his body and avoiding getting grabbed. No, I could see the look on his face. He was definitely moving as fast as possible. But this doesn't make any sense unless... Did he just have a breakthrough in the middle of our match? The crowd that was cheering for Stark were left speechless, and many of them were standing on the edge of their seats, as they could see bit by bit Quinn getting closer, and if Quinn was getting closer to Stark, it meant he was moving faster than him as well. How long has it been? Stark thought. I've always been comfortable, so comfortable in these events, and for the first time. Today I was a little worried, and now I've experienced the same thing a second time. There was a strange glow in Stark's eyes, and just as Quinn was about to grab the back of his shoulder, he had grabbed nothing but the air. Instead of just running in a circle around the arena, Stark was now running in zigzags from side to side all over the place. He wasn't going a clear way and was showing his agility and dexterity. He was certainly agile. You think I can't keep up? Quinn inwardly said. Following him, Quinn was doing the same thing. Once again from the fights, he also was very agile. The problem was, not only was Stark now moving in an agile way, he was moving faster. The two of them were moving at a faster speed, but since Quinn was the chaser, the distance between the two of them wouldn't shorten. This continued, and it looked like there was now going to be a clear winner for the event. Damn it! The coach shouted. We were so close. If he was up against any other Pensui, then Quinn wouldn't lose. I think if he was up against the old Stark, he would have won today as well. I think in this event he must have had a breakthrough. His speed, the score he achieved before, he's never moved this fast. June commented. It was only natural when in competition with one another that the other person would have to push themselves, and they had never seen Stark do this before. Is there any way he can win? One of the other members asked. There is, Russ commented. But I wonder if Quinn will consider it cheating? Looking at the timer, the 1-minute mark had finally hit, as in there was only 1 minute left and the event would be over. Seeing this, Quinn stopped in his tracks, and seeing that he was no longer chasing him, Stark stopped as well. Are you giving up already? Stark shouted out. It was a good try, you did far better than I thought, and allowed me to improve more so than I ever imagined. So don't be down. No one has ever been able to beat me. Can you run faster than this? Quinn asked. Stark found it a strange question. Why was there the need to ask this? I'm doing the best I believe I can do now. But who knows? I guess we will never know how fast I can run without there being someone faster than you. Looking down at the ground, Quinn smiled. If he was just using his chi and his own body, he had lost the speed event. Now that he had accepted that, he wanted to see something else. Unlike the face of loss the others wanted to witness, Quinn wanted to witness just how far Stark could go. I can go faster, Quinn answered. A lot faster. Soon Quinn's body started to cover itself in shadows. It looked similar to the shadow body that he would have at times when fighting, although this wasn't the shadow body. The shadow was a display of his body, but it was there to hide something else. Russ, sitting in the game room, had figured it out. I didn't quite expect this. Russ smiled. Nitro Accelerate activated. From his position, in a flash, Quinn had reached Stark and grabbed the tag right off his chest. Stark hadn't moved. It was so sudden. Now, it's your turn to catch me, Quinn said, with only 20 seconds left on the clock. Although using one's powers wasn't against the rules, Quinn wasn't so sure about using his armor. At that point, when he had admitted he had already lost, he just wanted to witness how far Stark could go. So he wouldn't get in trouble with the event. He decided to use his shadow to hide the armor change underneath. It was impossible for one to notice, and it worked like a treat. With Nitro Accelerate active for the remainder of the match, Quinn would be going at his top speed. Placing the tag on his chest, it stuck quite easily, and Quinn also used his shadow to hold it in place so Stark could easily see it, but straight after he was already running and it was a blur. This speed, there is someone who can really move this fast. In the universe there are those that are faster than the Pensui, no, faster than me. Stark, is he going to lose? He can't, the Pensui are incredibly fast. For 1,000s of years aliens have come to visit us, and none have ever been faster than most of our Pensui, let alone Stark. I guess we might not be that great after all. For the Pensui, those who only cared about speed, this was quite a devastating thing for a lot of them. For a lot of those that considered themselves fans. I can't just give up. I have to catch him. Stark moved his legs using all his strength, running straight forward. He reached out and grabbed nothing but the air. This wasn't like Quinn when he had nearly grabbed the tag by his fingertips. Stark couldn't see a figure at all. He turned his head and quickly continued to move after Quinn. Regardless, he was unable to catch up. As Quinn moved from one place to another, the second Stark would take a step to go toward him, then he would take a step to try his best to move out of the way. Faster! Faster! I have to move faster! Stark shouted, as he bore through the pain he could feel in his legs. It was the first time for him, feeling such pain, but he ignored it as he continued to chase after Quinn. As I thought, Quinn said, as he continued to move out of the way. This guy, he really can move faster. Even now he's picking up speed as this match goes on. It makes me wonder if Stark had this armor, if he learned to use beast armor and had something like this, just how fast could he go? Would anyone be able to catch up to him? Would anyone even be able to touch him? Unfortunately for Stark, even though he was getting faster and faster, there was no longer any time left. Beep. The game has ended. The announcer stopped at just those words because he didn't know what to say. It was the same in the entire arena. All of the Pensui were silent, apart from a few. In the Dark Red's team room, the coach's fists were shaking. We did it. He did it. Everyone did it. We won. The coach shouted for joy as he jumped. All of those from the Dark Reds came over and lifted him up in the air as they were cheering, apart from June and Russ, because they were more focused on the screen, looking at how everyone else would react to this. The winner is the alien from the Dark Reds, Quinn Talon. Cyril, hearing this, started to clap and cheer, and so did the Amra, bashing his four hands together, making thunderous claps. Because of these two, it seemed to knock the Pensui out of their daze. It wasn't the right time to be upset. They should be happy that they were able to witness such a great event, and not take joy away from the winner. Soon they all started to clap for the winner, Quinn Talon. As the winner was declared, it was time. The camera was deeply focused on Stark, who had his head held down. He had both of his fists clenched. I was getting faster and faster. My legs, they won't stop screaming in pain, but I know if I just had longer, then maybe I would have caught up to him. Is this how the others felt? Inside the Dark Red's room, both June and Russ were pleased with the look on his face. They were smiling like little children and jumping for joy at this. But the face of Stark started to change as he lifted his head. It soon turned into a smile as he looked at Quinn. This means that there isn't a limit to speed. There is someone faster out there, so it means I have a way to improve myself as well. Legs. It looks like we got a lot more work to do. Not many words were exchanged between Stark and Quinn as they headed back to their rooms with their teams. Quinn was greeted with joy, of course, but now they had to get ready for something else, which was the closing ceremony of the event. All of the teams were invited back out and waved to the crowd outside. Then, for the first time ever, they had heard it, a change in the team that had won the championship. It was the Dark Reds. There were 3 trophies in total, a purple color, which was similar to Earth's gold, a green, and an orange, which represented something similar to silver and bronze. From each team, only one person was able to go up on stage and collect the trophy, and of course they selected Quinn to do so. Going on stage wasn't too hard for him, but he had to do so next to Stark. Finally, the king and queen of the Pensui had come out, and they were the ones that needed to award the winners their rewards. Each time they handed an award over, the name was broadcasted and the Pensui people cheered. Finally, it was time for the purple trophy. The queen went and handed it directly over to the king. "It is an honor to have an alien as fast as you, to bless our planet with your speed," the king said, handing over the trophy. Quinn accepted and bowed down. "If there is anything that you need from us, then please don't hesitate to ask," the king stated. Quinn took this opportunity without hesitation. "Then, if possible, could I ask for a meeting with you? It is an urgent matter regarding your people," Quinn asked politely. Usually, the king and queen would reject such a thing. Unless that alien himself was an important figure from another planet, why would they care what he had to say? But they saw him in a different light after seeing this event, and they decided to accept his request. "I would like Stark to be in the meeting as well if possible." The king had agreed, and since they were all currently present, the meeting was to be done in the venue itself there and then. There were still ending shows for the closing ceremony, so the Pensui remained in the arena. Meanwhile, the Dark Reds, June, the coach, everyone on the team including Russ, Quinn, and Stark were in the private viewing booth. It was a large glass room that allowed one to see the whole arena and down at the event. Inside, there were also multiple guards which did have some type of armor on. It was clear that they were a bit different, even compared to the pro team. "Why have we been called here?" the coach whispered, confused. "It was a request of Quinn. Apparently he has something to say to all of us," June replied back. The king and queen sat in their seats, 2 large oval-like red chairs that spun around. They now weren't facing the arena, and instead were facing the guests that were inside. "You said that there is an important matter that the Pensui must be aware of. Well, please speak," the king asked. Quinn took a step forward ahead of the others but stopped there before he spoke. "I am someone from a planet called Earth," Quinn claimed. "Currently, the ones that are in charge of Earth are going through the universe destroying planet after planet, capturing races and forcing them to do their bidding. Soon they will be here as well, and will do the same to the people of the Pensui. I have come here not just to warn you, but because I wish to fight with you against them to help your planet." The sudden words from Quinn had put great shock in the king and queen, and it was incredibly hard to digest so suddenly, but he needed to get to the point. Wasting time wasn't an option. "Are you saying the people who come from the same planet as yourself are trying to attack us? But why would they do such a thing?" "I don't know, but I promise you they will come, and not just here but to multiple planets with different races. I want to stop them, but I'm not strong enough on my own, which is why I need your help," Quinn claimed. "That's absurd," the queen complained. "Of course you can't stop them by yourself, you are just one person. Since you are here, I guess you ran away, but what were you expecting? Are you planning to try to use our army, our people as your own, to fight in your own fight?" "I agree with my wife," the king said. "The Pensui are strong. Even if there was someone who would come to attack us, we can defend ourselves. I can't believe you would suggest such an absurd thing." There was silence in the room, and Russ was wondering what Quinn would do now. It was always going to be a hard ask, so was he just going to give up? "You are strong enough to defend yourselves. That's where you're wrong." Quinn moved his hands, and as he did, he had done the same thing as before. The 12 or so guards that were in the room fainted on the spot, falling to the ground. Not only that, Quinn no longer suppressed his energy as he unleashed his power, the red aura surrounding him. The king and queen were unable to move from their seats, and the others had fallen to the ground, just able to move their heads as they looked up. What is this power? Stark said. Continuing to walk, Quinn was suppressing his power a bit more as he approached the king and queen who were covered in sweat. They didn't dare move in front of this figure. It was then, Quinn spun both of their chairs around so they could see outside. Out of the window, there were thousands of blood swords in the air, pointing toward all of those in the arena, ready to descend on them at any point in time. This is only a part of my power, Quinn stated. If you are unable to beat me, then you have no chance of beating them. Inside the arena, the Pensui people were in a panic. They had no clue what was going on in the viewing room, or what was taking place. All they could see was that in one moment there were these swords made out of a strange power that started to form, and then the next second they started to drop down. It almost looked as if they were raining down, but they soon stopped right in front of them, just an inch away from their faces. As one person attempted to move, the sword followed them and moved slightly closer. When they stayed still for a while, the sword eventually moved back. It was clearly telling them not to move from their position, so all of the Pensui remained still, as they talked to those by their side. What is this? Are we under attack? Don't move. Maybe it's not best to speak. It's as if these swords are following us. But, if they wanted to kill us, whatever this is, wouldn't the sword have attacked us by now? Then the answer is obvious. Whoever is behind this attack, they don't want us to move, and they aren't trying to kill us, which means we're being used as hostages right now. The Pensui had come to this conclusion, and in order not to panic those that weren't in the arena, the broadcast had quickly been cut off. But there was still this uneasy feeling because just moments ago, moments before the swords were in the air, all of them felt this great energy that shook their bodies. Inside the viewing room, it had become quite clear to the king and queen as well. At any moment this person could kill all of those in the arena. The two of them gulped and were too afraid to even speak. Quinn! June shouted. What are you doing? How could you do this after we respected you? We never did anything to harm you, so why are you doing this? While everyone else was frightened, June was the one that was strong enough to speak. Although he was a trickster and knew to some extent the strength of Quinn, in all the time he spent with him, he never felt like he was a bad person. So why was he doing this? Seeing this sight, his own race being hurt, it made him feel betrayed. That's just how desperate the situation is. Quinn shouted. Do you think anything I said before, do you think I want any of that to be true? I have a family as well that I want to protect, and this is the best option for us all. I know it's hard to convince you, which is why I needed to show you all. Actions speak a lot louder than words, especially in this situation. Right now, what I have shown you is a part of my power. With my strength, I could quite confidently say I could kill every single being on this planet. Despite the power I have, I would still lose against the enemy. His words were sincere. A lot of those in the room could tell by the tone of his voice, and at that moment, as quick as the blood swords appeared, he made them disappear. It was never his intention to use the others as hostages. What he says is true. Russ added, thinking it was the right time to speak. The reason is complicated as to why we have decided to go against your own, but the facts are the facts. They will come, and all of you will die. After being threatened with such power, the words of death were fresh in their mind and extremely powerful. My king, my queen. An unexpected voice had joined in the conversation, and the one that walked forward was none other than the Pensui hero Stark. These beings, they didn't attack us from the beginning. Even though they have this power, not once did they use it. We just saw what he could do, and if he was to use that power in the event, he could have easily won the whole thing. The fact was he didn't. Quinn had competed in the events in our way using speed. I believe he had done so as a sign of respect. For him to do this much, to go this far, I say I believe him, and we should listen to what he has to say. The queen and king both looked at each other still with concerned looks on their faces, but as the leaders of an entire race, they had to say and do something in the situation and not just be frightened by everything that was happening and that they were hearing. Stark is able to see clearer than we were. The king replied. The best thing to do is believe you. It would be the best option for us regardless, but I still have an issue. You say, these attackers are even stronger than you. If that's the case, what can we even do to help you? What use are we? The enemy, they have an army of strong forces. They are large in number and great in strength, but you won't be fighting on your own. As I said before, they are not only coming for your race and your planet, but others as well. Across planets, I plan to form an alliance of races that are to go against them. You won't be fighting on your own. On top of that, the enemy has holes and targets that we can strike. Quinn stopped there because he didn't want to say anything anymore. To be honest, in his head he had formed a plan of sorts, the best thing to do. To gather an alliance that would fight against the invasions from Jim and Jack. While that was taking place, he would do his best to free Syl. This was the whole he was talking about, but when put like this, the other races that would be risking their lives, they were simply a distraction. Usually Quinn would never do something like this, but it was the best way. If they didn't stop Jim and Jack, then all of the races would be annihilated. Stark, I asked you to come here because I think you would be a great help as well. I want you to travel with me and be our point of contact with the Pensui. I know Stark is greatly respected, so I believe he can help convince your people. In a lot of ways, Stark had more influence than the king and queen. If they brought up such things, the matter would feel more politically motivated. Of course, I won't force you to come, but if you did, then I would help you grow. In particular, your speed is impressive, and if you came with me, I could make you even faster. The fastest being that can't be touched. Quinn said. Stark blinked a few times. Is what you're saying true? There was no need for Quinn to go on and explain to Stark what he meant by making him faster. He was already intrigued. He remembered the last event and thought something was strange, to get a sudden boost like that. Whatever the reason was, Stark knew that if he wished to improve, then this was the person that he needed to follow, and the look on his face already told Quinn he was convinced. After a while, the king and queen talked it out between each other, and they seemed to agree. They would only send in their very best to the war, and not force the public into a draft, but they were clear that they were taking the threat seriously. While Quinn was away, these people would be trained and told what they were to face. In the meantime, Stark would get ready to leave the planet, so he was to head back and inform whoever he needed to inform. Then a communication device would be given to him so that the Pensui could communicate with Stark and Quinn. Because there was still something Quinn didn't know, and that was where the battle would take place. So far, the Mermerials and Pensui were the two planets that had agreed to join the war. But where would Jim or Jack strike first? Once they knew this, then word needed to be sent out to the other planets. The group agreed they would meet Stark in front of the Dark Red's building in the evening. This was fine with Quinn because in the meantime there was somewhere else he wanted to go. Cyril is in the audience and was with that Amra. I hope the two of them are still together. If they are, it would be great to ask the Amra about how they are doing or even get coordinates to the planet. The Amra were strong, and it would be great to convince them to join the fight as well. Quinn thought. Outside of the viewing deck used by the royal family, it was time for the Dark Reds, Quinn, and Russ to say her goodbye to each other. You know, when I first saw you, Quinn, I really thought, this person is going to be someone that shocks the Pensui race and changes us. June said. The thing was I didn't realize how right I really was. And you shocked us more than once. Quinn smiled awkwardly as he knew what he meant by this. It was a pleasure being with you. Thank you for helping us, Pensui. Thank you for helping me with my wish. We will see each other again, when you need us. All the others in the Dark Reds said words of encouragement to Quinn as well, but not just him but to Russ, inviting him to come back anytime and play a few games. Then finally, the coach, the older Pensui, walked up to Quinn and looked him in the eye, before saying a few words. Usually it would be my duty to get rid of someone like you, the coach suddenly said. It seems that you are no longer what you once were, although I doubt I could ever beat you in a fight. I don't know why you have chosen to save these people, to save my people, but because you have, I will always see you in a good light, and will keep you a secret BB. The coach left with these words and turned around, while the Dark Red team members thought the old man was going a bit crazy. But Quinn knew now what the old man was talking about with those final words. There is only one group of people that know me by that name. I guess they're not all bad, Quinn thought. Leaving the arena, it wasn't hard to find Cyril as she was waiting for them where they had split up. A lot of the Pensui had also gone home as there was an announcement made by the king. A lot of them were frightened after what happened, and they needed to come up with a good excuse as to not scare them. What surprised Quinn was that Cyril was standing with the Amra. The two of them seemed to have a bright smile on their faces as they engaged in conversation. As soon as he saw Quinn and Russ, the Amra ran over immediately. "Great warrior Quinn," the Amra said, as he bowed down a few times. "I have just been listening to your friend here, and I didn't realize it before. It is a great pleasure to meet you all the way out here." "Oh great! Another fan," Russ commented. "Just what has this guy done to get all of this? Did he save another planet or something?" After a few back-and-forth introductions went on, Quinn eventually went on to ask about the Amra planet itself. Unfortunately, the Amra hadn't been back in a while. When he last left, it was still going well and being led by Geo. Since that was the case, and with no next destination, Quinn thought it was best that he head to the Amra planet. The coordinates and information was given, and now the group would have no problem getting there at all. "I wonder how much has changed on the planet, but I also need to see if they know anything about the blades as well. Since Logan told me to find the blades, and Bliss sent me here, I thought there was a good chance that they would be on this planet, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The only thing I can do is try and continue to get whatever leads I can." It was late evening and the group had headed back to the Dark Red's building. Stark was ready with an extremely small bag. It seemed like the Pensui liked to travel light. Other than clothes, they didn't really have any more belongings. "Quinn, thank you again for asking me to travel with you. I look forward to learning from you," Stark said. "I do as well, and I have one piece of advice for you. If it ever looks like we are in trouble, just run and get out of there," Quinn said, as they headed back to their ship. Stark was asking the others a few questions as he wished to know the deeper reason as to why the others were going against their own planet. Russ and Wince tried their best to explain. While Quinn was setting up the coordinates on the ship, he noticed something. To get to the Amra planet, they would have to go back past the Mermerial planet anyway. "Before we head to the next place, let's make a quick stop. I miss my family," Quinn said with the sweetest smile the others had seen him pull. The Blades had been on the Amra planet for a while now. They had practically made it their second home and needed to learn a lot of things to make their life more comfortable there. The first thing that they all had learned that had come as quite a shock to them all was the fact that they knew the person named Quintalon. All of the Blades, due to how far away they were, weren't affected by the memory change. So they all remembered everything he had done, and his face well. It was obvious upon seeing the giant statue that the Quintalon that the Amra knew and the Quintalon that they knew was the same person. The only thing was, they were struggling to know how that came to be. Luckily they had plenty of time to find out, and Geo was happy to tell them. They learned that Geo wasn't the only leader of the place. There was a figure called Nock and Dober. These three were the three Amra who had helped Quinn defeat their old god. Although life wasn't bad for the Amra in the past, they did feel like it was an improvement, and the tale of what Quinn had done had been passed on. Quite easily the race had accepted Quinn as their new god. It was crazy to hear the tale from all of them, until they realized who exactly it was that was behind the whole thing. This was a person that continued to do amazing things throughout. Because of Quinn though, the Blades being humans were treated very nicely during their time there. They saw these beings as those that had the same figure as God and felt like they had to be special. Even though Geo knew more of the truth since Quinn had explained it to them, the faith was strong, so the image of what the Amra believed in before was also kept up. "You all really seem to be doing a good job now, and none of you look to be in pain," Geo said with a smile as he looked at all of the Blades. They were living in a separate area, quite close to where Geo and the other council people worked, as Geo wanted to keep an eye on them and help them out as easily as possible. Of course, the Amra with their strength and friendliness were happy to help them build their homes and had done so quickly, but there was a reason for Geo's comment. "It took us a while, but we've managed to get used to the planet's gravity," Shiro claimed as he looked back and could see some of the Blades were even training with weapons. During their time here, Geo had also asked Dober along with the forgers to create the group some armor and weapons. They were extremely skilled and were able to create unique designs of armor and weapons that humans had not made before. When testing them, Shiro was surprised as the quality was beyond what they could create. The only problem was it was also slightly heavier, which was why the blades were training and wearing them every day. Shiro was clenching his fist as he thought of this, and he could feel the power of chi moving through his body and into his fist. When they first arrived, the gravity change was tough on them. They would tire out using their muscles for around an hour, but naturally finding a way to move easier made them use their chi. Those that weren't good at using chi, their bodies forced themselves to, and they all grew in strength. Now wearing the heavy beast armor, it was the same. They were growing the natural power of their body, all the chi inside them to use it all to their full potential. All of this, it might be a blessing in disguise for us, Shiro thought. We weren't strong enough to help Sil, and we aren't strong enough to try and help him now. If we went there, we would just get beat again. But maybe Sil sent us here for a reason. Maybe he didn't send us to a random planet. Shiro believed this more because in the tale that Gio had told them, there was also the mention of another human that was by Quinn's side that had helped him. Based on the description, Shiro could only assume it was Sil, and Vorden and Ratton were adamant that it was him. It made sense. If Sil wanted to send them somewhere safe, then he would have had to have sent them to a planet that he had been on before. How is the situation looking that I asked you about before? Shiro asked. Dober is looking into it. The universe is grand, and I really don't have a clue how far we are away from your home. At the same time, we have to be cautious. Not everyone is friendly the first time they see a race that they have never met before. Gio joked. Still, we will try our best to continue looking. As I suggested, you should stay here for the time being, until we find out where Earth exactly is. We can protect you from whatever will come your way. Shiro smiled and nodded. He didn't want to say anything. During their time here they had seen the Amra's strength. They certainly were naturally on the same level as the Dalki, but Dalki with abilities would be tough for most of them to deal with. On top of that, it didn't feel right to drag others into business of their own. So for now they would deal with this themselves, and Shiro knew a way to get even stronger. Gio turned around as he looked like he was ready to head off. He did this by bending his knees, getting ready to jump. It was a strange sight to see at first, but when the Amra wanted to travel great distances in a short time, they tended to just jump there. About the tower. I have heard a lot of things about it. Can we enter the tower? Shiro asked. Gio was quite surprised by the question, because he hadn't told the others anything about the tower. Originally, the tower that was left on the current planet was left still standing, even after the defeat of Athos. However, with the Amra and the rest of the others' help, they had relocated the tower to a different place. The tower was ingrained in a lot of the Amra's minds, but it had changed significantly. Just like before, it was a way for one proving their strength. Attempting to reach the higher floors, one would grow in terms of an Amra themselves, gaining a stronger layer of their body and reaching new heights, but there would be no difference in privileges gained just because one was stronger. However, if they did join a fighting force, as such, it was noted what floor they had managed to achieve. Still, the tower now had just become a way of people testing themselves rather than a place to move onto from the planet they were on. What is your reason for wanting to enter the tower? Gio asked. All of us, we have to get stronger, Shiro answered. I heard, after a certain amount of floors, the Amra come back completely different. I've seen them walking around, and even you yourself are completely different compared to the others. I know just entering the tower might not make a huge difference to us because we are humans, but we have all already started to experience changes just being on this planet. If we enter the tower, I believe all of us can continue to evolve. Gio liked their spirit, and he knew they had a clear goal and reason for it. The only thing that was holding him back was if something happened to these people, because he felt like if he ever did meet with Quinn and they were hurt, he would be partly to blame. I guess I can't stop you. Everyone is able to enter the tower as they wish, but I can help you. I can't wait to see how much you will have improved and how far you can go. Gio smiled. I hope Quinn does see you someday, and when he does, that you will be unrecognizable to him. I think I somewhat understand now, Stark said, as he had been listening intently to Russ explaining the situation so far. Still, it is all certainly strange, for you to have so many different races sharing one planet. I wonder how that came to be. Russ only knew what he knew and not the entirety of it. Although there was a lot of information in the Quinn Museum and such, there wasn't a direct log of the Dalki creation and so on. On top of that, just why was there bad blood between Quinn, Jim and Jack? This was a mystery even to Russ. There's a lot that I don't know, but you just have to know the situation is quite complicated. I was told bits and pieces from Quinn's wife here and there, but I wasn't too interested in following the story too much. Cyril was also listening in to the troubles the planet had faced. She could replace the memories of Jim in her head with Quinn, so understood what he had done back then, and understood the matter with the Celestials at the time, but nothing to do with these two individuals. It made her wonder, just how much had Quinn been through? The person didn't seem to catch a break even now, and understood why he and his family had gone into hiding for a while. And I'm sorry to hear how your planet is treating you after everything he has done for them. You talked about Quinn's wife and family? Are they just as fast as him? Stark asked, as he now knew that Russ, as well as Cyril, were both different races from Quinn. They are vampires. Well, a type of vampire. Quinn answered. Vampires naturally have greater speed than humans. They are faster than the norm, but when compared to me, you have to realize that I am an exception. While they were talking, Quinn decided to do something else, something that he had been meaning to tell Stark for a while. Since they were in space and already heading back to the Mermerial planet, he thought there was no chance for him to now reject the idea of wanting to return to his home planet, because Quinn was going to reveal the secret of just how he was able to win the match. The shadow surrounded his body, and soon he had changed into one of his most treasured armors, one that would always get him out of a pinch. This is how I was able to beat you in the last event, Quinn explained. What I am wearing is beast armor. But not just any beast armor, this is a special set that is able to increase the user's speed for a limited amount of time. Quinn paused there as he was waiting for a response from Stark. He was wondering if the fact that he cheated would make his opinion of Quinn change a bit. There are things that can do that, items that can increase your speed by so much, Stark excitedly said with almost stars in his eyes. The Pensui people, if they had something like this, just think how much faster we could get our work done. Thinking about it, Quinn didn't see any of the Pensui apart from those protecting the royal family in any type of armor. Maybe there was a problem with forging it or whatnot. It would be handy if at some point Quinn could gather all of the allies to share their information. It would not only benefit the group, but the lives of each race as well. I'm happy to hear that you're not so against the idea of using armor, Quinn said. As we said before, this battle is going to be with our lives on the line. If that's the case, then the best thing to do would be to make sure you are able to use your strength to the best of your ability, and in your case, its speed. I plan to try and get an armor similar to mine for you as soon as possible if that fails. Quinn stopped there. In his head, he had debated about giving the Fong set to Pensui himself. With its active skill, he could only imagine how fast he could go. The only thing was, he wouldn't be able to use the celestial benefits of the armor, and since the armor was quite a personal item, he was second-guessing himself. I guess it can always be an item that is lent out if it's more important, but the armor is still very useful for myself. Unless I can find something more suitable for me, it's best to just find something that Stark can use. There was a time when Quinn believed that the Fong set was possibly the best armor out there for him, and one of the best sets in the universe, but the image of Ray's armor kept appearing in his head. It gave the user incredible strength capabilities, and Quinn had a feeling that he hadn't seen everything it could do. One other way of improving himself was possible getting an armor set that could match up against Ray's, but he doubted that he could or would have the time for that. I understand, as I said. I am happy for you to teach me your ways. As long as there is a way to improve my speed, I will do as you ask, Stark answered. While everyone was still talking to each other, Quinn wanted to make a request as he turned his head to look at Russ. You absorbed that nest crystal, and at the event you managed to summon a copy of June as well. It means you must have a lot of MC cells now, right? Quinn asked. He was suggesting that Russ had more MC cells than he first thought. Yeah. What is it? Russ replied, a little bit worried just what type of ulterior motive Quinn had, as to why he was getting him stronger. I want you to see if you can summon something, or perhaps change into something, Quinn asked. I don't want you to actually summon it, but just look in my mind and see if you're able to find it. Quinn didn't know if this would work, because he had no memories of when he transformed, but when turning into the bloodsucker for the first time he wasn't conscious of it either. Although he did remember the memories later. He felt like it was impossible to completely forget about what had occurred. It had to be in his head somewhere, and maybe Russ could find it. If so, it would be good for him to train against his own demon form. All right, come here. If you let me put my hand on your head, I might be able to more directly look for what you're asking for. I'll just search for whatever the strongest image is in your head. But I don't want you to get your hopes up. Even if I find it, then I have to see if I can change into it. Even if I can do that, then depending how strong this form of yours is, there is a high chance that I could only keep it up for so long. With all that said, it was time to get a better idea as to what this demon form could do. Russ wasn't lying when he stated physical touch allowed him to look through one's mind easier. Another thing he could do was close his own eyes, which allowed him to focus and get a better picture. These weren't requirements of his ability like that of the blade ability, but did give him a better image, especially when it was something that Russ had not directly seen himself before. Because right now he had no idea what he was looking for. Just searching through Quinn's mind of those that he thinks of as strong is tiring. How many strong individuals does this person even know? Russ thought. Eventually the connection was broken off, and Russ was covered in sweat. I'm sorry. It's not that I can't summon what you are looking for, but it's incredibly hard for me to find what it is that you want me to find. Russ started to explain. The fact that you don't remember what your demon form is like is making it a little difficult for me to even pinpoint a memory. But I will tell you one thing, if it is as strong as some of the others that are in your memory, I still don't have the power yet. Quinn had set up a deal with the Pensui to hand over the nest crystals that they would find for this exact reason. At the moment the Pensui themselves had no use for the nest crystals, and the main concern was going up against the strong ones in the battle. It wasn't the sheer large numbers, but those like Chris who could practically take out a whole army on their own. He needed Russ to be able to take on someone at that level. If Russ was able to at least summon someone like Chris from his mind for a certain amount of time, then Quinn could be more confident. Based on what you're saying, if you were to see the form yourself, then maybe you would be able to search for that image in my mind and figure out what it could do. Quinn asked. It would be much easier. Russ replied. If I also saw your attacks and so on, I would also be able to emulate them to some degree, so it would be much better. Russ trailed off towards the end of the sentence. He started to remember what state the practice room was in, and lining up everything Quinn was saying, what he would ask him to do, could very well be very, very dangerous. Don't worry. I need you alive, Quinn said. He had a plan, and that involved using Layla and her sword if everything went wrong. It was the end of discussion for the group, and they continued to do their thing with Cyril flying the ship, or at least in charge of the autopilot and looking over it in the meantime, and eventually they could see the Mermurial planet once again. Something strange, Cyril stated. What do you mean? The planet looks just as blue as the last time we saw it. Russ replied. This is my first time off the Pensui planet. You certainly do have a lot of water, Stark commented. I tried to send a message to Wince and the others about us arriving, but there has been no response at all, Cyril explained. From the whole planet? Quinn replied. No. There has been response from other cities and places, Wince explained. You remember last time, an attack force came out to stop us. I wanted to get permission from the royal place to land in the city center, but apparently they're not replying. Some went to check out the situation to see what is going on, but those that went, they are no longer responding either. It seems that the others don't want to send in more people until they are aware of the situation. For a second, Quinn's heart thumped louder as he was worried, because his family was in the main city. The good news was that the whole planet didn't seem to be under attack, so at least it didn't seem like Jim or Jack were currently present. Just head straight to the city. We will deal with whatever is there, Quinn ordered. The spaceship was able to enter the atmosphere of the planet with no problem, and now they were cruising along until they reached the city. They had informed the other cities to not send any more people into the city until they arrived, then finally the city could be seen in sight. There's something strange, Stark said as he rushed to the glass display. Look at the sea, near that ice city thing. It's not moving. The others noticed it as well. It wasn't just the sea, but even the clouds that were above the city didn't look to be moving. Then, when the ship had entered the space, it had completely stopped, mid-air. What's going on? Quinn asked. But there was no response. It was dead silent on the spaceship. Not only had the spaceship just frozen mid-air, but everyone inside it had frozen as well. Stark was pointing out to the sea. Cyril had a concerned look with her eyebrow both pointed in with her forehead wrinkles. And Russ had an expression that made it seem like he couldn't care less. Why is everyone frozen? And why am I the only one that can move? Quinn thought. He went toward them and he could touch each one of them. But even though he could touch them, they still weren't responding. Suddenly, in his mind, Quinn had thought of a similar situation that had occurred before. Something that had happened in the past. This is that celestial power, the one that calls himself the messenger, Mundus. Quinn realized. He must have found out that I escaped from the celestial prison thing. Is he here because he was looking for me? Quinn thought. It was the only explanation. Quinn didn't know how the celestial's powers worked. But the fact was that he was still able to move. There had to be some type of rule that had been set up that allowed Quinn to move. Although this power is not affecting me now, it doesn't mean that it can't affect me at all. If there is a confrontation, then there will be problems. Thinking about this, Quinn could only come up with one solution. He didn't know if it would work or not, but he used his shadow that blocked out attacks and other abilities, at least for a while, to cover his whole body. He also coated himself in the second stage of Chi, just in case that would help at all. At times Chi had an effect of piercing through abilities. My family, they have to be safe. They have to be safe. Quinn thought to himself, still trying to suppress his energy. The second he unleashed it, then Mundus would know that he was here. That was if he didn't know it already. Quinn tried to use the Shadow Link skill. He was concerned for his family the most. But his Shadow Link skill wasn't working, and he was unable to connect to Minnie. That bastard. What did he do to them? Quinn clenched his fist hard, but took deep breaths to try and calm himself down. It might be just because of the ability, that might be the reason why I can't link to them. I have to keep a cool head. Thinking this, Quinn got out from the ship standing on top of it, and leapt up far toward the city. He then used his shadow wings to glide himself until he reached the icy flooring. Nitro Accelerate activated. Running through the city, Quinn couldn't hold back. The guns were held in his hands, and he quickly went through the city, until he had finally found his family, and the person he was looking for. Oh! That didn't take as long as I thought it would. It's a pleasure to meet you again. Mundus smiled. Quinn had always thought about the possibility of the Celestials finding out that he had escaped. It was the main reason why he didn't go around displaying his power everywhere, because he wanted to keep it hidden as long as possible. When last seeing Mundus, he seemed so confident in the prison, the place that was meant to keep Celestials in. Because of that confidence, as long as it wasn't leaked that Quinn was out there, he thought it would be a while until the others found out, yet it had happened a lot sooner than he thought. Arriving at the situation, Quinn found himself in an ice sculpture garden. Just like everywhere else, everything seemed to be frozen in time. There was no movement, yet there were people everywhere. Why and how did they find out so soon? Was it when I fought on the Namrik planet, or was it Bliss maybe, or something else altogether? Quinn thought. At first, the attention of Mundus had caught his eye, because he was in the center of everything and just like Quinn he could move, but his tunnel vision was starting to widen as he took in the scenery that was all around him. Yongbu, in the distance bowing down, was still. Wince seemed to be turning away as if she was trying to escape, and then there was his family. Minnie was still in a crouched stance ready to fight, but the look on her face made it seem like she was tired. Then there was Layla, who was passed out on the floor, the sword by her side and blood next to her. In that instant, the energy was released from Quinn just like it was on the Namrik planet. Blood aura was swirling all over the place and his eyes glowing red. Because there was one more concern for him: where was Galen? In the field of ice he was nowhere to be seen, and he doubted that Layla would have strayed far from him. If you were after me, then why did you hurt them? Quinn screamed at the top of his lungs. The blood aura swirled out of his body, making waves of energy, but they soon stopped a meter away from him. Calm down. Before you hurt your own family, Mundus shouted back. Do you really think your wife is dead just from that little bit of blood? When one's blood was boiling, and based on the situation, It always seemed like one would just say what they wished to get out of the situation. Which was why Quinn wasn't going to be so quick to believe his words, especially based on the way she was on the floor like so. Lifting his hand, Quinn was ready to fire a bullet. He can stop time, so I'm not sure this is going to work, but a shadow bullet or the Godslayer bullet should do some damage. When Quinn was aiming carefully, a shadow portal had appeared, but it wasn't one using his own powers, and Galen had popped out of it, appearing in the middle of the two, and just like Quinn, he was also covered in shadows. Oh, so that's where the little one went. That is certainly interesting, Mundus said to himself. Seeing Galen, Quinn started to calm down, and rushed over to him before anything else could happen, grabbing him and holding him close to his chest with one arm. That's when he realized the shadow that was covering his body. The shadow portal that had been opened, it really wasn't his shadow. How can this be? How does Galen know how to use the shadow ability? I didn't teach him. Was it Minnie, in secret, or did Galen just learn by himself from watching? Quinn thought. Now, things were starting to make sense. How Galen was able to escape from the shadow space when Quinn put him in. It was because he already had the ability of the shadow. The kid can't even talk, but he knows how to use the shadow powers, and to this extent as well. Quinn couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing Galen in front of him had calmed down his rage, and he felt like he had to, otherwise it would harm his son. But that's when he realized something else as well. The blood aura that came out from his body that had been stopped before, it had done so before it reached Minnie and Layla. Wait, what Mundus said before, did he stop the blood aura so they wouldn't get hurt by it? But why would he do that? Quinn thought. It seems you are coming to your senses. Mundus smiled. Your whole family seems to take after you. They were a tad rash in their actions. I was never planning to harm them, but just keep a close eye on them until you returned. Since they wouldn't listen, I had to resort to this, freezing them in place here, and this has been a very tiring experience for me. There were two reasons for the original hostility though, one of them being the fact that Yongbu had threatened them with violence, so when another being like him had appeared it was only right for them to believe that they would do the same. Then, there was the fact that Mundus had taken a large interest in Galen. Heading toward her son, and a mother's instinct had kicked for Layla. Since Mundus wanted to make things more comfortable for himself, he swiped his foot on the ground and seemingly out of thin air, a seat that looked like a throne appeared from beneath him. It was large, around 3 times the height of Mundus himself, and made out of a strange black dark substance. It was similar to Quinn's shadows, only it was black instead of the purple hue. At first I thought that this would be a simple talk between the two of us, but it seems there is a lot that we need to go through together. I was wondering how you managed to escape from that space. I thought I had gone mad, but now I can tell because there isn't a hint of celestial energy that is coming off from your body. Now, it's not like us Celestials can just suddenly stop being a Celestial. We were chosen for this role after all, and judging by your strength I can assume only one thing. You are now a God Slayer. Judging by the fact that Celestials and God Slayers were natural enemies, this had kicked in Quinn to be more on the defensive once again. Don't be so defensive. As I said, I'm just here to talk. Mundus' eyes started to wander away from Quinn's and slightly downward to what he was carrying. What came as the biggest surprise to me, though, is your son. Do you even know what he is? Before Quinn had arrived, and just after his short battle with Minnie, Mundus had a great interest in a particular person on the field. Out of all of those there, his interest was in small Galen. At times, during the fight, Mundus could feel a familiar energy. At first he thought that energy was coming from Wince. She was a dedicated follower and had similar celestial energy to Quinn due to where she had received her celestial energy from in the first place. Soon though, he noticed that the energy was somewhat different. It was stronger than that of a dedicated follower, it felt more pure, like one's own, but at the same time it didn't seem like it was one from a celestial either. Which was why Mundus wanted to investigate a little further, to see whether or not his predictions were true. To do this, he needed Galen to act out just a little more, so he decided to allow him to move in the time freeze. Mundus was about a meter away from the little vampire, and as soon as the time freeze had stopped, he was ready to perform a fake attack to see how the child would defend himself or how much celestial energy he could take. However, there was no need. Almost immediately Mundus could feel it, and his suspicions were confirmed. B7T. What he didn't expect though was for little Galen to act straight away. A shadow portal had appeared, and the child had disappeared. Was I just tricked by a child? Mundus thought. In the end, he decided to wait. He was going to wait for Quinn to come back either way, but he also believed that the child couldn't have just traveled away. It was unlikely to be the case. In the end, a child was a child, and they didn't wish to be so far away from their family. That was when Quinn had finally arrived a few hours later, and Galen had reappeared and the situation back to what it was. "Do you even know what he is?" Mundus asked. Quinn raised an eyebrow at the question. Was Mundus just trying to confuse him? His son was his son. He was a vampire born from him and Layla. Of course he knew what he was. His progression at various things seemed a little fast at times, but he was a vampire. They were meant to learn faster than humans. The problem was Quinn didn't actually have anything to base his fast growth on, other than Minnie, but she was far older than Galen. "Why are you interested in my son?" Quinn asked. "I thought it was me you wanted?" Mundus shook his head. "I guess you being a parent has blinded your senses a little. What you are holding in your hands is no ordinary boy. He is one of us. Or I should correct myself, he is like me." The sentence gave Quinn the realization that he needed. If Mundus was saying that his son was like him, it was clear that he wasn't some ugly-looking demon. It meant that he too was a celestial. Can that be? Quinn thought. When Layla was pregnant, I was a celestial at the time. Is that the reason why? When celestials have kids, do they become celestials as well? Is that how it works? I don't even know how it works. Since Mundus seemed to be giving Quinn quite a bit of information, he thought it was best for him to clarify. If it turned out to be true, he could deal with it. "Are you saying he is a celestial?" Quinn asked. "Ah, you do have a couple of cells in your head," Mundus joked. "But that is actually not accurate to say. Your son is something more than just a celestial. He is what is known as an incomplete celestial, something that is quite rare." Incomplete sounded like a negative word, and he even lifted up Galen, taking a look at his cute face with his full head of black curly hair. "You don't look incomplete to me?" Quinn thought. "But then again, I failed to even notice your celestial energy. This kid, he has been hiding quite a lot of things from me. He might prove to be a real troublemaker growing up. Let me start by saying it is not a bad thing, despite the naming sense." Mundus went on to explain. "You, being a celestial, should already know quite a bit about us. Us celestials all have a condition that we must complete, and in a way those conditions are our role in the universe. These conditions can practically be anything, and it is pointless for us to try to figure out why certain celestials have certain conditions. Anyway, as you might already know, there are certain ways celestials can be born into this world. One of them is through growing and becoming a celestial. This again can be for a number of reasons: great power, having lives that worship you, or even taking out another celestial and taking their place. At times there are those that seemingly are just born into existence and have their condition to start with. Maybe the universe felt like they were needed, or perhaps a group of life forms started to worship something that wasn't there, thus believing them into existence. And then Quinn, there is what is in your hands. Not every single child that is born from a celestial becomes a celestial. As stated before, it's very rare, and when a celestial is born from a celestial, we call it an incomplete celestial. Mundus explained. Quinn started to hold Galen closer to his chest. There was nothing bad said about incomplete celestials yet, but based on his experience with vampire subclasses, at times, if those that weren't exactly a vampire, it meant bad news and they would try to eliminate them. "And what's so bad about an incomplete celestial?" Quinn asked. There was another reason Mundus was sitting in his throne-like chair, and it was to relax Quinn a bit, but he could see he was a bit tense. "Please be aware that I just want to inform you of what you have, and that I do not wish to take part in anything of what I am about to say," Mundus explained. The reason for giving the name Incomplete Celestial is because, unlike other celestials, incomplete celestials seem to have no purpose. They have no condition. They have celestial power, grow quickly in strength and such, but there is no condition they need to feed on, and in a way they can enjoy life just like a normal being. Mundus trailed off a little, and it was because the last words he spoke weren't exactly true. Because of this fact that they are a celestial with no condition, it means that a celestial can pass its condition onto an incomplete celestial, And if that was to happen, it means that a celestial is no longer a celestial. They no longer have to complete their job essentially, as it has been passed on to someone else. Quinn wasn't liking the sound of this, because he remembered at times there were instances where he wished he was never a celestial. You got lucky, Mundus continued. You are one of the very few that were able to break out of being a celestial, but for many out there, it is impossible unless they come across an incomplete celestial. As I said, I enjoy my role in this world, but there will always be those that do not. Those that wish to end the reincarnation cycle. Now, I don't know who or what celestials would wish to do this. I am not a mind reader. But it is safe to say that your son's identity is best kept a secret, and he should do his best to hide his celestial energy so others never find out. Otherwise, you could really have your hands full. Quinn didn't like what he had heard at all, the fact that there would be gods after his child. Didn't he already have enough problems to deal with? But in the end, most of the gods weren't that strong, at least compared to him. Now God Slayer. Mundus interrupted Quinn's thoughts. Why don't we talk about what to do with you? The good news was it seemed like celestials were unable to tell what Galen was without being so close to him. Otherwise he would have already had quite a few of them on his back already. But then it begged the question, why was Mundus here? He had stated that it was clear he was here waiting for him, which had led him to his family, and right now, in a way, Mundus was kind of being nice. He had given Quinn information that there was no need for him to have. If he was really here to punish him for breaking out of that prison, then there was no need for him to do any of this. There are a few things that I didn't expect before this meeting, and one of them is the fact that you are now a godslayer. Mundus placed his hand on his head, as if it was troublesome, and his strange ears that would curl and move were curling more towards his forehead. Either way, it wasn't as if we counted on you to do celestial things anyway. Heck, we even locked you away. Mundus mumbled to himself as he cleared his thoughts. I'm sorry to disturb you and your family, taking you away from your travels, but your hometown Earth has been causing quite a few problems. You see, the last time you helped us out, we had made a deal, and that was that we wouldn't get involved with Earth. However, there seems to be a slight problem. You see, since we have left things on their own, there has been a sharp increase of godslayers that has continued to increase. This isn't so much of a problem on its own, but it seems these godslayers and Earthlings have been expanding through the universe, and now this has become a problem. It didn't take a scientist to figure out what Mundus was talking about. It had to be Jack and Jim. The fact that they had caught the attention of the Celestials. Quinn was inwardly smiling as he imagined Jim and Jack were making enemies without realizing it. You see, we Celestials, although recently have gotten involved quite a bit, don't usually like to get involved a lot, because we believe that the universe will have its own way of solving things, but we have meddled, since a long time ago when we decided to seal away Immortality. I do believe if Immortality was still around that this matter would have never gotten to be as big of a problem as it is now, which is a good example of our involvement. The way the conversation was stirring, Quinn was no longer inwardly happy anymore. It sounded like the Celestials didn't want to do anything at all, and if his guess was right, this is why we would like to ask you for another favor, and wish for you to put a stop to the Godslayers that are coming from your planet. Stop them from expanding out and destroying other races. Mundus requested. In some ways Quinn couldn't believe it. One moment they trap him for all eternity asking him to have no involvement, and now they were asking for his help? I can guess what you are thinking, and trust me, it's quite embarrassing for the celestial community as a whole. It is times like this where I am happy that I am but a simple messenger. Mundus continued. As you know, we did strike a deal last time, and I wish to be fair to you and strike a deal with you again. If you complete this task, we will forget the fact that you are a Godslayer. We will see you more as an agent that has done good work for the Celestials. After all, you have seen our half, so it's not as if you are a direct enemy. This means, of course, you can go ahead and enjoy the happy life that you wish to have as long as you complete this task. You were one of the strongest Celestials, and I have no doubt that you are strong as a Godslayer as well. There would be few that could do a task like this, which is why we are prepared to give you such a high reward. But I can't lie. The position as an agent of the Celestials will mean that maybe in the future we will ask you to do tasks such as this one, but I promise we will only ask you of such tasks if we believe you are one of the few that can complete it, We won't just call you to do things here and there. Mundus stated that it was a request, but really what choice did he have? If he was to say no, then what? Would Mundus proceed to fight him and his whole family? Would Quinn have to take on the Ancient Ones? If I think about it, it's not too bad of a deal. I wanted to deal with the problems anyway, and the Celestials are saying that I get something out of this for completing it. Being an agent of Tier, I no longer have to go in hiding, or hide my powers when I am on other planets now as well. Quinn thought. I agree, Quinn said. But I want a bit more out of this deal. Since the last time I accepted something like this, it didn't turn out so well for me. I want my son to be protected at all costs, for his secret to be kept secret, and if it does come out, that you will do everything in your power to protect him. Mundus looked at Galen for a few moments. Even while they were talking now, he had the shadow flickering around him. They had been talking for a while, so it seemed he could use the shadow a bit better than his older sister. Agreed. But I can only try my best, Mundus answered. The best thing will be for you to stay by his side, or to increase his own strength so he can defend himself. I have another request, Quinn asked. If the Celestials are asking me to do such a big thing, then it's only right that they help me out in this fight. You want to guarantee that I accomplish this mission? Then help me. I already said, the Celestials don't wish to get involved. We are worried about what it might do, Mundus explained. Celestials, when moving from their original condition, seem to cause the most problems, and unless we send in the stronger Celestials, they really won't be much help to you. The fact that you're a Godslayer now makes things quite a bit easier. Quinn was going to ask for help, having Mundus by his side. The two of them working together would surely be a combo that no one could deal with, but if he couldn't get that, then he did have another request. Your role in the celestial space is the messenger, and I'm sure that means you're pretty high up and have lived for a really long time. So you must have seen quite a lot of things and know quite a lot. So, if you can't help me in this fight, then you should at least support me. Give me some armor. The best armor you know. The best armor you have which will help me deal with the problem. Quinn asked. The chair started to sink down into the ice, and Mundus stood up from his position. He then clicked his fingers, and everything around started to move again. The air, the clouds above, Wince, and Minnie. They all looked in front of them, and suddenly they could see Quinn standing there. They were greatly confused because they hadn't seen him rise from a shadow or anything like that. That is something I can do for you, but we don't have much time, so let's get moving. The request that Quinn had been made was granted. He was somewhat expecting him to say no, but Mundus had agreed. An armor that had been made by the Celestial, just how powerful would it be? Would it allow him to match up to Ray? At the same time, since he was unable to use two armors at once, he could then let Stark borrow his armor as well. Although with the shadow ability he also could quickly switch armors in battle as well. The point was, there were a number of different possibilities and Quinn was excited. Daddy! Minnie shouted, as she jumped up into his other arm. One was already holding Galen, so he had to be quick to bring her in. When she was safely held, he could see that Minnie was crying. Daddy! I couldn't protect the family like you asked me to, Minnie said with a face full of tears. Even though, Daddy gave Minnie such a good present. I couldn't beat him. The present that Minnie was talking about was of course the Godslayer item. Although Quinn did technically say that with the ring he felt she could beat anyone, Mundus was an exception to that rule. He never thought that she would have to face someone like him. Still, he would have loved to have witnessed the battle between the two, to see just how effective it was. Mommy, is she okay? Minnie asked, rushing over to Layla's side. Quinn could see that Wince was there as well. With her powers, a bed of water had been made which looked like a large liquid-like bubble. Some of it was surrounding Layla and seemed to have a soothing effect judging by Layla's face. Mum is alive, you don't have to worry about that, Quinn said. I asked you to protect the family and that's what you did. Look, they're all alive. It took a few moments, but Layla did eventually open her eyes. Just in case Mundus had any bright ideas, Quinn did get her sword and placed it next to her, not quite giving it to her, in case it stopped the effect of Wince's waterbed. Quinn, you came, Layla said. You always seem to turn up at the right moments. He didn't respond to the words because that wasn't true this time. To Layla and the rest, it felt like Quinn had just turned up, when in reality it had already been a good few hours in between their battles. So, did you teach that person a? Layla stuttered for a second. She was looking around, expecting Mundus to be beaten or full of holes, but instead she could see Mundus just fine, standing there, and when the two made eye contact, he even waved toward her. Layla felt a headache coming on as she touched her face. You never gave me a chance to explain myself, but it was interesting seeing the strength of your family, Mundus stated. I hope that you will all do well to support him in his mission. So have you caught up with them enough? Quinn turned his head, no longer holding Galen and Minnie as they both wanted to stay by their mother's side. What do you mean? Quinn asked. I told you before, we don't have a lot of time. You want a strong armor, right? Then I will transport you. Don't worry, when we are done, I will bring you back, Mundus explained. So I'm asking, are you done with saying your short goodbyes? You're leaving, Layla said, shocked, but still in pain, so she went back a bit. With him. It's a long story, but this really shouldn't take long, I don't think. I will explain everything when I get back. Quinn stood up and was already walking over to where Mundus was. Oh, and in a few moments Cyril will be back and there's a new person with her. I'm sure they will explain everything, so treat them well, Quinn shouted. When he finally was close to Mundus, the Celestial didn't waste any time, as both of them were covered in a white light, and the two of them disappeared just like that. As quick as he comes, as quick as he goes, Layla commented. There was one more that was out on the ice field that was a bit confused, and that was Yongbu. Mundus left right after finding Quinn. He didn't wish to kill him either. Yongbu pulled on some of his tentacles that were near his mouth. What am I meant to do? Can I get out of here as well? Just as Quinn had said, a ship could be seen flying around the royal palace. Cyril knew the area well and was the first to spot her sister, as well as a bunch of others, but there was no sign of Quinn. Regardless, they decided that it was best to land first, as it was clear there had been some signs of fighting below. The ramp descended, hitting the hard ice floor, and immediately the three on board got off. What happened here? Russ looked at the scene. Cyril ran over to her sister, and could see Layla resting on the floor. Is everything okay? What happened? Cyril asked. It's quite a story, Wince replied. I think it would be best if we moved Layla into the royal castle for treatment, and the two of you can rest. We can talk to each other about what happened then. There's a purple man, Minnie pointed. The two women turned their heads and could see Minnie was pointing at Stark. Purple man, this is Quinn's family, Russ explained. Oh, Stark's eyes lit up. Little girl, if you are related to Quinn, then does that mean you're fast? How about a race? I'm definitely faster than you, but I don't feel like racing now. Where is Dad? Minnie moaned. Where is Quinn? We thought he would be here? Russ asked. We have no idea, Wince replied. He was here a moment ago, and now he's gone. But he said he would be back soon, at least he thinks he will. When Quinn went off with Mundus, he was expecting to enter the celestial space and would get the armor and come back. But he soon realized if that was the case, then there was no need to bring Quinn with him. On top of that, now that he was a godslayer, could he even enter the celestial space? That was unlikely as well. When the white light faded, a giant bolt of lightning struck right from the sky, hitting the ground in front of him, cracking the ground. After the initial shock was over, he was able to see the scene around him. Dark clouds in the sky constantly striking the ground with lighting. Tornadoes off in the distance, and around him rubble. Broken down, torn buildings of what looked like a civilization. Is this where the armor is kept? Quinn asked. Kept? Mundus replied, standing next to him. We don't have such armor. You said to give you the best armor, well then we will create the best armor. To do that, then we would need to use the strongest crystals, which are of course Godslayer crystals. Boots, legs, chest piece, shoulders, and a helmet. That is 5 pieces in total. So I will take you to 5 different planets that contain 5 of the strongest Godslayers out there. Defeat them and take their crystal, and then we shall make the strongest armor in existence. However, The armor will only be lent to you for this task. If we were to give a god slayer so much power, it would be troublesome. Quinn didn't expect he would be fighting other god slayers like this, but at least with Mundus he could get to where he needed almost instantly. Wait, why don't you just deal with the god slayers because you are already here? Then just give me the crystals to make the armor, or you go make the armor? Quinn asked. I already explained to you we can't get too involved, so go ahead and do your job. It looks like your opponent is here.